Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the Incora County Ground here at Derby for the third day of the LB County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Leicestershire and to the umpires for this match, Jack Shantry and Hassan. Play due to get underway in a little under 10 minutes' time. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served in the lunch interval. Somebody said they were going to send you something.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just going to start online and then I'll break out to speak to you. Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Leicestershire. The final game of the season, 2 days to go, possibly slightly less. Derbyshire will start today 107 in front on 356 for 2, Richard Ray.
Good morning.
I think we'll
Possibly
still be playing
for the last
tomorrow.
time, but no, we're both fairly sure that Leicestershire might dig in this evening, and the pitch looks fairly flat. And Billy Godleman will be a little bit cautious this morning, as is his nature. And,
He was cautious when we spoke to him last night.
But the only thing we can say is that we are set very, very fair. You will not hear us, other than in terms of awed amazement, talk about the weather today too much, because the skies are
Glorious, isn't it? Glorious. And the number we're looking out for today is 274. That's the highest score in Derbyshire's history. George Davidson famously against Lancashire in Manchester in 1896. That is the highest score an individual has made for Derbyshire County Cricket Club, one of the few remaining clubs not to have had a triple hundred. We saw one last week for Glamorgan. Obviously, Leicestershire have seen a quadruple, which we'll not discuss here and now. Earlier this season from Sam North East. So both sides familiar with very high scores. Billy Godleman's got a couple of double centuries in his career. This is his 3rd highest score in first-class cricket. He's also passed 10,000 runs. He is a phenomenon. And he's out there at the moment, at the non-striker's end, pretending as if he's batting. Quite a strange interview last night, but in which whenever I offered him a statistic, he said, well, I didn't know that. Well, you didn't need to know it, Bill. Didn't expect you to. Anyway, Chris Wright is going to get us underway. 22 overs, 0 for 64 his figures so far. He bowls to Wayne Madsen, who leaves the first delivery of the morning alone. And we're underway. Over 8 plus 3. We're going to get through a full day's play, I'm sure. I'd be surprised if we didn't. About to talk to Ian Sky on BBC Radio Derby, I think. 356 for 2. This next delivery is carved away for 4 runs by Wayne Madsen. Short and wide outside the off stump. Second ball. So up and running. 360 for 2. The lead is Nelson, 111. If you believe in that kind of nonsense. I'm not sure that I do, if I'm entirely honest. I'm not sure whether my headphones are working correctly. I think they are, but I can't work them out. Oh, I know why. That's better. Stuck it in the wrong bit. A no ball. 2 more to the total. 362 for 2. 6 runs off the first 2 legitimate deliveries now. Billy Godleman said they were going to be cautious.
He's looking on in disapproval, I suspect, at Madsen's
Hitting a 4.
being bold enough to
No, look,
play an
you
attacking
said
shot.
you'd twist that round properly, and it's twisted round, and you can see it now. That's better. There, leave it there. Next delivery is pushed out into the outside by Wayne Madsen. And there's no room. I don't think I'm going to be doing a 10:30. If Claire could confirm that in my ears, that's fine, and I'll go away.
I met the lady and gentleman who sent up the custard creams yesterday, down in front of the
Oh,
pavilion.
Gary Charlesworth, yeah.
I said how appreciated they were by yourself, myself, and Freddie, Bertie, and Norman.
Once we could get into them.
Yeah.
I didn't see Gary last night. I'm sure I'll see him before the season is out. He may well be at the. That's defended back to right. They may well be at the Supporters Club forum this evening, which is going to be discussing
all sorts
the
of things.
high performance review, of course. So.
And I would imagine, that aside, it will be a reasonably good-tempered meeting, given Derbyshire's efforts this season.
Well, I think that as long as they come out and say, as Wright comes in and bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. I'm sorry, I lost my thread there because another song started.
It's a good one.
No, I think the fact that if they come out and say that, give their position on the high performance review, and it's the position that I think that their position is, which is against it, I think it'd be quite a quiet and short meeting, in all honesty.
Yeah, I had a little chat to Paul Nixon about that yesterday.
Wright is in and bowls. That one just bounces a little bit more than Madsen was expecting. They're going to go through for a single, and I think it was the last ball of the over as well, so he's going to pinch the strike. 363 for 2, Madsen up to 25. Started the day on 1,201 runs. He's added 5, so he's on 1,206, and Keaton Jennings has 1,233.
Just for anybody who might be doubting it, Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, thinks there's pretty much a 0 chance of the counties ever supporting a reduction to 10 championship matches per season.
But it's madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. As we all know.
You probably heard John Brown say Roman Walker about to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the city end of the sun-drenched Incora County Ground this morning. Well, with that single, Madsen has kept the strike, pleasingly. 2 slips and deep-ish gully as Walker goes in and bowls to Madsen, who leans forward to a good length delivery, pushes it back down the pitch to the Welshman, who, having fielded it, throws it out to cover, who throws it back to Parkinson at mid-off to do the polishing. Mickey Arthur, a jovial-looking Mickey Arthur, walking around the ground in front of us. Takes, how very, very, very polite. He doffs his cap to the Derbyshire faithful down there.
Ashmal Shazad with him.
In goes Walker, a little bit shorter this time on the back foot. Madsen is defending because it is fairly straight, steering it out towards Rehan Ahmed at that deepish gully stroke backward point position. I think it's more backward point than deepish gully, really. The orange numbers on the electronic scoreboard barely visible in the bright sun. Happily, we have a screen scoreboard here in the commentary box, which makes life a lot easier. Walker. Quite a straight run, runs in and bowls, turned off his legs by Madsen out towards mid-wicket, who scrambles across to his right, makes the stop. It's usually Barnes out there, and his knees are creaking a bit, Eddie Barnes, judging by that. He did rather sort of stumble as he tried to stop that one, and his knees jarred in the relatively soft outfield, so hopefully not too much of a problem, but old Farmer Barnes over there looks like he's feeling it this morning.
He got up like me.
It was cold. It was cold this morning because the skies were clear. You've got a story about ice coming up.
It's not a very exciting story, so don't get your hopes up.
The left-handed Godalming is on strike for the first time today. In goes Walker, bowls to him, and that familiar sort of shuffling, stepping, hopping, somehow getting something in the way, a bit defensive push from Godalming out into the offside. It goes.
My story about ice is there was ice this morning. That's about it, really. It was on the covers, and I took a photograph, and the entire square was basically framed by the ice that they'd shoveled off it. It was remarkable. I remember seeing ice in April, but not in September.
Walker is in full, goes for the drive, misses it, caught behind. Godalming has gone. Well, it's not going to be a record-breaking day for Billy Godalming. Hasn't added to his overnight score. A magnificent effort, though, basically all day yesterday by Billy Godalming, and a little bit the day before as well, to set his side up, but went for the drive, and having played it and missed, had a few yesterday, not so very many. The very first one this morning, but he goes for the drive. He edges through to Swindles. Walker has a wicket, and Derbyshire have lost their first wicket of the day.
Billy Godalming goes without adding to his overnight score, and having faced just one delivery, well, two deliveries, because the second one got him out. He's still going to get a generous round of applause. Harry Swindles with a very comfortable catch, just a faintest of nicks, I think. Everybody was certain he was out, and that's the end of Billy Godalming, who I won't have to quote any more stats to this season, I don't think, after that, which is good, because he just replies by saying, I didn't know that. No, that wasn't the point. But anyway, staggering.
328 balls he faced for his 158.
16 fours, his third highest score of the season. Got a couple of double centuries. His third highest score of his career. It is his highest, his highest score of the season by more than 100. Yes, it's his third highest score of his career, and Liz Deploy comes out to join Wayne Madsen.
Sadly, it's come in the 116th over of the innings, so no bowling bonus point for Leicestershire.
Yeah, no.
But an encouraging start to the day.
Well, it's the fight back starts here.
Moves the game on, perhaps. Interesting to see what the attitude of the other Derbyshire batsmen is.
Yes, it faced 326 balls yesterday. No, not quite, because he was in the day before, wasn't he?
He was 14, 15 overs or so.
Yeah.
On the last evening. Deploy, Leos. Left-hander again outside off stump, steps across and lifts his bat over the line of that one from the rewarded Walker. His second wicket of the innings, 2 for 58 for him. Nixon did single him out. He thought he'd really stuck at it yesterday. He has tried to get the ball through a little bit more quickly, and it looks as though Alfonso Thomas's work with him is maybe beginning to bear a little bit of fruit. He's waving at the pavilion now for a drink, and he's at first slip.
Cup of tea, be very nice.
My work is done.
Yeah.
He's saying.
Bring that champagne out.
What would it be for a Welshman? Brains bitter.
Oh dear, no.
Do they still make that?
Yeah,
It's written all over Cardiff, isn't it?
Yeah,
On various
no,
railway bridges and actually Welsh rugby shirts as well, actually,
big,
isn't it, for a while?
brewery. There's a good story about that as well. As in goes Chris Wright and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who goes on the back foot and punches it out into the offside. There's no, well, I say good, because alcohol advertising is banned in France. They can't have brains on the front of their shirts when they play games in the French capital, Wales. So they have the word brawn written across their chest in the same font and everything. I think that's really good. Here is Wright again, bowls, left alone by Madsen. It flies through. So still plenty of carry in this pitch. Well done, Wrighty. I can't really do that. 2 o'clock tomorrow, I don't think. Dino Marmori's press conference tomorrow. 2 o'clock, pre-Forest Green. Must-win game for the Brewers.
Already?
Oh, yes. Yes, this is must-win. They've already lost one manager. This one is defended by Madsen to Wright, who yesterday did manage to flick the ball onto the stumps in his follow-through. Today, he's just missed. I do like that. I like to see that.
I did ask him, has it ever resulted throughout your entire career in a wicket falling? And he says it did once, quite a few years ago. So forever, how many thousand times he's attempted it?
Well, yesterday the bails came off, but it was Wayne Madsen who was at the non-strikers end, and he hadn't moved.
No.
He's on strike now with 2 slips in place as right bowls trim. That's a good leave from Wayne Madsen, who's moved up to 1,207 runs for the season.
The only time it ever really has a chance of working if it's almost inadvertent, if it's smashed back at you and you stick out your hand and it flicks your fingers.
Well, it has to be hit fairly hard to catch the non-striker out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just a general defensive shot isn't really going to cut the mustard, but... Excuse me. In goes right, balls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Never fails. Never fails. Defensive shot from Wayne Madsen. You've got to make your own entertainment at times in county cricket. We all know that. We don't love it any less, but sometimes you do have to make your own entertainment. The chap with the bright yellow hat is back. He's in the East Midland demolition stand. I thought he was a Glamorgan supporter early on in the season, but
wearing one of those daffodil sort of things.
It's just a yellow
drag
hat.
Over
it's a
heads.
remarkably yellow hat. I don't think I've ever seen a yellower hat. That's right, bowls, and Madsen leaves alone outside the off stump. People are generally sitting in the sun, which makes perfect sense. End of the over, 364 for 3. Madsen on 26 and deploy. Faced just one delivery yet to get off the mark. Billy Godwin out for 158.
8 for 1 today, Derbyshire. Put like that. Sounds quite encouraging from Leicestershire's point of view. Walker. Well, he's had his drink already. He's a celebratory drink, one assumes, because he's only bowled the 1 over. The 12th man, Rishi Patel, with his fetching bobble hat and gilet. Goes running off. And Walker is now ready and fueled to attempt a second over. He's bowling 2 layers deploy outside off stump. Deploy just has to adjust to that one. It might just have moved a fraction more than he expected, and he looked like he was getting on the back foot, ready to cut it away or chop it away through the offside. And just had to hold back a little bit and steer it rather out into the offside. 3 slips for the new batsman, of course. Buttinger at first, Kimber as ever at second, Evans at third. Goes Walker, bowls Fuller this time, deploys forward, getting just about to the pitch of it. Forward defensive out towards mid-off. Right, pleased to get the ball quickly rather than via several fielders. He can get to work on it straight away. Relatively short amount of time working on it by his standards. Throws it back to Walker, who's ready to go. Just a couple of walking steps then into his run, and bowls outside off stump, played firmly down into the ground to one of the more used pitches, 2 pitches away to his left by Duploy, and there's a big puff of dust as it hits that very bare earth, fielded by Barnes in the covers. Huge gap between Barnes at cover rather than extra cover and Wright, who's at mid-off. It is filled at the moment by the shadow of one of the floodlights. A plane leaves East Midlands behind it as in goes Walker and bowls straight, and again a slightly checked shot by Duploy, firmly back, but a controlled push rather than a firm drive out towards mid-on. Parkinson is the fielder.
I know somebody who'd be able to tell you where it was going. But,
yes. Yeah. I can tell you where one is going the next Tuesday, because I'm going to be on it. Walker.
It's almost like you can think of nothing else.
No. Walker turns outside off stump, cut away, and that's probably going to run away for 4. The 2 fielders kind of look at each other. Who's going to go jogging after that one? It was short and wide. Deploy got up on his toes and steered it nicely away. Again, didn't try and hit it too hard. Didn't have to hit it too hard. Just made sure he got it in the gap. And Ahmed and Barnes. It was Barnes who actually picked it up in the end.
Ahmed did a good job there, didn't he? Just sort of
Just
slow
jogged
down
behind
and
him.
allowed
Yeah,
Ed to
absolutely.
overtake him. Yeah.
But obviously the rope has been round the outfield, but there's still quite a lot of moisture, water, on the outfield behind the boundary ropes in front of the pavilion in the shade over there, what's left of the ice.
Yeah.
And so that might just have dampened the ball down a little bit. No great drying or polishing going on, though, as Walker is in. Deployers forward to the Fuller delivery on off stump. No, is the call as he pushes it down into the ground, and it bounces out to Barnes in the covers. End of the over. 368 for 3. The lead 119. Madsen 26. Deploy, of course, is off the mark with that boundary. He has 4 off 7.
Yes, he's done all right this season. Leas Deploy, in excess of 800 runs. He had an interesting start when he couldn't really buy a run, but he has scored 2 centuries and 5 half-centuries in the championship, which is a decent return. Wayne Madsen, 3 centuries and 9 half-centuries.
Did we establish whence came these little chocolate things?
No,
that have appeared on our...
brought us some
It's very kind
mini chocolate
whoever
things.
it is.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. In a bowl. It's like the end of term. As Wright begins a new over, it's pushed up towards mid-off, where Ed Barnes is fielding by Wayne Madsen, and they scamper through for another single. Madsen moves on to 26.
Bringing a game, a board game.
We should have done that, shouldn't we? Pack of cards or something. Could have taken the money off all out.
Sputio cricket, that was hopeless.
Yes, it was.
Hopeless.
Yeah. In fact, Sabutio didn't work with any other sport,
No,
really. It didn't really work with rugby either, did it?
No.
With the old scrum machine and the extra large man who kicked the ball.
There was a sort of element of interest in that scrum machine as to which hole it would come out of, but it was hopeless. Football only. Yeah. They did their very best.
There were a couple of other cricket games that were okay. As Wright goes in and bowls, that one's defended by Deploy back towards the bowler, who tried to deflect it towards the stumps, but actually missed the ball this time. There was one where they had fielders who crouched. And
Did they have little bases in front of them?
They caught the ball in between their feet. That was classed as the out.
Do you remember what it was called? I don't. I know which one you mean, but I can't remember what it was called. There was always a lot of mileage in ours out. I used to play that quite.
Test match cricket or something, I think.
Quite a lot.
Called. Yes, yeah. Next delivery. Oh, he has a little flash at that one. Deploy. It leaps a bit more than he was expecting, and it goes through to the keeper. He's fortunate not to get a nick. Very fortunate not to get a nick. So, assuming that Derbyshire only bat once, and it's still not a given with a lead of just 120, Billy Godalming will finish with an average of 23.4 for the season.
Would it have been without that innings? It would have been about 15.
It was 14-ish when he was when he started his innings in this match. As Wright bowls to Deploy, who gets right behind this one and pushes it up to Colin Parkinson at mid-off. He's going to have a chat with Ed Barnes now. Of course, he is. Ed Barnes, who much prefers to hand the ball to people rather than throw it to them.
He likes to chat. He's a sociable, amiable soul, as you know.
A Lancastrian and a Yorkshireman talking there. Can't quite.
They get on very well,
What
actually.
they've got in common, I've no idea.
Barnes and Parkinson, they're good mates.
That's right. He's in again, and Deploy cracks this away to point. It's a good half stop by, is that Lewis Hill?
It's
No,
Evans,
it's
I
Evans.
think.
He's gone there now, has he? Sam Evans does the fielding.
I think they're trying to protect Hilly's hand, so he
Yes,
tends to
that
be down on the
that
boundary.
would make sense. That would make sense. And they do go through for a single. He hit that quite hard, and it was a good stop. He was helped out enormously by Tom Scriven at the end, but he moves on to 5, and it's 370 4-3. Billy Godalming getting out to the second ball he faced. Just shows you what cricket can do to you, though, doesn't it, really? This next ball is left alone outside the off stump about all day yesterday. Gave one chance, and that was a sort of rash shot, really, at the end of the over at 370 for 3, and it was a very, very tough chance out in the deep. A full-length dive with the ball coming over your shoulder, that's almost impossible to carry off. And then this morning, goes second ball. Remarkable. I knew we shouldn't have interviewed him yesterday. We generally don't interview not-out batsmen. For that very, well, the reason is that they
Some
might
are
go
a
on
bit
and make...
superstitious about it as well,
Yeah,
aren't they? But,
just, you know.
Billy's a man of science. Not superstitious at all. Walker. Buoyed still, I'm sure, by that wicket of Godalming, comes running in, bowls, down into the ground. It is played by Duploi. And just for a moment, he's not entirely sure where it's gone. It's gone well outside off stump. He just follows it, shuffles across to make sure it's not going to spin back.
Thanks to Jimmy Drew, who works here at Derbyshire. I'm not entirely sure what his title is, but it was called Test Match. You can still get it for 35 quid on a well-known
yeah, that's the one, isn't it?
site
Yeah.
for buying things. I think it's called Amazon. And you can get it ordered by the 29th of September, which is tomorrow if you order it within the next 7 minutes. Sorry, carry on. 7 hours.
Walker bowls outside off stump. It's left by Duploi.
I can't wait to read the description. They do tend to over-egg it.
I've no idea about any of the electronic games, but presumably, given the popularity of football, they have worked out a way of surely doing it electronically, cricket. So I would imagine that you can play a good
my lad
game
plays
what's it?
EA Cricket, or whatever
EA
it's called.
Cricket.
Yeah, 2022, yeah.
Walker is in bowls, clipped that foolish delivery out towards mid-on, and Parkinson makes something of a meal of the stop, moving to his left, then rolling across the Incora outfield. That plane is climbing at a heck of a angle, isn't it, out of East Midlands?
It's gone the other way to the other one as well.
It's heading for the moon, that one. Or is it heading our way? It's just,
It's
It's
coming
coming.
here,
It's
It's
going to curve over the county ground.
optical illusion. We don't see many planes over the ground, in fairness.
Yeah.
It's not like Headingley.
Walker is in, bowls, Duploi is forward. No, he says, having worked it back down the pitch. Walker goes leaping across and makes the stop just to ensure Duploi has to stay in his ground.
The description is very short. It says, Test match cricket, the authentic all-action cricket game. No batteries required, incidentally, which is good news. The game that they play on the consoles, he came down the other day, he said, I'm an international leg spinner. How on earth are you going to be? So you can play as yourself in the game.
Right.
I mean, it's
Okay.
remarkable.
You can give yourself certain powers then,
Yeah.
can't you? Walker is in, bowls turned off his legs by Duploi, only as far as Hill, who's come into mid-wicket.
They're all very authentic. I've seen the baseball game, the football game, obviously the FIFA, which is massively popular, isn't it? The NFL and all the rest of them. You look at the graphics, and you could walk into a room and think it was actually a game of football being shown on a television channel. They're that good.
Yeah. When I used to work in Formula One, they used to give us the latest F1 game each year. In goes Walker and bowls outside off stump. Duploi leaves, and it was immensely popular. So much, and I enjoyed it actually. It was good fun, and although my boys at the time used to beat me, still used to beat me at it because it was a sort of console thing. There was a time when I used to tell them that I did genuinely contemplate buying one of those chairs with a steering wheel because I thought then I might be able to beat them because I couldn't do it with my thumbs.
Well, they're so good, aren't they? Some of the drivers, the drivers play them, and they can get used to a circuit, can't
Yes.
they?
Oh, yeah, no, they use
Now.
them for simulator.
simulation,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely, to learn a circuit and things like that.
Incredible.
And they are a lot of fun. Many are available, of course. You don't have to buy the official
No.
F11.
Is that not F2?
F11. 370 for
That's a
3.
jet fighter. Here is a new over from Chris Wright down the leg side. First delivery. Wayne Manson tries to flick it away but can't make any contact with it. The ball goes through to the keeper. Billy Godwin was talking yesterday after the day's play about the 10:30 starts and that you do get a bit of sideways movement. He said in that first half hour to an hour, but once you've got past that, I don't think the ball's going to do very much. This one isn't that old. I forgot to write down the number of overs, but it isn't that old. They didn't take it immediately.
104, they took it out.
104, so it's only 16 overs old. This one is turned into the leg side by Madsen for a single, who's on to 28, 371 for 3.
Yeah, it should be pretty much at its best from a bowling point of view.
Yeah.
No lacquer. There were three or four balls were just outside the Leicestershire the away dressing room when I went across to get the interviews last night, and they all looked absolutely, although not any shine or anything on them, but they were perfectly spherical. So assuming they are sort of used balls from the new batch, they've found a way of keeping them in shape.
Right, balls to deploy, who cuts this one away, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Once it had beaten the man at point, Sam Evans, it was always going to get to the boundary. And it does just that.
He's very right-handed, Evans. He went for it sort of wrong-handed, didn't he?
Yes, but sort of using his left hand to lean on.
Yeah.
As he dived to his left, deploy moves on to 9, 375 for 3, the lead up to 126.
The over still +7, by the way, a legacy of all the overs of spin bowled yesterday, so Leicestershire have no need to hurry through their overs.
Commercial manager, apparently, Jimmy. Who knew? It goes right and bowls outside the off stump. I probably knew that. It's just that I so often see him painting fences or hammering down nails into the advertisements that are on the pitch. 375 for 3.
Well, he'll be the man in charge of, a commercial manager in charge of adverts, wouldn't he? In those terms, so he wants to make sure that they're absolutely perfect.
Well, perfect. I'm not sure they're straight, but he seems happy with them. He seems happy. 375 for 3. Parkinson and Wright have just had a conversation about what? I know not, but he's on his way in again now. It's Wright and balls to deploy, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run again. So it remains 375 for 3. The lead 126. You would imagine, in an ideal world, Derbyshire would have a lead of 350 by tea and then declare, but we don't live in an ideal world, do we? News bulletin about to start on both BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Leicester, so we'll be doing our updates shortly, as that one is driven gloriously by Deploy. Absolutely spanked it through extra cover. Really nice shot. That's his 4th boundary. Lewis Deploy is already into double figures. 13 from 20 deliveries. Heidi on news today. Excellent. Lovely to hear Heidi's voice again. 379 for 3. Let's hope she got my email. Because if she didn't, I won't be on. See if we can find out. I am. Just showing the ball to umpire Hassan Adnan, because I think it got a bit damp after that last drive. .379 for 3. They're now discussing the ball and pointing to where it got wet. Again, he points. Does Colin Parkinson. Hassan Adnan is deep in discussion with Chris Wright is there, Roman Walker as well. And now he points again and saying, look, I can see where, there, no, just to the left, that's where it went. Is this the right ball? No idea. Can we not just get on with the game, please? Because nothing's happening at the moment. Here we go. Yes, interesting start here, Heidi. Derbyshire are 379 for 3 now. That's because Billy Godalming is out. He batted all day yesterday, but lasted 2 balls this morning before he was caught by Harry Swindles off the bowling of Roman Walker for his overnight 158. There were 364 for 3 at that stage. Wayne Madsen has moved on to 28. Leicestershire is on 13. Their lead is 130. They'll want it to get to around 250, 300, that kind of area. At the moment, they're going okay, 379 for 3. There you go. You certainly can listen to us on the BBC Sport website and app, which is where most of you are listening to us now. If you're not listening to us on the Derbyshire Club stream, the umpires are now conferring. I think this ball's going to have to be changed. It's not out of shape or anything, although it was absolutely spanked by Leicestershire out to extra cover, and they've decided you can get on with it. He's shown it to Jack Shantry. The other umpire is Hassan Adnan. He's given it back to Colin Parkinson, who I don't think is in a particularly good mood. Wasn't yesterday, won't be now. And they're going to have to get on with it. And still the discussion goes on about where the ball... And he's turned away there, rather as if he doesn't quite believe it. Roman Walker's actually put his hand on Colin Parkinson's back to try and... reassure them that everything will be okay. So Colin Parkinson's mood, which wasn't great yesterday, will not have been improved.
No, he's not. He and the umpire, Hassan Adnan, are not the best of friends, are they?
Well, he's still discussing it. The ball has clearly got wet.
It did, exactly. It went into the long grass behind the covers where some ice had been, presumably.
Yes, and
got soaked.
But they've shown it to umpire Jack Shantry as well, who was a bowler in his day, and a very good one too. And he said it's all right. I don't know. What can you do?
Is it me, Walker?
Well, it can be if you want. I'm not bothered.
How many balls left in the over? It was the first ball of the over, wasn't it? Turned to mid-wicket.
I think between us we managed to miss 1 ball in the entire update.
That was a good effort.
There was the ball that was absolutely spanked by Leicestershire for
lovely
4.
Shot, lovely shot as well. Shot of the day. Yeah. Thus far. But that's a single for Madsen. Turned to mid-wicket. He moves on to 29. Deploy 13. 3 boundaries in that in 13. All very nicely hit indeed. Waits with bat raised as Walker runs in. Bowls to him outside off stump. Make that 4 because it's short and wide and up on his toes. It's carved away through the offside, and that won't do Parkinson's mood any good at all because it's run into the covers in front of the pavilion. The covers from which all the ice was shaken earlier this morning, obviously. Barnes picks it up from underneath them where it has run, looks at the ball. He's not sort of holding it between finger and thumb per se. As it's thrown, oh, that won't help it either. It's thrown to Wright, who drops it, and so it runs across the outfield. But now Wright is just rolling it to the umpire again.
Yeah, they're not happy with it.
They're really
they're just
most miffed. They want a new ball. Apparently it's soaked and useless now. And umpire Adnan making gestures. Parkinson has his hands plunged gloomily in his pockets, hanging around a few yards away. And again, umpire Adnan is going to have a word with umpire Shantry, who's kind of been aloof from all the shenanigans throughout the game, hasn't he? He's not been that interested, but umpire Adnan now showing it to umpire Shantry. I don't imagine Derbyshire that bothered one way or another, really.
It's only 16, 17 hours old, isn't it? So, umpire Adnan will be the senior umpire in this pairing. Of course, he's been on the circuit a year or 2 longer than Jack Shantry. Thanks to Chris, who's sent me a photograph of the Test match cricket game actually fully out. I remember it being bigger than that. There's a sort of calculator there for scale. And Gary Charlesworth, who brought us the custard creams yesterday, says, "Morning Fletcher, we always have to sit in the same seats for luck."
I was going to say, is it a superstition
But
thing?
the sun doesn't reach us until after lunch.
Oh, it looks chilly there.
Lucky habits, eh? Yeah,
Gary, move.
Come on, Gary.
Challenge the superstition.
Shape yourself. You don't need to sit.
It's glorious out there. It won't be for much longer, you know. Winters are coming.
Yes.
Enjoy it while you can.
I put the heating on very briefly at the end of last week just to dry some underwear.
Took out a mortgage.
I don't want it on for too long. It's that toss-up between wearing damp clothes or... I don't have a tumble dryer.
No, does anybody? They eat electricity,
They eat
don't
electricity, yeah. And of course, it's just too cold to stick the stuff outside, which is my preferred method of drying.
Body heat.
Well, it's going to have to be, yes, I think so. Stay in bed for all but 2 hours of the day, and then you won't need clothes.
Well, the ball hasn't been changed. We'll get some cricket in a minute, you know, and Walker is sort of very deliberately and obviously drying it as though it's a completely soaking thing on his trousers. Now he runs in and bowls onto the legs of Duploy, turns it off his hip. I think it was mostly thigh pad, though, if not all thigh pad. Scriven runs round, gets a good throw in, and Swindles, for form's sake as much as anything, takes off the bails, but Duploy quick between the wickets. Billy's legs would still be pumping at this stage, wouldn't they, those little steps of his? Takes off the bails, and 2 leg byes are signalled by umpire Adnan. 386 for 3. The lead 137. Deploy 17 off 23 balls. Been positive. He's hit 4 lovely 4s. As Walker is in to him. He's defending that one there. A straight delivery. Back. He's leaning forward. His weight is on the front foot, although his sort of back foot went backwards. He's leaning forward from the crease as he defends it out into the onside. Parkinson's mood wasn't good to start with. He's not been improved by the day's proceedings. Even the wicket of Godalming doesn't seem to have lifted his spirits in particular. He tosses the ball towards Walker, who is in and is driven out into the offside. Barnes can't get there, never had a chance of getting there, scrambled across to his left, but Duploy, 5th boundary, all beautifully hit, and that one no less than the other 4, off driven through extra cover, and he moves in some style onto 21.
Beautiful batsman to watch. Duploy. Just looking at the strike rates of the Derbyshire batsmen, obviously the 2 openers, their strike rate is always going to be slightly lower. Billy Godalming striking at 37 this season, Lewis Rees at 47. But Wayne Madsen at 56 and Lewis Duploy at 54. 2 of the quickest scorers. The remarkable stat, and it was remarkable before he left, and it remains remarkable, that Shan Masood's 1,074 runs came at a strike rate of 76 in county championship cricket, which is ridiculous, really.
Well, without a single slog amongst them, all beautifully played as well.
134s and 1 6. He's a strange old player, is Shan. Beautiful to watch, of course.
Walker is in, Duploy defends. Back down the pitch to Walker.
But it's a bit of a surprise to me that he's got back into the Pakistan squad as a T20 player, because when he tries to hit the ball hard, he gets horribly out of shape and invariably got himself out. And a lot of the time, the opposition were grateful that he did get himself out, because there was no other way of getting him out. But yeah, for him, I wouldn't say he was a natural T20 player. 50-over cricket, I mean, he's one of the best 50-over cricketers in the world. And of course in red ball cricket as well, but not necessarily a T20 player. We'll get another opportunity perhaps to see him today. England playing.
Did he not get a good 60 off, sort of 30 odd when he did come back?
Yes, he made 70. Yeah. I mean, he's only played 2 or 3 innings, 3 innings I think now in T20 internationals. This is his first series. They're playing in Lahore, 3:30 start our time, so we might get another chance to see him in that. Chris Wright begins a new over to Wayne Madsen, who's taken very much a back seat in this partnership of 26. Lewis Duploy, who joined him, has got 21 of them. You don't often outscore Wayne Madsen to that extent, so it tells you the kind of touch that Lewis Duploy is in at the moment. He's been playing cricket solidly since not the April just gone, but the one before that, because he went back to South Africa in the winter and played T20 and red ball cricket in South Africa. Madsen waits and just turns this into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It goes straight to the fielder. Out there is Tom Scriven, and they go through for another single. And Madsen moves on to 30, 391 for 3. Derbyshire now leading by 142. Yorkshire could lose to Gloucestershire, which would be amusing. Money from a personal point of view, obviously, not necessarily for anybody connected with with Yorkshire. But amusing. Apologies. They can't.
I have mixed feelings because obviously as a Yorkshireman, I'd love to go and be playing them. I like to go there, and I always hope they will get a game in Scarborough at some stage.
Yeah.
But
No, they're definitely not coming down. That fate will befall Warwickshire, almost certainly, it would appear, as Wright is in and bowls to deploy. Just pushes it out into the offside. Scriven moves to his right, deploy, scampers through with Madsen for another single. 392 for 3. Durham 80 for 4. I did get an email off somebody this morning that said Martin was all woe is me last night. I can imagine his mood won't have improved with Durham.
Martin, woe is me? Surely
Durham
not.
trailing by 582. Sussex 123 for 2 against Glamorgan.
He's such a ray of sunshine normally.
Yeah, except when he's too far north to be sunny. Sussex trailing Glamorgan by 406. As in goes Wright again, and that one is pushed off the back foot up to mid-off by Wayne Madsen. Ed Barnes with the fielding. There's no run, and Middlesex 174 for 3, trailing by 51 against Worcestershire at New Road. Glamorgan need to win, and Middlesex need not to win, if that makes any sense, or mustn't win, for Glamorgan to pip them for promotion. So fingers crossed. Although I do like going to Cardiff and enjoy working
I enjoy
enormously with Nick and Ed. This next delivery from Wright is defended by Madsen up towards Parkinson this time.
Nice to go for a run, Taft Trail, or up to the barrier as well.
Indeed, I'm sure it is.
They're still miffed, Leicestershire, about the fact that the ball hasn't been changed, but umpire Chandry has backed up umpire Adnams, and it's perfectly fine. It's not perfectly fine, but it's perfectly usable anyway. We just have to get on with it.
Next delivery is a short one from Wright that is wide of the off stump. I'm not sure Madsen could have reached it really. In one-day cricket, he'd have almost certainly uppercut it for 6. But in red ball cricket, when he's on 30 not out and heading towards another half century, and who knows, potentially more, he just watches it go through to the keeper. End of the over, 392 for 3.
Wright and Chantry must have played in against each other on numerous occasions over the years. You would have thought. The Pears and the Bears. Brief conversation. Right, head down, rather stalks off to mid-off. The lead 1-4-3 as Ed Barnes comes on to replace Walker, whose figures are vaguely respectable, really. 2 for 71 from 22 overs in the context of 392 for 3. You've probably gotten away with it to a certain extent. Barnes is going to go round the wicket. None for 51 from 10. He'd dearly love a couple to his name this morning.
He bowled that solitary over in a spell yesterday, didn't he, when he was clearly instructed to bowl it short, and that didn't work.
It kind of nearly did, didn't it? The first top-edged pull from
yes, true, from Lewis Rees.
From Rees that flew for 6 over long leg, peering, watching it. Barnes is in, bowls to deploy short and wide, and deploy upon his toes, steers it through backward point. There is a sweeper out on the offside. It's Evans out there, so on this occasion it's just going to be one, but by the standards of this particular innings, Deploy didn't time that particularly well, so Evans had to run in to meet the ball as a huge refuse wagon comes through the car park. That's a mega wagon.
Wonder who that's come for. The third man has moved up.
To almost fly slip, isn't he there? Scriven as Barnes over the wicket to Madsen, bowls on his legs, and Madsen, with all the time in the world, just steps back and turns it around the corner down to the effervescent Ahmed, who comes bouncing in. Gets a good throw away. He's got a very good sort of side arm throw on him, Rehan Ahmed. He has had a little bit of a problem with tennis elbow apparently this season. He's a little bit early in his career to be struggling with that, but hopefully It's very much a temporary issue. Seems to have bowled okay in this game. Barnes is in, deploys forward to a straight delivery, pushing it out to Budinger, who's out in the covers now. Just the one slip already for Duploy. Kimber. Actually, and Ahmed is holding his right elbow a little bit, as though it is a touch sore. Those sidearm throws look brilliant, and they are fast, but he's got to be a little bit careful. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 61, Rehan Ahmed, as Barnes is in. Again, straight Duploy is forward, pushing it out to Budinger again. Scriven is starting to warm up now at long leg, so maybe he's going to come on and replace Chris Wright. Shorter spells, perhaps, are the order of the day for the Leicestershire seamers.
They'd be a bit weary after yesterday, aren't they? A bit stiff.
You would imagine so. I mean, Wright's already got 27 overs under his belt, none for 84. Not the spring chicken he once was. Barnes is in, short, and cut away by Duploy. It's quite straight, so he couldn't really free his arms as well as he would have liked. He thought about a second, but Evans, running away to his right, got to the ball fairly quickly in front of the players' pavilion. So it is just the one to Duploy, who moves on to 24 from 31 balls, 31 to Madsen from 62. The partnership already worth 31. Duploy and Madsen have a brief conversation in mid-pitch. Before Barnes comes bounding in, bowls full, driven by Madsen, but check drive really, lent out to it, played it relatively carefully out towards mid-off where Parkinson fielded. End of the over. 395 for 3, the lead not creeping upwards, it's gone up by quite a decent amount from 107 to 146 already. Approaching 50 minutes of play. Have lost that single wicket, Derbyshire, but they would probably have taken that. Tom Scriven is indeed about to replace Chris Wright at the racecourse end.
We were talking about those two Leicestershire players, Rehan Ahmed and Ed Barnes, who chased the ball and left it for one another almost, that Chris says in his short experience of playing, and he started playing when he was 49. He noticed a piece of filling in club cricket, the tactical dive. The skill is to dive and look like you've made an effort. So someone else chases the ball instead. Seems Leicestershire may have learnt that. It's a little harsh, but yes, I know what you mean. And Random Female has been on, loving the clothes drying chat. But there's none of that in August. She says she hasn't got a tumble dryer either, but she does have, and my grandmother had one of these, and I'm desperately looking for one. The double-decker pulley. Not a mangle.
Oh, they're quite the thing these days, aren't they?
Yeah, she says her mother-in-law told her that the bottom row, as Scriven begins his spell, first ball left alone outside the off stump by Lears Duploy, at the bottom row was for things you don't want your neighbours to see.
The bottom row of the double pulley.
Of the double-decker pulley
but
line.
Wasn't the double-decker pulley... Oh, OK. I was going to say, I'm thinking of that thing that you can lower and then pull back off, that it goes in kitchens.
Yes, I think it's one of those.
But neighbours wouldn't see it if it was inside, though, would it? In the kitchen, over the Arga.
Oh, I see what
you
mean. Oh, OK. Yeah,
so I'm not sure.
The Arga.
The Arga. Well, that's what it goes with, you see.
Have a word with yourself. I haven't got an Arga either.
I think that's what it goes with. That sort of thing. They've become rather trendy.
We've got an air fryer. I didn't buy it. It comes Scriven bowls to Duploy, pushes this one out to the offside. They almost certainly spot that it's Ed Barnes who's having to bend down to pick that ball up and scamper through for another single. Duploy moves to 25, through to 96.
Have you used it?
4-3.
Air fryer?
I haven't, no.
So how does it...
I don't know.
How does it work?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't. But it's supposed to be really cheap to run, so I was all in favour of it, because they do a lot more cooking than I do.
And isn't it basically much healthier?
It's supposed to be, yes, you don't
use
as much fat, or whatever it's called. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's supposed to be healthy and quick.
But, I sense a but.
A bit like a 100 metres runner, really. No buts. This next delivery from Scriven is pushed up to Parkinson at mid-on by Madsen. No, you're supposed to be able to do all sorts in them, aren't you? I've not really. I've barely been at home since it was bought because we had a trip to Cardiff last week. Obviously, I was footballing at the weekend, and then I'm down here this week. So I'll perhaps explore it a bit over the coming weeks. I'll report back next season for those interested, I'm sure you could count on the fingers of one hand. After you'd had all your fingers chopped off, in goes Scriven and bowls. That's defended by Madsen straight back to the bowler.
We'll have to have a word with the manufacturer. I'm sure we could probably get one sent to you. But you've got one, so
yeah,
you don't need one.
Well, it's not mine, and I think it's a bit small. They went for quite a small one. But what I said to them was, well, if we have this small air fryer, if it is a success, because they have been cooking their tea in it, my lad and his girlfriend.
We'll get a bigger one.
We'll get a bigger one that you can actually cook proper size things in. Scriven bowls too. Oh, strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen, go down leg side. Try to whip it away into the leg side there, Madsen. Brief appeal from behind the stumps. Nothing really from the bowler. Yeah, so I have one of those birthdays that people make a lot of fuss about coming up next year, which quite
40
frankly,
already.
Yes, indeed. Yes, absolutely. Which I clearly couldn't care less about. But I keep being asked what I want, and of course every time I think, oh, we need one of those, I say, well, I'll have that from it. And you can't have that. Well, what's the point of buying me something that I don't want if you're not going to buy me something that I do want? Scriven bowls down the leg side, taken by Swindles. It's a fairly, I don't really understand it. One run off the over, 396 for 3. So we'll get a big air fryer. We can't get that. Well, why not? I mean, it may still outlast me.
Brunty, who writes a very, very funny column. I know it sounds like a contradiction in terms for a triathlon magazine, but it is a very funny column. He said his wife said to him once that he was very hard to buy for. On the contrary, he said, I'm extremely easy to buy for. You just don't spend enough money.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. But the older you get, the less you need and want. I mean, it just sort of
I don't know.
I do. It just stands to reason. I've got all the televisions and audio devices that I could possibly eat.
I'm always up for a quicker bike as Barnes. They tend to be quite expensive. Comes round the wicket, bowls to deploy, works him off the back foot out into the offside, but down into the ground, so it bounces up quite nicely for Budinger moving to his right to make the stop. No runs, therefore accrue. It's just such a great line, and I shall use it when my wife tells me next time. On the contrary, I'm extremely easy to buy for.
Yes. No, I think I'm quite
money.
difficult because there isn't anything that I actually want anymore.
In goes Barnes. Bowl outside off stump, and Duploy, who's played really nicely, for the first time plays a rather indeterminate shot, a sort of waft off the back foot, trying to work it through the offside. Bounces above his bat, horizontal bat. And it was as I say, by the standards of this innings, a rather jarring shot from Duploy. A real reaction.
That's out of character, wasn't it? Not necessarily from his career, but from this innings.
He's hit such fine shots. Barnes is in, bowls to him again. He's dropping it out into the offside and calling for the quick single. Madsen, who nearly always responds in those circumstances, hurries down the other end, and although Barnes and Budinger both converge on the ball as quickly as they possibly can, that quick single is comfortably completed. Deploy on to 26.
Bless him, Leas was playing as a sub-pro for Lower House in the Lancashire League against Burnley a couple of Sundays ago, and I went to see him, went to watch. He made 7, which was a bit disappointing.
Back over the wicket comes Barnes to the right-handed Madsen, outside off stump, a little bit of width, and Madsen cuts it away, guides it away down towards backward point where Hill is on the boundary. Takes the 1. 398 for 3. The lead 149 now. You suggested that this morning to me off air that Derbyshire might be, or at least Billy Godleman might have in mind, a lead of a sort of 300 plus, 350 before pulling out. A long way away, obviously, from getting to that sort of territory as Barnes round the wicket to Duploy, who defends on the front foot back down the wicket to the Yorkshireman, who fields in his follow-through and keeps hold of the ball.
Yeah, I think they'd want that. 350. It's enough, isn't it, you'd have thought,
Oh,
with the insurance for second innings up their sleeve.
No, they're not going to lose the game, but is it enough in terms of, would it be enough in terms of the time, I guess, to bowl Leicestershire out? Yes, you would normally say so, but the pitch looks fairly blameless at the moment. At least Leicestershire making it look so. Barnes is in to Duploy, who's driving for 4. That's more in keeping with his innings to date. It was over-pitched from Barnes, who raised his eyes to the heavens as he saw the ball flashing back past him and between Budinger at extra cover right at mid-off, can only jog back to the members' pavilion, pick it up in front of the advertising hoardings and then roll it back towards Budinger. Leicestershire are not treating this ball with a great deal of respect, as though they feel essentially that soaking it got, if soaking it was, has basically ruined it. And it is now hopeless for their purposes.
Just looked at it there, Parker. He's looking at it now. He's not bothering to polish it on the back of it. He's trying to dry it as much as anything on his sweater rather than polish it on the back of his left leg, where you can see the big red mark, and he's looking at it, and Scriven's looking at it, and they're going to go up to Shad. Can you have a look at this ball? And they're going, yeah, look, just change the ball. Let me get on with the game, I would suggest.
Yeah,
because they're not going to do anything. They're going to show it to the umpires every over now, aren't they? These.
What happened to that rule that came in, that you could only do it twice, and if it was rejected twice, then you had to bowl with it for the rest of the... Do you remember that?
I remember vaguely.
Oh, it's half past.
I know, but we'll leave that one on hold. Thanks to Mark Beecroft. Yeah, I don't think a conversation with my BBC Newcastle colleague on air fryers is ever going to happen. Because I would take the opposite view to Martin anyway, no matter what. So thank you, Mark. Just the very thought. The ball, the attempt to change the ball has been rejected again by both umpires, and umpire Adnan is now writing something down to say how many times they have changed it. This one is whipped into the leg side by Wayne Manson for another single. He moves on to 33, 403 for 3. Update time. I think it's the knack, my Sharon, if I'm allowed to say it. Here comes Scriven and bowls. That one's guided backward of square on the offside for another single. Deploy moves to 31. 404 for 3. Standing by. Oh, gonna play a song? I am here. Yeah, I'm here. I might be able to do it. Might be able to have a chat with Ian as well, because Richard almost certainly will be back. But we'll find out in a minute. As Scriven comes in again, it's his 12th over, and he bowls to Wayne Manson, who clips this into the leg side. They're milking him here. Single off each of the first 3 deliveries of the over. Manson moves to 34, 405 for 3. The lead 156. Started at 107 this morning. Again, Parkinson drying the ball more than polishing it. Now he's giving it a polish. Perhaps he's slightly happy. I have no idea why he would be. And Scriven goes to work on it as well. Blimey. A little more than 20 overs old, but they're not happy. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Leos Deploy, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. It's one of those songs that finishes and then starts again in my ears, which spooked me a little bit. Wayne Madsen, 34 not out, which means that at the moment he's on 1,215 runs. And needs another 19 to overtake Keaton Jennings. That one was pushed out into the offside, and there's no I may ask you just to carry on, because I haven't done my update yet, so I might as well go off and do it on the Raspberry Pi, which is sadly a small computer rather than something I can eat. Scribbling around the wicket again, balls to Deploy, who gets a thick edge on that one, past the solitary slip and down to third man for 4 runs, and Derbyshire move on to 409 for 3, rather fortuitously. Deploy overtakes Wayne Madsen. He's on 35, Madsen on 34, and Derbyshire lead by 160. So that was a false shot from Deploy.
It was. Just a couple in recent overs to go with the series of beautiful shots that he has unfurled this bright sunny morning. Now the two batters are heading towards, presumably, the Derbyshire 12th man, who's emerged now from the pavilion, but now he's going to go back.
And a drink.
Because he forgot to bring the drink as well, and he's done an abrupt about turn, legged it back across the boundary.
They've had another crack at changing the ball.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of with you now. And I would imagine Derbyshire will feel much the same. Look, just let them change it and we can all get on with building this lead, which is now up to 160. An hour into play. Well, you would assume, the conversation's still going on. Roman Walker's put his arm between Colin Parkinson and Hassan Adnan. But what's it now? 4 times at least this morning, Leicestershire's pleas to change the ball have been rejected by umpires Adnan and Chantry. And presumably, obviously, therefore, it is still perfectly spherical and going through the gauge, but it probably has gone soft, essentially having been soaked. Leicestershire very unhappy about things at the moment. Parkinson right, Barnes involved in a long conversation. Umpire Adnan turns. Are we going to play cricket? Parkinson is changing his field. Rishi Patel is out there at extra cover at the moment. He's moving across to the leg side to sort of mid-wicket catching position, about 4 pitch widths, that is, back at mid-wicket. Hill, who was out sweeping on the offside boundary, comes into a fairly conventional extra cover. It just feels as though Leicestershire are playing for time as much as anything. Barnes is into Madsen, short-ish, up into the ribs, and Madsen up on his toes again with all the time in the world, which suggests that the ball isn't bouncing particularly quickly to get up on his toes and turn it out to Evans at wide long leg and take 1. So perhaps it has gone a little bit soft as a consequence of getting fairly wet this morning. I could wander down and have a word with Tom Scriven, take him a chocolate and find out if that's the issue, but we assume it is. The ball did get wet.
That one looks nice.
It's gone soft round the wicket.
Which these chocolates will, if we're not careful.
Yes, they're not in the sun yet, but outside off stump and allowed to go through by Deploy, who has caught Madsen. They are both on 35 now. Madsen having faced 28 balls more, 28 more balls than Leos Deploy, who's faced 43 for his 35.
For clarification, random female, it is an outdoor line that she has.
Ooh.
That's no good for anybody at this time of year, though.
I thought it was,
random
yeah.
female, come on.
In goes Barnes, bowls a full toss that is edged between the slip and the wicket-keeper for 4. He went for a huge booming drive there, Duploy. It was a full toss, low outside off stump, got a thick edge. It bounced well before Kimber, who sort of dived to his right to try and make the stop, but it fairly shot between wicket-keeper and Kimber down to the very fine third-man boundary. For 4, Kimber, the only slip is standing wide at sort of 1.5 stroke second slip. And it shot directly between the two of them, not along the ground all the way, but along the ground for a good portion of it.
Deploy looks like he's been sent out with the express intention of getting a move on, doesn't he, really? 39 from 44.
You kind of think that he possibly hasn't had that instruction from his captain, but maybe he's taken it upon himself to...
Possibly the coach.
Yeah, indeed. Might have just have had a quiet word. Barnes is in to him. He's cutting that one hard into the offside. Through point, there is the sweeper on the offside. Rehan Ahmed, who throws back to Swindles, who retreats at a rate of knots as he sees the ball is going to bounce in front of him, and it does stay fairly low, and he stops it one-handed. It's a little bit messy, but Duploy picks up his single. He is on to 40 off just 45 balls already.
The random female does make the addendum that her grandma also had an indoor pulley out. That's what I'm looking at, an indoor pulley. I do like them.
Well, what my grandma had, and we are talking an awful long time ago, was one of those things with a handle, 2 wheels and a handle.
Mangle.
Mangle, that's the word.
Definitely a mangle.
And that it used to work brilliantly. And as a student studying law briefly at Trent University, doing my solicitors finals, we had, as in goes Barnes, and bowls a very high bouncer. Will it be signalled no ball on height? It will. So Leicestershire lost control rather here. One of those sort of centrifugal things that spun on an axis very quickly.
An old dolly tub.
Yeah, but it was electrically powered, but it didn't half whiz around and didn't half get things dry, amazingly. Okay. I don't know why those things didn't become a thing as such. 417 for 3, the lead now 168, but the mangle was good fun. In goes Barnes, and again another bouncer, and Madsen just leans out of the way of it. And Leicestershire, as I say, have just looked thoroughly unhappy with themselves at the moment. And they've come up with this ploy. Barnes was employed to try it yesterday, and it didn't work then.
Chris is suggesting that the problem with the ball change is that once they've changed it and it's hit back to where it was hit in the first place, they'll have to change that and keep changing the ball. I know.
Well, so be it then. But in goes Barnes and bowled and pulled down to fine leg. There is a fine leg. Evans now by Madsen. He takes one. Barnes takes his cap from umpire Adnan. And Derbyshire continue serenely on their way. 418 for 3. Madsen 36. Duploy 40. Already they have added 50 for the 4th wicket in just 74 balls. The lead now up to 169.
Yeah, they've definitely got to move on here, haven't they? And Liz Duploy has led that. He's got 40 of them.
I've left this for an hour, Mike Jelf, so this tweet is dated somewhat. Great first wicket from Roman Walker this morning. Now quickly dismiss the rest and get a good lead by the end of the day. The eternal optimist.
I'm sure that must have been sent in jest.
It was sent an hour ago. Yes, I suspect it might have been.
Yeah, Tim making the same point about wasting time changing the ball when it's only going to get wet again. Scriven begins a new over, and he's clipped into the leg side. It'll be fielded not by Ed Barnes, but by the man coming in off the boundary, who I'm going to guess is Lewis Hill. Oh, I can't see the red bandage.
He's walking like Lewis.
Yeah, I think it was 23 rather than 21 I saw on his back as well, which was, yeah, it is, because Sam Evans is at cover now for the left-hander.
At Fox's Cricket 22, Mike tweeted at Fletch Sport. Alternative address?
fletchwicket@gmail.com if you want to send us an email. Dave says, please tell the umpire that I'll cover the cost of the ball if that's what he's worried about. Get on with it. As this next one is, he tries to cut that one, Lears deploy, and it bounces a bit more than he was expecting, and his bat wasn't parallel to the floor either. His technique, there's me talking about the technique of a first-class cricketer. If you watch, his bat comes down at an angle and sort of slashes at the ball, which means he can score quickly, but he's not classically straight.
It is a bit of a chop, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sometimes he plays out there.
And that was a bit of a chop, and he missed the ball completely. 4-1-9 for 3 it remains as Scriven around the wicket balls to deploy, who leaves alone outside the off stump this time. Allows it to go through to Harry Swindles.
I mean, if the ball has sort of gone soft already, the pitch is flat, then it's just a question of time now, isn't it, until Derbyshire reach whatever they want to reach. And we're kind of going through the motions for the next potentially, 30, 40 overs. Will they get another 200 runs? Or
opportunity for these two just to rack them up. Wayne Madsen, 1,217 at the moment, but deploys on strike as he leaves this one alone from Scriven and allows it to go through to the keeper. 12.33 Keaton Jennings.
And what's Wayne on?
12.17.
So another 17 runs.
17 runs, and he is the leading scorer in the Championship, first and second division.
Which is sensational. How old is he now?
38.
Just 38.
Yeah, just
38 going on 16.
Well, yes, absolutely. Fit as a flea. Remarkable. Scriven is in again and bowls. That one is outside the off stump, and he just sort of wanders after it, Lears deploy, deciding for the moment not to drive. He's driven some of those balls to the boundary that wide, but he just wanted to perhaps have a look at it and get the pace of Scriven.
Deliberately negative bowling, isn't it? And
Hassan Adnan won't be pleased then.
Well, as long as it's not down the leg side, there's nothing the umpire can do about it.
And nor should there be.
It's a legitimate tactic.
Scriven's in, bowls wide of the off stump. That one actually curls back in again towards leg side as it's taken by Swindles. It's the end of the over. 419 for 3.
Sorry, I'm laughing. Fango's been in touch. He says, "Good evening, Richard and Fletch. Just turned on. It looks like I've already missed today's wicket."
Yes. Yeah, no.
You have.
Scroll back.
Available on, if you go on the Derbyshire website or on YouTube on the video highlights. You've missed the morning's wicket. It feels.
We had 2 yesterday, so.
You did?
If the pattern of fewer wickets on a day-by-day basis continue, then Leicestershire will save this game comfortably. Because there won't be any wickets tomorrow. That's nonsense, of course, but it's never stopped me before.
Barnes is in, bowls down the leg side, short, and Madsen looking to pull it. I think pulled out of the shot in the end. He sort of followed it round and he didn't get anything on it, and it was taken by Swindles away to his left. There was no excitement on the part of the Leicestershire fielders as though it was in any way a false shot. I suspect he just didn't really go through with it in the end. The sun has gone behind. There's quite a few white clouds, fluffy clouds have appeared. Plenty of sun still, or blue sky around as Barnes is in, driven by Madsen. He was reaching for it a fraction. Parkinson goes running after it, pulls it up around 1.5 yards inside the ropes there in front of the boundary bar. Gets his throw away. Madsen picks up 3, joins deploy on 40. Partnership up to 58, the lead up to 173. Scriven comes jogging down to long leg for the left-handed deploy. Wright and Barnes have in fact, Walker, I beg your pardon, and Barnes have an unnecessarily long conversation. They are slowing things up deliberately here. Leicestershire.
You know how that cloud, there was a cloudless sky before?
filled in a bit, but it's moving quickly and it's fairly light and white. In goes Barnes and bowls straight to Duploy. Tucks him up a little bit back down the pitch. It goes to Barnes.
The most threatening cloud I ever saw at a cricket match was at Grace Road. Many years ago, I was there with Callie to watch a Yorkshire game. And it was like Armageddon. And it seemed it didn't rain, I don't think, but it was very, very dark. Might even have been pre-lights. My word, it was dark.
Oh, they've gone up in my time, those lights. So it was 6 years ago. Barnes is in on off stump this time. No, says Duploy, having defended it out into the offside and seen Patel come bouncing down from extra cover. He's got a fairly military haircut almost. Rishi at the moment. Short back and sides very much, but not much on top either. But very neat. Not lacking the Davy Crockett tail of sported by Alex Thompson. Has been causing much comment on from my colleague. Disapproving comment.
That's a shocker, isn't it?
Barnes in. Duploy gets a full delivery. Waits for it. Dabs it out towards Patel, who makes as though to throw it at or into the gloves of Swindles. Doesn't bother doing so. Sort of pivots as he does so and lobs it to Walker at mid-off.
We could do with Tomo spinning Derbyshire to victory. And then we might get to talk to him and we can all ask the burning question, what on earth have we been doing? He looks like a small child who's cut one side of his hair and his mum's gone, well, the only thing to do is level it up.
Barnes in, bowls on off stump, good line and length, just defended out into the offside by Duploy. Decent last three deliveries from Barnes, not been particularly negative, just impossible to get away due to their accuracy. Patel again is the fielder, and Pat Adnan claps his hands together, presumably just to keep them warm rather than...
He's not got his gloves on today,
no,
has he?
He hasn't.
Yeah, it's colder today, or was colder today at the start of play than it has been all week.
Sun was warm. If you were in the sun, it meant something. It felt like it was warming still. There's still a bit of power there.
It won't be long before he has his gloves on again because the sun has been obscured by clouds, as Pink Floyd might have said. Here's Tom Scriven. Racecourse end, 422 for 3, Derbyshire. And he bowls to Manson down the leg side. And he goes through to the keeper. They're at the innings break in 2 games in the First Division. Gloucestershire have been dismissed for 233 by Yorkshire, who will need 241 to win that game. And Kent all out for 492, which means they have a lead of 290 over Somerset on first innings. Just 2 innings completed in that match so far. They're playing it in Birmingham, where apparently it's not raining today. Scriven goes in and bowls to Manson, who clips this away nicely down towards deep backward square leg. They run the first one really quickly, but it's an excellent piece of fielding by Lewis Hill. Keeps them down to 1. Manson moves to 41, 423 for 3. Hampshire 59 for 3, still trailing Warwickshire by 213. Surrey 169 for 8, still 343 behind Lancashire in their first innings. And into the important division for the time being. Well, for some time, probably. Here is Scriven around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Duploy, who just dabs that one down to backward point. And there's no run. The big games really are the 2 involving the sides going for promotion. We already know that Nottinghamshire are up. They've got Durham 121 for 4 and trailing by 541 down the road at Trent Bridge. At New Road, Middlesex are 204 for 4, just 21 behind Worcestershire. They're still in their first innings, though. I didn't tell you that Northamptonshire are 84 for 4 against Essex in the First Division, trailing by 179. And at Hove, as in goes Scriven again, and that one is dabbed out into the offside by Duploy. They scamper through for a quick single as Evans comes across to his right to do the fielding, and Duploy moves on to 41, the partnership to 60. The lead to 175, 424 for 3. Glamorgan, who made 533 for 9, declared. Have got Sussex 158 for 6 now. They're 375 behind. Glamorgan have to win that game and hope that Middlesex don't win at New Road, and Glamorgan could pip Middlesex for the second promotion spot. If indeed it is a promotion spot. I mean, we haven't been told officially yet, but we're assuming it is. It's dangerous to assume anything when the ECB is concerned. This next delivery is down the leg side. I think it might have touched something on the way through. It's touched bat on the way through, and there was a dive to his left there by Harry Swindles. So I don't think it would really be classed as a chance. But it came off bat or bat handle or even glove down the leg side, and Madsen picks up another boundary. He moves on to 45, and Derbyshire to 428 for 3.
Yeah, not technically a chance because he didn't get a glove on it, but you wonder whether one or two wicket keepers might have got close.
It was very fine.
It was kind of deliberately played as well, perfectly deliberately played and effectively played, but as I say, perhaps a fraction finer than he would have liked ideally. Getting close to that leading total now.
And there goes Scriven in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one up to Colin Parkinson at mid-on. It's the end of the over. Madsen has 45 now. Deploy 41. And they're 428 for 3, leading by 179, Derbyshire. Another 200 runs today, and that'll do it, I would suggest. 20.
Feels like overkill to me, but
it does to me, to be fair.
You know, I think I'm in the Mickey Arthur school that the lead of 250.
Yeah, is it not?
Yes, not least given the fact that you have the insurance of a second innings. Should you need one, is more than enough. Barnes from around the wicket into Duploy, outside off stump, very short and wide. Duploy looks askance, and the wide, after a certain amount of consideration, is signalled by umpire Adnan. Swindles doesn't look over-impressed. He did have to go quite a long way to take it.
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
It did seem something of an afterthought from umpire Adnan.
He's got it in for Leicestershire, though, hasn't he? There are other commentators who would suggest something along those lines, I'm sure.
I would imagine that Leicestershire may feel certainly that way. In goes Barnes outside off stump. That creeps along outside off stump, and that won't dismay the Derbyshire seamers. One Fields. It was left by Duploy and taken on the second bounce. Well, stopped on the second bounce by Swindles. A little bit of uneven bounce. Doubt in the batsman's mind. Not, as I say, entirely displeased Derbyshire, although it makes life a little tricky for Messrs Duploy and Madsen, potentially. Barnes is in, outside off stump, grunt of effort, a length delivery that doesn't do anything exceptional. Taken by Swindles. Four to 9 for 3. The lead 180 now. Parkinson has been sort of vaguely swinging his arms in the last few overs, so he might bring himself on next as Barnes is in. Bowl straighter this time. Deployed, dabs the delivery out in front of point this time. Moving to his left a little slowly. Ball is picked up at the second attempt by Budinger, and one is taken.
Just slow down a little bit, these two, haven't they? Leicestershire have just got a bit more control on the scoring. As you said, the 50 stand came off 70 balls. They've added a further 6 in 25.
Yeah, they have
since then
employed different tactics, Leicestershire. They have sort of bowled a little bit wide and
They've got to do something, though, haven't they? Try and take some time out of the game.
Barnes over the wicket to Madsen down the leg side, looks back, Madsen having let it bounce through in the hope of a wide being signalled. It isn't. Umpire Adnan did think about it, and then he pats Barnes on the back. Whether Barnes will appreciate that gesture of solidarity or encouragement.
I know what you're doing, Barnsley. Don't do it again.
Yeah, warning. Who knows what that particularly meant? You were close. I think something along those lines, a sort of jocular. One more of those might get signalled. Very few smiles out there from the Leicestershire fielders at the moment. 4:30, 4-3. Shortish extra's gone in as Barnes is in to Madsen, who is leaning forward into a firm defensive push. Ball runs out to Parkinson, who bowls a loosener to Roman Walker, suggesting that he may be about to bring himself on.
Judging by the noise in the background, I've been found out.
Barnes in, bowls. That one may have come back in to Madsen a little bit, but certainly Madsen's shot implies as much. He stayed a fraction low as well. He dug it out and played it back very straight up the pitch, but I think it's that gesture that means that the bounce has become a little inconsistent and on occasion low.
You want that on day 3, though, don't you, really?
Kind of semi-expect it, certainly if the ball is a little soft. 4:30 for 3. The lead is 181. It's almost the top of the hour, and therefore third update of the day.
They fly by, don't they?
Sometimes.
Colin Parkinson is coming on from the racecourse end. I think he's safer at this end with Jack Shantry.
Coming on to bowl at the racecourse end.
He and umpire Hassan Adnan had a number of disagreements yesterday about various things. I still don't think they're on each other's Christmas card list. Parkinson now throwing a couple of practice deliveries to Ed Barnes, two former Derbyshire loanees in this Leicestershire side. Barnes was on loan from Yorkshire, Parkinson on loan from Lancashire. As I understand it, they had an agreement in place to sign him, but he opted for Leicestershire, which was a little disappointing from a Derbyshire perspective. I'd have him back in a heartbeat. He's in now and bowls to deploy, turns this one into the leg side. And there's no run. I'm ready for the news bulletin when it arrives, as this next one is pushed up towards Rian Ahmed, who's fielding a shortish mid-on. Not the Macarena. This next one's turned into the leg side by Leas Deploy. He moves on to 43. 431. 4-3. Again, a long wait in between deliveries. This time he wants the square leg to come squarer, and he's pushed the backward square leg a bit further back. This one is a delivery that Madsen tries to chop away, but gets an under edge on the ball. It goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Parkinson, fairly lengthy run up for a spinner, and a very straight run up at that. He's in and bowled, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. He's on 45 not out. 1,226 runs for the season. 8 shy of moving to the top of the charts as he pushes this one out. He'll know. It's out into the offside. There's a bit of a misfield, but they've settled for a single. It's the end of the over, just 2 runs from it, 1 apiece to Madsen and Deploy. Madsen has moved on to 46 and pinched the strike. Deploy has 43. Derbyshire are 432 for 3, leading by 183. Rian Ahmed is going to come on from the city end, so spin at both ends. Wesley Mallon reading the midday news. So left arm spin at one end, leg spin at the other. Here we go. Yeah, they're in pole position to do just that, Wesley. They're 432 for 3 in their first innings in reply to Leicestershire's 249. It means they lead by 183. One man out this morning, Billy Godwin, the second ball he faced, he was dismissed for 158, his highest score by some considerable distance of the campaign. 2 runs here for Wayne Madsen take him to within 2 1/2 century. Leicester deploys on 43, and Derbyshire 434 for 3, leading by 185. Two away from his half-century, Wayne Madsen, as Ahmed bowls to him, and he sort of clubs that horribly up towards mid-on. Not the kind of stylish shot we used to seeing Wayne Madsen play.
Morning to Martin Barry, who gloomily thinks it might be the last day of the season.
This one's turned into the hope not, turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. We get burgers on the last day.
Of course, of course.
Yeah. Plus, I've promised that if we do finish today, I'll go into the studio at 11 tomorrow. Rather foolishly, this one is pushed into the offside by Wayne Madsen. He'll pick up a single. Scriven does the fielding. He moves to 49, 435 for 3.
And the magic figure for him is, was it about 60, 58, something like that?
53.
Oh, goodness.
I think.
Just 4 away.
He's on 12.30 now.
What a return that is.
He's 3 behind Keaton Jennings after his 199 for Lancashire against Surrey in the current game. And they're a good, well, he's a long way in front, not a long way, but he's in front of Ben Compton, who isn't playing. Sam North-East and Hasib Hamid, who may not bat again. I don't think Hamid will. Here's Rian Ahmed bowling to Leicester Ploy, who chips it straight back to him. Well,
another one.
How bizarre. Just a caught and bowled to Rian Ahmed. I mean, I thought he must have hit it into the ground. There was so little celebration. And Leicester Ploy goes. He's dismissed for 43 of 63 balls. It's been a really nice innings from Leicester Ploy, but he's not going to get to 1,000 runs for the campaign because he's been caught and bowled by Rian Ahmed. And Derbyshire are 435 for 4, leading by 186.
Yeah, it was a sort of foolish delivery. It was a perfectly normal delivery. It didn't do too much and just chipped. He was just a little bit too soon on it, and he stood there. Could not believe it for a good 10 seconds, Duploy.
Well, I couldn't.
And Ahmed has his second caught and bowled of the innings.
Yes, he
Leg
does.
spinners.
Yeah.
Can you do?
Yeah, indeed.
They make things happen. Useful, more than useful partnership and innings. Partnership was worth 71 for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, Lewis Rees for 116 and Leicester Ploy for 43, both dismissed. Caught and bowled by Rian Ahmed. Absolutely bizarre. Apologies for not getting more excited. I'm sure the Leicestershire supporters would wanted me to have got more excited there, but I didn't think
It did look a bit like it was a bump ball for a moment, didn't it? Then you realise it wasn't.
But yeah, you just look and think, well, how on earth has that happened? No idea. Harry Kane with his oversized sweater is out there in the middle. Always good to see Harry Kane's sweater. He likes the longer. He favours the longer sweater. Good afternoon to Peter, his dad, if he's listening.
You'll have to auction it at the end of the season. It's talked about so much.
Well,
sign it and
sell it and sell it. It's when he wears the sleeveless sweater, it looks like a netball dress. It's magnificent. I have mentioned it to him incidentally. I'm not just saying things behind his back. And he's going to be on strike as Rian Ahmed will bowl the final ball of this, his first. Did he get the wicket in his first over of his spell against Leicestershire? Can't remember.
Reese.
In comes Ahmed, bowls to Harry Kane, pushes this one out into the offside. He's going to pinch the strike here as he gets off the mark.
I don't think so. It was a 77th over, so it could have been the first over of a spell, but I think he'd bowled before.
He'd bowled before, yeah. No, this was the first over of Ahmed's spell today. So he's bowled 1 over, 1 for 4 this morning. Harry Kane 1. Wayne Matson on 49. He'll be at the non-strikers end. 4:36 for 4. It's too tricky to work out. I'm not going to bother. If anybody knows and can remember.
Well, he's picked up his 5th and 6th first-class wickets. Rahan in this innings. And he's lifted himself nicely up the averages as well. Parkinson would love a wicket of that ilk. Harry Kane does his stretches and shuffles into position. He's ready to go. A slightly open stance. Parkinson goes in, bowls, and beats him outside off stump. He just held his bat out at that one rather. Did it straighten a fraction? Alex Thompson will hope so. 6 down here, lads. So innovated Leicestershire fielding side. Parkinson is in. Kane is forward solidly. Back up the wicket it goes. Didn't really straighten too much. It was just a sort of very early in the innings defensive shot that was down the wrong line. Parkinson is in, tosses it up, and a little paddle sweep down to fine leg by almost a ramp from Harry Kane there. It was over-pitched slightly, and it was more or less on leg stump just outside, and he went forward and just lifted it through leg slip, and it runs down to the finest of fine leg boundaries for 4. So implication there perhaps that Kane is going to be innovative and positive in this innings and try and score reasonably quickly. Again, one feels the influence of the coach making itself felt, perhaps. Parkinson is in. Kane is forward to that one out into the offside. It goes to Rahan Ahmed at shortish extra cover. Well, it could make the next 15 minutes or so entertaining.
He doesn't get on with it generally, Harry Kane. He's an opener by trade.
The bob of the knees as Parkinson goes in and bowls very full to him, so much so it was a full toss and bunted back past him, driven back past him. Unfair description to say bunted, hit it much more firmly than that came, and picks up 4. So 2 4s in 3 balls from Harry Kane, but neither ball were among the best that Colin Parkinson has bowled in his career. But Kane put them both away in very different styles, but very effectively on each occasion. All the 4s. 444 for 4. Derbyshire, they lead now by almost 200, 195. Parkinson will not enjoy his lunch at the moment. In he goes, bowls to Kane, bounces up outside off stump, but Kane plays it well, gets up on his toes and blocks it with horizontal bat out towards point. Rishi Patel has to move to his right from backward point, so a single is taken. Kane moves on to 9, keeps the strike, 9 runs off the over. All to Harry Kane. Beg your pardon, he moves on to 10 and keeps the strike. And his 9 runs off the over. Parkinson moves away to mid-off. No doubt feeling that life is very much against him at the moment. 4.45 for 4, the lead 1.96.
Well, he can certainly count to 6, Harry Kane. 9 runs off the over, 1 off the last ball. Thanks for coming, Wayne. You go down there. So Wayne Madsen remains on 49 not out. Harry Kane has moved to 10, which is good news for the all 11 batsmen reaching double figures watchers. Although we won't see all 11 batsmen, sadly. And he's moved on to 11 now as he pushes that one up to mid-on. From the first ball of the Rian Ahmed over, and Derbyshire moved to 446 for 4. Ahmed is in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside. Rishi Patel is fielding at cover. And there is no run. So Madsen on 49. This remarkable season that he's having. He goes back into his crease, turns it very comfortably into the leg side and reaches 50. For the 13th time this season, Wayne Madsen has reached 50 on 3 occasions. He's gone on to make 3 figures. He acknowledges the applause from the crowd. 93 balls for Wayne Madsen's half-century, 5 fours, and he's taken Derbyshire on to 447 for 4, leading by 198. It is astonishing. Harry Kane clips this one up to mid-on, who almost, not going to say almost falls over. He does fall over. Chris Wright, I imagine that is, because he tends to be there.
It's astonishing consistency, isn't it, really?
It's remarkable. It's remarkable. Last season, he didn't look like he was going to be able to reproduce form from earlier in his career. And this season has been one of the careers of his life. I mean, it's madness.
Amazingly, he's also got 4 ducks.
Yeah.
so
yeah.
it's...
Yeah.
In fact, I think he got one at Grace Road.
This one is a quicker delivery by Ahmed. It's clipped into the leg side by Harry Kane. They might come back for a second. They are going to come back for the second. That's good running. It was comfortable enough in the end, and Harry Kane moves to 14 now. The 450's up for Derbyshire. 451 for 4 at the end of the over. Madsen has 51. Kane has 14. And Derbyshire's lead is now 202.
He was run out for 94 at Grace Road, so he only batted once there, didn't he, as well? One batting. So Masood was in his double century phase, which lasted quite a long time.
Lasted 2 matches. Only lasted 2 matches, but yeah, if he'd have gone on and made a 3rd double century, that would have been
yes, that would have been spectacular.
Record territory. 2 was fairly remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Parkinson from the racecourse end goes in and bowls to Madsen, who plays it in the end off the back foot in a way that implies it stayed low. Dug it out and lots of gestures with his right hand. Having pushed it out into the covers where Ahmed is the fielder, or was the fielder. Parkinson is in. Flat-ish delivery. Played firmly off the back foot by Madsen again. Ahmed moving more smartly to his right on this occasion, intercepts.
Not sure if now's a good time to tell all Leicestershire listeners that Harry Kane is going for a 3rd successive match in which he gets a half-century.
Parkinson is in fuller, and Madsen just leans forward and plays it through the vacant mid-on area down towards Ed Barnes. I was about to say Ed Ward, but I'm not sure it is Ed Ward. Let me just check. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Forward goes Kane. Now that might just have bounced and turned a fraction. He was still in complete control, but might have just been a little bit of slow turn there for Colin Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Kane goes back to a slightly shorter delivery, works the ball out towards the cover area and takes one. It is Edward. It's not Edmund or
Edwin.
Edwin, as you say. It is
I
Edward.
can't think of any others.
Edmund, Edwin.
Ethelred.
That'd be Eth. In goes Parkinson and he's driven. It's a chase for right down to the wide extra cover boundary, puts in the slide, drags it back, and there will be 3-2. Madsen.
Wayne Madsen is now the highest scorer.
There you go.
You were going to say that, weren't
No,
you?
no.
Sorry, but he is
No,
the
no.
highest scorer in the county championship. Both.
Is he equal?
Well, he is
55?
now 55. He's the highest scorer.
is the
He was
highest.
on 53. Was equal.
Well batted, Wayne Madsen.
I think he's now on 1,200, and in fact, he might already have been the highest scorer, 1,236. I don't know. He's the highest scorer anyway. That's all we need to know.
The only F I can think of was in the Glums, wasn't it? Ron and F.
Ron and Earth, yeah. Yeah, all for the kids, that.
Yes.
That's been on
They're
since the
coming back.
late 60s. It
Earlier,
was
I
revived.
think.
It was revived, wasn't it, at one point? This one's pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen for another single. He moves on to 56.
Well, he always reminded me, Ron. It came back because he used to remind me in terms of his voice of Gus Robson, the Australian, Leicestershire's Australian, who used to speak like that, really slow and deep. And it was kind of, he had a vaguely Australian accent, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I think mainly because he was an Australian, but that one's turned into the next.
But he made no effort to speak it with an English accent.
No,
It's
no. But there was an Australian as well in Hancock.
There was.
Yeah. I wonder
I'm
if it
trying
was
to
the
remember
same
his
person.
name.
There's one for the Googlers out there. This one's pushed up by Harry Kane up towards mid-off. There's a shot at the stumps from Parkinson that misses. He might have been in a spot of bother had that one hit Harry Kane.
Because he also played one of the crew in the Dam Busters.
Oh,
Australian.
okay.
Because there were several Australians in 637 Squadron.
3-3, I think, wasn't it?
No, 633 was the film, wasn't it? 633 Squadron. There was that.
Were they not the Dam Busters?
No,
6-3-3?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
That one's turned into
I
the leg
absolutely
side.
am
Oh,
on that
right.
occasion.
Well,
633 Squadron was the film, with the guy from Coronation Street in it. Go on, look it up.
I'm
But it
going
was,
to.
I think it was 637 Squadron.
Next delivery from Rian Ahmed is driven out into the offside by Wayne Madsen for a single. 459 rather for 4. Lead 210. 617, you're right.
617. Well, I wasn't right, but
Well,
I
no,
was.
you were closer than me. Well, no, you had the same number of letters, right, didn't you? No, I only had one. Numbers there. So he's bowled him, has it?
No, the Googly completely beat him, stayed
thought it
low, and he
bowled
got a
him
thick
there.
inside edge.
So he got something on it, Harry Kane. Fortunately for him, it went down to backward square leg to end the over. I should concentrate on the cricket rather than the Dam Busters, but
But it was quite the music of 633 is very famous. The film music.
yes. So was that was that film called 633?
Yeah.
Oh,
You remember that one?
No. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. 633 Squadron was Cliff
Moscow.
Robertson.
Cliff, yeah, exactly.
George Chakiris,
Yeah.
Donald Houston,
Yeah.
Harry Andrews. Was he the Aussie?
No. But he wasn't in 633 Squadron. He was in the
He was.
Richard Todd film.
He played the Air Vice Marshal.
Yeah, Harry Andrews was, but the Australian who was who played the member of the crew in the Dam
Oh, he was in the
Busters was
Dam
in the Dam
Busters.
Busters film
Oh, okay. Well,
with Richard Todd.
We can do that. We can do Dam
Yeah,
Busters.
look up the Dam Busters
Yeah.
film, and you'll get the name of the Australian who was in Hancock as well.
Lovely.
Is it me, Park? Is it me?
Yeah, might as well. I'm
Parkinson
looking
is
at
in.
films
Go on, you look up
there.
that. Parkinson is in, and forward goes Kane. Apologies, folks. It is almost the end of the season. It feels a bit end of terming. Who is defending that one out towards mid-wicket? Parkinson jogs in and bowls a bit flatter and quicker, and back goes Kane, defends it down into the ground. Swindles comes out to pick it up.
It doesn't say anybody is
No,
Australian
but
here.
I'll identify it.
Oh, will
from-
you? Well, was it Basil Sidney?
No.
Patrick Barr? Ernest Clark?
No, in goes Parkinson and bowls. Kane defends on the front foot. Or is it in order? Because it'll go on for... You need to go down a bit further there then. Here we go.
Richard John Fraser. Bill
No,
Kerr.
Bill Kerr.
That's the one.
That's
Yeah,
the one.
there we
In
go.
goes Parkinson and bowls forward goes Kane. Bill Kerr, who's very famously in Hancock.
Yes, he was.
We should have known, really. Was also in the Dam Busters.
Yeah, with a very
So
fine,
there you go.
very fine moustache. And he played an Australian, didn't he, in Hancock, and presumably in the Dam
Yes,
Busters.
because he was very rude about it all the time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Back foot defensive push from came out to Ahmed, and it's the end of the over.
And he was born in Cape Town.
Oh, he was actually South African then. But
to an Australian performing arts family, and grew up in Wagga Wagga in New South Wales, and died in Perth in 2014, aged 92.
So he went home, bless him. Bill Kerr.
No, he was on stage as a baby because his mum used him as a prop for her act. I don't think you're allowed to do that anymore, are you? Probably not. Marvellous. I'm glad we sorted that out anyway before the Rian Ahmed over, as he bowls to Wayne Manson, who pushes it up into the offside, and Ahmed feels off his own bowling. I do love where a day's cricket takes you.
Over 100 for the session now. 104.
Turned into the leg side for another single for Wayne Manson. He moves to 59. 461 for 4. Yeah, started the day on 356 for 2. Manson had 20 at that time. It was Harry Kane at waits and just guides this into the leg side for a single. Trots up to the non-striker's end. He's moved on to 17 off 21. So he doesn't tend to get on with it, Harry Kane. He is definitely an opener by trade, and a very decent opener at that. Has opened the batting and put on a century stand with Lewis Rees against Nottinghamshire. As Ahmed bowls a quicker one and keeps low as well, and Manson pulls it around the corner. In fact, when I say around the corner, he pulls it in front of square. It's fielded out there in the far distance by Sam Evans, and it's 2 more to Manson. He moves into the 60s, 61. I was told this morning how many runs Wayne Manson needs to become the leading run scorer for Derbyshire in all formats. I can't remember it. But he needs to get 100.
Oh, for the season?
For the season, yeah. Yes, yeah. Sorry, yeah, of course. And that one is turned into the leg side. And that is crucial because he was my prediction to be the leading run scorer, and we've got a little contest going, and I get another point, and I might well win. Certainly finish joint top, which would be very exciting. Very out of character. Madsen defends that one out into the offside. Final ball of the Rian Ahmed over. He's bowled 20 overs, taken 2 for 78. Good effort from him. So rather like the Derbyshire bowling attack, where the wickets, 8 of them went to 2 bowlers. All 4 wickets that have fallen in the Derbyshire innings have gone to 2 bowlers. Walker with 2 for 71 from 22, and Ahmed with 2 for 78 from 20.
Parkinson will continue. When Hull City had their brief period in the sun in the Premier League, the Guardian used to send me up there, and I used to drive past RAF Scampton, where the Dambusters were based, of course. In goes Parkinson, bowls, defended by Kane, out into the offside. It is still the home of the Battle of Britain. I don't know whether they call it a squad flight, I think they call it, don't they? A Lancaster, a Spitfire and a Hurricane. That are maintained as Parkinson is in, and forward goes Kane, back up the pitch to Parkinson. He pushes the ball. It's also the home of the Red Arrows, or as my son, who was at primary school when they flew over one day, came back to proudly inform me he'd seen the Red Sparrows. In goes Parkinson in its push.
Which works.
Yeah, I loved it.
Yeah.
It kind of made sense, but
Right.
oh, bless him. The Red Sparrows. Had roared overhead at 8,000 miles an hour, clipped off his legs a little inside edgily by Harry Kane there, gristily out towards the 45, where it's fielded just by Lewis Hill, who has a crow in his vicinity. A youngish one, judging by the size of it. Is it a crow? Is it a young crow?
I think it's a crow.
A young corvid of some kind. In goes Parkinson, bowls, driven hard down into the ground by Wayne Madsen, bounces up nicely for Ahmed at shortish extra cover to move across to his right to field. But the original buildings, in goes Parkinson and bowls, driven past Ahmed this occasion, and right, who is sort of halfway back at mid-off, means it's a comfortable single for Madsen, who keeps the strike. The original sort of buildings, as used by 617, were still there at the time,
right.
The sort of the office buildings, but they were starting. I always thought there should have been the museum there, really, some sort of thing. It's a working base, so I guess there couldn't be really security Exeter. There used to be a Lancaster parked outside, but there isn't anymore, sadly. Parked. I'm sure that's not the right word.
Riyad Ahmed bowls to Wayne Manson, who pushes that one out into the offside for another single, moves to 63. My first newspaper job was on the Goole and Howden Chronicle. And there's a pub in, right up by that bridge on the 62. As Ahmed bowls to Kane, who defends into the onside. And there is a Barnes Wallis pub in Howden, I think.
Yeah, and they've got some of the bits and pieces, haven't they?
Yeah. It's that time already. This next one is pushed up towards the covers by Harry Kane. There is no run. Thanks to Random Female, who's given me the advert for a 6-lath Victorian kitchen-made pulley clothes airer.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yes, I was too. It's turned into the leg side, the next delivery by Harry Kane. It's 84 quid, mind. She says, ask for this for your big birthday. Yeah.
It's a bit yuppie. I think
Is it?
A little bit these days, but maybe coming back in, because of...
Yeah, I'm many things, but yuppie isn't really one of them. So it's turned into the leg side by Harry Kane. There's no run for about Roman Walker.
It'll come back into fashion.
Well, it will when people can't afford the electricity to turn anything else on. As Ahmed bowls, that keeps a bit low, and it's pushed out nicely into the leg side, into the offside rather, backward of square by Harry Kane, who again counts to 6 perfectly because he pinches the strike. 468 for 4. Harry Kane on to 19. I am now back listening to Ian Sky, just in case there's an update, if anybody's listening. Happy to oblige. You're always listening. Alicia, always listening, I know. And I can only apologise. 468 for 4. This partnership worth 53. There's Parkinson around the wicket, balls to Kane, who defends. There's no run. Harry Kane's overall strike rate, I mean, it's only his 5th first-class match this year. He's done really, really well. He's got 3 half-centuries, including back-to-back in the last 2 matches. His strike rate is only in the upper 30s, 37, 38, that kind of area. He defends this next delivery. And I think that is partly down to the fact that he is an opening batsman. Just shy of 300 runs in the 9 innings he's now had, which is a good effort. He defends this one as well. Out into the onside, there's no run. It might actually have got to 300. Parkinson in again. Bowls to Kane, who defends again. Anytime update, anytime. Parkinson in again. Still going well, Ian. 468 for 4 when Madsen has 63. Harry Kane is with him on 19. Their partnership worth 33 in the lead, 219. Leas Deploy, the man out. Caught and bowled by Riyad Ahmed. He's got a couple of caught and bowls. Now he dismissed Lewis Rees yesterday, the only wicket to fall yesterday. Deploy making 43 with 8 fours. Wayne Madsen, incidentally, with his 63, means he's the leading scorer in the county championship. And the players are now leaving the field for lunch. Derbyshire 468 for 4, leading by 219. Well, I don't know. It's burgers tomorrow. We know that for certain. And that's if we get to tomorrow, because Derbyshire will have a lead of in excess of 300 by tea. But we've already had chicken, and I forgot what we had yesterday, but it was we had sort of meatball type things of indeterminate meat. Yeah, but it'll be good. It'll be good. Oh. I've got a little bowl of chocolates. How's that? No, it's not. It's not. It is. You're welcome. And that is lunch. It caught me by surprise. Of course, lunch is at 12:30. We start at 10:30. Derbyshire 468 for 4 at lunch with Wayne Madsen, the leading run scorer in the country, on 63. Harry Kane is on 19. And Derbyshire at lunch lead by 219. It means they've put on plenty this morning. They started on 356, which means they've probably added 112 this morning. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. 112 runs added this morning for the loss of Billy Godleman for 158 and Leicester Ploy for 43. We'll be back in around about 40 minutes for the afternoon session. Hope you can join us then. If you can't, thanks for your company thus far, but hopefully we'll speak to you soon. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.
4 or 5 overs before tea.
I think they
And
should.
tea would be the latest, surely, they would
Well,
declare
you'd-
with a lead
yeah,
up
you'd
by
hope
that
so.
stage, 340, 350.
Thanks to Roger. Only during the cricket season, he says, can you get a conversation about the Dam Busters, Bill Kerr, and the Red Sparrows? Well, we do our best. I've been asked a question by Gary as well.
Custard creams, Gary.
No, different Gary.
Different
Gary Hickinbottom. This one. He's asking, are all the current Derbyshire squad contracted for next season, and where do you think they need to recruit? Interesting question. The answer I will give you in a moment.
Ahmed is in, bowls short and wide, and Wayne Madsen goes back and carves it to the extra cover boundary, but a very good diving save out there. Sol Budinger hasn't had too much for his lunch because he's up on his toes in that Gavin Griffiths style on his toes run, sort of bit of a prancing pony down up the boundary, I should say. And he keeps it to 2. Ahmed is in. Driving is Madsen. Thick outside edge. Runs out to Scriven at backward point, but 2 positive shots from Madsen. I'm taking that as a good sign as Ahmed is in. He goes back. That's not such a good sign and defends that one, drops it down behind the crease.
If anybody knows the value of runs, it's Wayne Madsen, and he's 35 away from a full century of the season.
And he's the leading run scorer as Madsen. Ahmed goes in and bowls to Madsen, who pushes it into the gap towards Sol Budinger. Doesn't get within 50 yards of him because Ed Barnes runs across from extra cover to field, but Madsen picks up 1, moves on to 66, the top first-class run scorer in the country. In goes Ahmed. It's pushed back past the diving Barnes, who is still rolling out there like one of his favourite Leeds United players who's been hacked down by a member of the opposition. He didn't actually intercept it, but he made Kane think that he might. So job done. It actually ran out to mid-off. No run taken. Oh, bounces, turns, and he's got him! Ahmed has got a 3rd wicket. There was bounce and turn. It wasn't the greatest shot Harry Kane has played. He could have left it, and he was reaching for it a bit. He pushed at one that bounced from outside off stump, went a little bit further, but bounce it did, and turn it did. And Rehan Ahmed has his 3rd wicket, and he has his best first-class figures, therefore. Well bowled, young man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just hastens his departure to Nottinghamshire, of course. But as we all know, we're all used to it. We know what's happening. He's a fine prospect, isn't he? Rehan Ahmed, 3 for 83 now from his 22 overs. Terrific effort from him in the context of the rest of the Leicestershire bowling, in fairness. And a relatively straightforward catch in the end for Harry Swindles. Harry Kane goes. He'll be disappointed. He's gone for less than his average, which will just take a little bit of a knock as he's dismissed for 19 off 38. Started like a house on fire and slowed down.
Sorry, I was going to say, I beg your pardon, he picked up 3 for 50 in the second innings against Middlesex, so he needs another one to have his first-class best figures. But his second 3 for in as many innings.
No, good effort. Good effort. Harry Kane was going for back-to-back half centuries in successive matches, but that won't happen now because he almost certainly won't bat again. The man who's come out now to join Wayne Madsen is Anuj Dal, of course, and we're all very excited that Anuj Dal has come out to bat because I didn't think he'd get a bat, I must admit, at one point. Anuj Dal comes out to bat with a season average of 71 with 926 runs to his name, 300s, 5 half centuries, all at number 7. Absolutely astonishing. He's at the non-strikers end. And Wayne Madsen on 66 on strikers. Colin Parkinson begins a new over from the racecourse end, and it just gets past the dive of Roman Walker, who sort of went down with his hands flat on the floor and thereby sent a huge cloud of dust into the sky. And he's getting up very, very gingerly there. He looks like he's in he's ready for a rest, isn't he, really? He's ready for a rest, Roman Walker. 22 overs he's bowled. Madsen moves on to 67, 472 for 5. Parkinson in to Dahl, who goes back into his crease and pushes it back to Parkinson. Now, Dahl is not a dasher. I must warn you. And after him, it's the 4 bowlers. So don't expect crash, bang, wallop anytime soon, Richard Ray. As Parkinson is in, and Dahl turns that nicely into the leg side. That's Anuj Dahl's kind of run, really. He's done it massively effectively. He had a century stand with Mark Watt. And I hope you're listening, Mark, and enjoying the coverage. But anybody who's seen Mark Watt bat, to have a century stand with Mark Watt is a very impressive effort. As Parkinson is around the wicket, I love Mark Watt a bit. That one's beaten into the ground and out into the offside, where it's fielded by Rian Ahmed. He'll be away somewhere with Scotland at the moment, preparing for the T20 World Cup, for which they are already qualified, or were already qualified after the last one, when everybody discovered that he bowls off 24 yards, something we knew about, clearly. Next one's pushed out to Ahmed. You could hear Wayne Madsen decide that there wasn't a run available there. I was going to answer Gary's question about contracted players. Essentially, everybody in this team is contracted. McKinnon's got one as well, the 12th man next. Ball is pushed out into the offside by Wayne Madsen. There's no run, 473 for 5 at the end of the over. Alex Hughes has featured just once in the championship. He's contracted. Going down it, George Scrimshaw's under contract. So everybody effectively. Mickey Arthur has done a conversation, an interview with us, in which he said that 13 players are out of contract next season. Dave Houghton left him with an awful lot of contracted players. And he won't be keeping all 13. That was the suggestion. So players will now be playing for contracts for the year after next. The good thing about that is, suggests that Derbyshire, he's going to stay with Derbyshire for the duration, Mickey Arthur, which is what everybody wants to hear. But there are a lot of contracted players for next season. And Zach Chappell, of course.
Ahmed is in, bowls to Dahl, who goes back, has to almost wait for the ball to arrive, having done so, and plays it firmly out into the gap in the covers. Eddie Barnes is at extra cover. Tom Scriven is at backward point. Budinger is out on the boundary at the covers, so comfortable one to be taken there. Ahmed is in to Madsen, again a little bit short. He can go back and play it firmly through the vacant mid-on, down towards long on. A single again is taken. 2 easy singles so far. Cover has come in as in goes Ahmed. Bowls fuller this time. Dahl goes forward and defends out to Barnes. So Budinger has come in. He's sort of deep-ish at cover, but if he hits it quite crisply, Dahl won't pick up a run. Goes in. Ahmed bowls and Dahl is back defending. Again out into the offside. Again Barnes comes in to field. Ahmed getting into his rhythm. This is his 23rd over at bowls. Brings Dahl forward with a good length delivery. On off stump. Again Barnes fields, and this time Budinger retreats from cover. They seem to think that Dahl is likely be the more vulnerable batsman, and he can have one if he wants. So that one is the googly. He goes back to, and it's turned into the leg side, into the gap at square leg by Anuj Dahl, and he does take one off the last ball. 475 for 5. Dahl has a couple. Madsen has 68. The lead is 227 now, which there'll be some gloomy Leicester supporters will be saying that's already more than enough, but certainly it's not as much as Derbyshire want. 300, you would imagine, will be a sort of minimum. They will have 3 good sessions before Leicestershire sort of can potentially require them to bat again and add a bit of time to the game.
Colin Parkinson to continue from the racecourse end. Bowls to Anuj Dahl. A full-length delivery that he meets as it hits the ground, and he pushes it out to Rian Ahmed at short extra cover.
Thing is, he can score a runner ball if he just plays normally, probably. I would imagine.
Parkinson bowls 2, but he just guides that very nicely down towards the vacant third man area. It is being chased down by Tom Scriven, who reaches it now, and they decide to stick at 2. Perhaps if Dahl was running back to the danger end, they might have risked it. He is exceptionally fast, but he's moved on to 5 from 9 deliveries. He'll do a lot of that, you know, the sort of nudges and nurdles, as they call it. I've got most of the lunch all over my top here. That's a bit embarrassing, as this next delivery is pushed out into the onside. I've got to wear this later. That's not good.
You've got a formal event coming up, so you put on your hoodie, especially.
Yes. Yeah, dressed up. This next delivery is driven straight back to Parkinson. Is that a drop?
No, I just don't think he carried it half volley. He's down on one knee in disappointment. I think if he'd seen it earlier, he might just have tried to get his hands underneath it. He formed the long barrier and realised it was actually going to stay in the air for a lot longer than he thought it was, and it pretty much the half volley.
478 for 5 it remains. Round the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls, and back into his crease goes Anuj Dahl and carves it away for 4 runs out to the backward point boundary. It was a valiant attempt to stop it, in actual fact, out there in the far distance, but as the fielder, I couldn't tell you who.
Evans.
It's Evans. He got there, got to the ball about 1.5 feet inside the boundary rope, but his momentum was taking him towards the rope, and he flicked it. But he flicked it over the boundary. So Dahl moves on to 13. 486 for 5, probably. Final ball. No, that was 482 for 5. That one is defended back to him, and it's the end of the over. They'd already put the 5 on, so Dahl moved on to 9. In actual fact, Madsen has 68. The lead is 233. It's all happening too quickly for an old bloke like me. You could still get to a lead of 350 by tea with these two out there, just
knocking
you say,
it around.
just knocking it around and picking up the boundaries when they're there. Madsen's just 32 away from another century. He'd be keen to get one of those. I mean, he's got plenty.
You can never have enough, I'm sure he'd say. As a bat, long on and long off retreat as in goes Ahmed and bowls to Madsen, who is more than content just to keep working it around. Turns it down towards square leg, jogs 1. Parkinson and Wright, who had retreated to long on and long off, although Madsen's shown no real inclination to go over the top, come up to mid on and mid off for Dahl. Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He turns it in exactly the same place, out to the vacant square leg. Walker has to run around again as he did previously to his right. The result is precisely the same, a single to the batsman and a single taken without risk as well. Ahmed into Madsen. Oh, bounces a little bit, and he manages to play it rather well, actually. Steers it through the gully in the air off a thick outside edge. Scriven has to pursue the ball down towards third man. Madsen picks up a couple, but a little bit of extra bounce for young Rahan. Must get a lot of action on the ball to get it to do that with those leg spins. In he goes and bowls. That one doesn't bounce too much, goes back. Wayne Madsen looks to work it towards mid-on, doesn't time it, so Ahmed semi-fields it. Walker completes the job.
He does have quite a quick arm, doesn't he?
He's in and bowls. That's a little bit short, and back goes Madsen and pulls it to mid-wicket for 4.
It doesn't matter how quick his arm is, really.
A long hop is a long hop.
Yes, very much.
Didn't get up that much, so there is definitely a little bit more variable bounce, as you'd kind of expect on the third afternoon. But he doesn't bowl many of them. But Madsen, who was into the 70s, was on that quickly. And unfussily, rather, just pulled it away to the boundary for 4. Ahmed in again to him. That's a much better length, and Madsen is respectfully forward, pushing it out to Barnes at extra cover. A rather despondent looking. Ahmed takes his sweater from umpire Adnan and his cap, of which he's very proud, but then he just kicks at the dust in annoyance. As I say, bowls very few for a young leg spinner of those long hops. He's cross with himself for bowling that one. 490 for 5, the lead. 2-4-1. Almost what Leicestershire scored in their first innings.
I was just looking at Wayne Madsen's record. This is his 381st first-class innings, and 111 times he's gone to 50 or more. It's remarkable, really, isn't it? That one's pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dal. He's got 35 centuries and 75 half-centuries in his career, and over 14,000 first-class runs. The vast majority of them for Derbyshire, not all, as this next delivery goes back into his crease. Dal, and that's dangerous, pushes it out into the offside. Rian Ahmed does the fielding. Come out of insulted head doors, for which I apologise. With an emoji. I didn't realise what I was doing. As this next one is turned into the leg side by Dal. Madsen fancies a single. It's not there. As it's fielded by Lewis Hill. .490 for 5, leading by 241 Derbyshire. Clipped up towards Ed Barnes at mid-on, and Anuj Dal knew there was a single there. In fact, he was almost down at the non-striker's end by the time Barnes had picked the ball up.
Another few strides he'd have taken it, hadn't he?
He could have picked it up for him. Dal moves on to 11. All 11 batsmen getting into double figures. Remains on as this one is pushed out into the offside by Madsen. He does that thing that he often does. He sort of holds the pose while he's still walking, so the top half of his body looks like a forward defensive and the bottom half looks like he's just wandering around normally. It's all very strange. This next delivery is chopped away by Madsen, straight into the ground and straight into the hands of the banner backward point. End of the over. Just the one run from it. Anuj Dal got that. He's moved on to 11, and Wayne Madsen is on 75, 491 for 5, leading by 242. We're about to start the 150th over of the Derbyshire innings. Seems like at least 150, doesn't it?
Just realised it's only another 12 overs until another new ball would be available. Should Leicestershire be inclined? I've seen 3 new balls. It doesn't have to be 184, does it? Because it's 80 to 80.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, it's.
Is it? Are you sure?
I'm not now. Now you've said that. But I assumed it would be after 80 and then after 160.
I am basically here to sow doubt.
You've successfully sown it. We could ask the scorers, but I don't want to talk to them very much.
But they can hear us, I think, in there.
Ahmed is in and bowls. Back goes Dal and plays it beautifully off the back foot. Doesn't try and overhit it, steers it past the diving Barnes, out to the extra cover boundary. It's not going to quite get there. Budinger picks it up about a foot inside the ropes, and Dal takes 3. Moves on to 14 for 94.
Now, Claire back in the studio promised me faithfully I wouldn't have to listen to the Macarena, and that's exactly what I'm listening to now.
Ahmed is in, bowls. Back goes Madsen, and rather ungainly, in a rather ungainly fashion, tries to work it to mid-wicket, and is kind of a bit late on it and ends up shoveling it out towards Walker. Ahmed is in, bowls, tosses it up nicely, brings Madsen forward, but with point being backward point, he pushes it to point and takes 1. Scriven up to field, 495 for 5. Ahmed is in the googly that turns and is left by Dal and bounces, for me, pretty much over the top of the stumps.
Beautiful leave. Wonderful leave by Anuj Dal.
No Derbyshire batsman has read the googly as yet. He left it and it came back in. In he goes and bowls a leg spinner, and Dal is forward, pushing it out into the offside. Madsen, who'd come running down the pitch, prescribes a parabola and goes running back round into his ground. It's sort of getting a little bit eccentric out there. Ahmed is in and bowls. Back goes Dal, dabbing it down towards backward point. No, says Madsen on this occasion, but that was a super googly, and it is a potential wicket-taking ball, but it just bounced a little bit too much on that occasion. End of the over, 495 for 5. The lead is 246, and it's almost updates time, so I'll leave you to your Macarena and go and see what I'm going to be listening to.
Well, you'll be listening to the Macarena too, because
Possibly.
the half hour at 1 o'clock appears to be the same countrywide on BBC Local Radio at the moment. Still 60 overs left today. I mean, that's assuming that get them all in. There's no hint of any bad weather. It's whether it stays light enough, of course. So still lots and lots of cricket to be played today. 495 for 5 as Colin Parkinson begins a new over from the racecourse, and it's punch driven by Wayne Madsen to the man at long off, who's sort of 2/3 of the way back. He'll move up now for Anuj Dal because they don't think Anuj Dal is going to play a shot, or they're going to invite him to play a shot over the top. He generally doesn't. Anuj Dal has been served pretty well by his technique so far this season. There's Dahl, who drives this one straight to mid-off, where it's fielded by Chris Wright for a second time. In goes Parkinson again. That one is pushed out into the leg side. There's no run. 496 for 5 it remains. Lead 247. Can they get it to 250 before the update? That one is defended out into the offside by Dahl to Ahmed. They've used 7 bowlers, including Louis Kimber, who hasn't bowled today. He's the only one who hasn't bowled today. Will we see him again, I wonder? Next delivery is driven by Anuj Dal. He fancies 2 here. I don't think there are 2. There aren't. He moves on to 15. Cheryl Crow, that's much better. Not much better, but better. Dal to 15. 497 for 5. Lead 248. Parkinson in to Madsen. There's a single every time there because the long on and long off are out, so he just takes the single, pinches the strike. The lead's 249 and Derbyshire 498 for 5. I'm going to have to look something else up now, which is slightly disappointing. I think we can do it on this one in the Derbyshire Records section of the website. Let's have a look. Oh, wrong one. Oh dear. All going wrong here. First delivery of a new Rian Ahmed over is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Ahmed in again, bowls. Madsen turns it into the onside, and there's no run. .498 for 5 it remains. This one is scooped by Wayne Madsen. That'll be 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Very much a one-day shot from Wayne Madsen, but scooped, and he moves into the 80s. The 500 is up for Derbyshire. The 5th time this season they've scored 500 in an innings. The 2nd time they've done it against Leicestershire. 531 in their first innings, which was the 2nd innings of the match at Grace Road back in April. They made 565 for 8 declared against Worcestershire, 551 for 8 declared against Sussex, 531 against Leicestershire, and then 505 for 8 declared against Sussex, and they haven't beaten them in either match. In fact, they lost one of them, and he's repeated the shot. This one is also going to have the legs, I think, to get all the way to the boundary. It does. And in a flash, Wayne Madsen moves on to 86. 506 for 5. The lead is up to 257.
Pretty good. 5 times 500.
Yes,
plus.
no, not bad.
You haven't scored 700 plus, though, have you?
Not yet.
We did.
Not yet.
Oh, yes, that's the point, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to leave you with that thought.
do apologise. I couldn't. I forgot I couldn't hear what was going on. Ahmed is turned through square leg by Madison, having got his 2-4s. There's a nice cream van in the vicinity. It was rather sort of plaintive jangle. BBC Radio Derby, wondering who's that strange voice that appeared, probably. Ahmed is in, Dahl goes back, plays the slightly short of a length delivery out towards cover for 1. Productive over as far as Derbyshire were concerned. That over from Rahan Ahmed, 508 for 5. Wayne Madsen, who made 94 in that 530 odd Derbyshire made at Grace Road back in April. Seems like years ago now. He's 87 not out, and Ojdal has 16. The lead is 259. It could be entertaining in a sort of innovative way. Not going to be slogging, but all sorts will be happening. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and back foot defensive push by Dahl out into the offside again. Madsen, who is intent on taking any sort of single that might be available, goes running out and runs back round. Mark Cosgrove used to do that, bless his heart. In goes Parkinson, a little bit short, flatter and faster delivery. And again, Madsen is down the crease and then running, turning round. It's a big turning circle because he had a huge turning circle. He just basically kept running. You couldn't say he was doing 180 degrees though. In goes Parkinson, bowls, forward goes Dahl, and there's no run. In fact, Fletch might remember that this sort of running, the way that Madsen is running up the crease, Fletch, and then sort of turning and running back in. But he's not turning on his heel as Parkinson is in. Bowls, Dahl is managing to squeeze that sort of full wide delivery out past the diving point out towards the boundary and takes 1. Mark Cosgrove used to sort of do the same. He used to sort of keep running and come back on himself. I don't know if you remember.
Rather than stop, I think it makes sense, rather than stopping, because once you've stopped, any momentum's gone, hasn't it? Whereas at least you're in a forward motion, I suppose. Like I'd know about forward motion.
Parkinson is in forward motion there from Wayne Madsen as he goes forward and pushes it back towards Parkinson. Eddie Barnes down below us at long gone. There's a few gentle calisthenics as Parkinson tosses one up and Madsen drives firmly out towards deep extra cover for 4. Beautifully placed by Madsen. It was tossed up and it was over pitched from Colin Parkinson. Ahmed put in the dive at short-ish extra cover, or conventional extra cover, couldn't get there, and Evans sprinting along the boundary from cover, couldn't get there either. Madsen into the 90s again against Leicestershire this season. 5-1-3 for 5, the lead 2-6-4.
Yeah, we didn't work it out. I looked it up yesterday. Leicestershire is the team that Wayne Madsen has scored. Not more runs. He scored more runs against Leicestershire than he's scored against anybody else. He's got the highest average. He's got a shed load of centuries, and you wouldn't bet against him getting another one here now, would you? Just 9 away. Partnership already worth 42, just 54 deliveries. And Anuj Dahl, unlike the partnership between Madsen and Deploy, which Deploy dominated, Madsen has pretty much dominated this one. Dahl has got just 18 of those 42 runs in this partnership. And he's batted pretty nicely himself, to be fair. His average is continuing to improve. 72 he averages with the bat, Anuj Dahl. That's not a bad season by any stretch of the imagination. By my reckoning, he's moved, closing in on 950 championship runs. 942 he has at the moment. And we're going to see Rowan Walker replacing Rian Ahmed, who's bowled nicely. I'm surprised to see him come off rather than Colin Parkinson, if I'm honest.
He got nibbled away a couple of times, didn't he? By almost ramped by Wayne Madsen in his previous over. He went for 11 in it. So
that's it, isn't it? That's the
if
trigger.
you go into double figures, perhaps that's the feeling from Parkinson that Walker will be harder to get away.
Watch him go for 12.
Potentially, if he ever gets to bowl.
Would he take him up? Well, we're just sort of filling time here. It's almost like treading water. Here we go. Roman Walker's ready. So too is Anuj Dal. Walker bowls to him and Dal pushes it out into the offside. Ahmed does the fielding. And there's no run. So the lead, 264. We're already beyond the figure that we know the coach says ought to be enough. And with the insurance of a second innings, if required, any time tomorrow.
54 overs would be left to Derbyshire if they declared at the end of this one today.
I don't think they will. Pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dal. I don't think they'll declare while Madsen's on 91 because there's no real need to. But then it's a matter of whether they're going to give Anuj Dal the time to get the extra 58 runs he needs to get to 1,000 for the season, which would be a magnificent achievement.
It surely would. But
for a player who was on the scrap heap. After about 4 matches last season, Dave Houghton had basically ditched him. And he's on strike now, and that one is defended into the ground. Latest delivery from Roman Walker, and there's no run.
Well, he's a very good example then of a difference a coach can make, not necessarily by coaching, not in terms of technique, but
well, in fairness,
how he handles a player.
Yeah, but in fairness, I think he basically didn't have the first idea what they expected of him at the start of last season. The coach was quoted as saying he wouldn't know whether he was a batsman or a bowler, as this one is pushed out into the offside by Dal, who picks up another single, moves on to 18, and he's clearly both. So they tried him at number 3, which didn't work. A couple of matches, several failures. Dropped down to 7. He'd already lost his confidence by then, and then he found himself out of the side. And when Finn Hudson-Prentice went back to Sussex at the end of the season, he played in the last 4 matches of the campaign, Anuj Dal, and that's where the resurgence started. I interviewed him down at Lord's in the first of those 4 matches, and he said, I now know what my role is in the team. He's somebody who needs to know his role in the team. He was going to bat at 7. He was going to be used as a bowler. And he's gone from strength to strength. The only surprise this season is that he wasn't used at all in the T20. I mean, he was used as a 12th man throughout the entirety of the competition. But never got a start because Mickey Arthur talked about wanting specialist bowlers and specialist batsmen, and clearly as an all-rounder, not bits and pieces, that would be the entirely wrong description, but he's neither a specialist batsman nor a specialist bowler. He's a magnificent fielder as well, which is another surprise that he was left out. But in the Championship, an absolute revelation. Madsen's on strike now as Walker bowls to him, and he flicks it away down to long leg, where it's fielded by Lewis Hill. And they go through for another single. Madsen nudges further forward towards those 3 figures, 92, 515, 4-5. Derbyshire's highest score of the season was 565 for 8 declared against Worcestershire here. They didn't win that. In fact, they've only won 1 of the games in which they've scored 500. You don't need to know where that was, clearly, because you saw it. And now they have 500 again against Leicestershire. Here comes Roman Walker to bowl to Anuj Dal, who guides this down to 3rd man. There is a 3rd man. It's Scriven down below. So he's going to come back for the second here, Anuj Dal. That's a really good second run. He is quick. I didn't even contemplate a second run there because it was guided straight to Scriven at 3rd man. Dal decided he had the pace to get back, which who would argue? He moves on to 20 from 36 balls, 517 for 5 at the end of the over. The lead's 268 with Madsen on 92.
Yeah, pace and to spare. It'd be nice to see him get some reward, some recognition. 1,000 runs, I guess, is that in statistical terms, but I'm sure at the end of season awards. Is there a fans award or a players player award when the players vote? You know, I think Leicestershire have one.
I don't
Players
know.
player.
It's been that long since I went to one of them. I got dumped last year. Apparently I was too negative. After such a stunning season, it was difficult to be anything but.
By dumped, you mean you weren't invited, or?
Well, I had presented the previous time, but last year I had to make way for Jeff Miller.
He's an after-dinner speaker of some repute.
Yeah, I think he was more expensive than I was.
I suspect he might have been.
Yeah.
But he might have done it, you see, at a discount for his old county.
You think?
No, I don't know.
It's Nick Owen this year. Nick will do a magnificent job.
Luton supporting Nick Owen.
Well, Derbyshire supporting.
In goes, is it me?
Yeah.
In goes right and tucks up Madsen, thick inside edge down into the ground. It bounces towards Gully. Harry Swindles comes running up to field. No
Perfectly clear that Nick Owen is a long-standing Derbyshire supporter, because he may be listening, and if you are, good afternoon, Nick. But yeah, he's doing it this year. Saturday night, I think it is.
It is Nick. He does support Luton as well. I think he's got his own entrance.
Well, he was the chairman at Luton.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's right.
He's not anymore.
In goes right. Bowles looking to drive his Madsen.
Got his own
down
entrance.
into ground. Yes, he has. I have been to. Yeah, I promise.
You've been to Nick Owen's entrance.
I have.
Have you?
He has. I've been to Luton's ground, which is an extraordinary ground, as you know. If you've been, it's sort of in a behind houses. In this the entrance.
They want to move,
is
don't they?
They do, definitely. Lord knows they need to.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there is a little Nick Owen entrance. I mean, not just sort of in a terrace. It's actually, it's got a quite big, or did have big notice above it as that one is turned by Madsen out towards mid-wicket. He has his own personal entrance, or did, as I say. I haven't been to Kenilworth Road for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
They wouldn't let me in the first time I went. I was too early.
Too early?
They were doing a sweep of the ground to make sure nobody had left anything that might explode there. That's what they told me, anyway.
5-1-7 for 5. Right is in. Madsen is turning one off his legs out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. He is being a little more cautious as that, 400 of the season approaches. It's not funny. Somebody hurts. It's cracked my heel on my the spur in my ankle on my chair.
It's the fact that you said ow.
Sorry. Well, it hurt.
Well, it might have done.
But I should have been more,
professional.
Indeed. As I said. It goes right and bowls and come on. A day and a half to go. As defended by Madsen back down the pitch to him.
If that. I'm just sorry, I got slightly distracted before you said ow, which made me look again. That talk about pop will eat itself, media will eat itself. Derby County have just tweeted out an interview with Lee Curtis, who's a great bloke from the Derby Telegraph, in an interview on the official club website in which he says it's one of the best press conferences he's ever been to. I'm not sure what good that's done anybody. Staggering.
Anything that is good, I suppose. But
it did sound.
It does sound. And I take your point about pop eating itself.
But it was a good press. From the bits I've heard of it, it was an excellent press conference. But interviewing a member of the press to say how good your manager is by him saying how good the press conference was. Every press conference I've done with Dino Marmary has been good, but Burton have never interviewed me. Anyway. Absolutely bizarre.
Sheryl Crow, by the way, it wasn't.
Yes, if it makes you happy.
Yeah. Oh, you got that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, mine was changed. I did hear the Macarena, but then it became Sheryl Crow. The Macarena was voted the best one-hit wonder song of all time. Goodness knows who was voting. Dear, oh dear. 517 for 5. Roman Walker from the City End bowls a full-length delivery to Anuj Darling. He digs it out nicely. The bowler fields at the end of his follow-through. Lead 268. Dahl 20. Madsen 8 away from a century. Lots of chat amongst the fielders, but nobody's really close enough to anybody else to have a proper conversation.
Ahmad he's explaining to Louis Kimber how to bowl a leg spinner, I think.
I think Louis is going to come up with one. He's bowled 9 overs for 21. Walker bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Dahl for another single. He moves to 21, 518 for 5. We won't get to see Derbyshire's leg spinner Matty McKiernan, who is the 12th man for this game. We're told he has a googly, but I can't pick him from here, so he may well have one. Who knows? He didn't have one in January, but by the start of the season he had one. Apparently, as Walker is in and bowls. Oh, now Madsen made a very late decision to play at that. He looked like he was going to leave it. Then when he did play it, he got a bottom edge and it moved back towards the stumps. So I just thought it was a regulation leave outside off stump, really. There is now somebody in a Derbyshire tracksuit standing on the balcony. It looks a bit like Mickey Arthur, but you'd expect they would have to be called in by Billy Godalming.
Well, I was just thinking that the scoring rate had dropped a bit since they went back to seam Leicestershire, and you might want them to increase it a little bit.
Walker's in, short delivery, ducks underneath it. Madsen goes through to the keeper, Swindles. Trying to see who that is walking away as well. Somebody wearing a bobble hat looks a bit like Billy Godalming, but I'm not sure. And if he is walking away to go and have a walk around the ground, it's unlikely, you would have thought, to call his team in from there.
Oh, not yet. No, they just want it to happen a little bit more quickly, I suspect, at this stage.
Walker in again. Bowls to Madsen, who has a flash at that one and is caught behind and is not going to get his 4th century of the season. Walker, though, does have his 3rd wicket of the innings. 3 for him and 3 for Ahmed. And Derbyshire are 518 for 5 now with the departure of Wayne Madsen for 92.
For the 2nd time in the season, the disappointed Madsen is dismissed in the 90s. Against Leicestershire, but what a season it's been if that is his last first-class innings of the season. Will he have made more than that in any one particular season?
It's a good question. It's a terrific question. I wouldn't have the answer to that, but he's leaving the field with his bat raised. 92 from 147 balls, only 9 fours. And Derbyshire's lead is 269, and I'd have bet money on him getting to 3 figures, and well, he's cost me a point. That's be the least of his concerns, I'm sure. They may not need to declare.
No, they might just go and whack, try and...
Yeah, they may not need to declare. Out comes Alex Thompson. He keeps coming out at 8, and he keeps disappearing as quickly as he arrived. He came out at 8 at Glamorgan and made a couple of ducks and lasted probably 4 deliveries. But they keep him there. I think that says as much about Aitchison, Connors and Potts as it does about Alex Thompson. Aitchison is probably a better batsman, I would say. Aitchison's got 100 runs this season. Thompson's got 234, but he's played twice as many games. He averages 19 and Aitchison averages 14. There's not much in it. Connors and Potts both averaging a little over 5 apiece, and between them in the previous 17 games, they've mustered 98 runs. So I wouldn't imagine they're going to hold Leicestershire up for too long. But 269 the lead now. Wayne Madsen departs with 1,273, I beg his pardon, 1,273 runs to his name.
Having miscalled Ahmed's first-class best, I can confirm this is now Roman Walker's, it being only his 3rd game. His first 3 for 76 he has at the moment.
He's got a chance of a 5 for here. Still 4 wickets to fall. And Thompson waits. Walker bowls to him and he gets up on his toes. And that is a very great height when he's up on his toes. Alex Thompson pushes it out backward a square on the offside And there's no run. It ends the over. Walker's figures, 24 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 76. That's a terrific effort when you look at the rest of the bowling figures. And you can feel very proud of his efforts here at the Incora County Ground in this match, as Chris Wright will come back to bowl his the 29th over of the innings.
And thus far, wicket-less, Chris Wright. He claims to be pretty philosophical about, given how long he's been in the game, about who takes the wickets in an innings, but
of course he is.
I suspect
He might want
he'll
some.
be a bit miffed at the moment, if not quite ticking, as he sometimes puts it. It's his third man to go a little bit wider. Walker obliges. Kimber's standing almost at third slip. He is the only slip. Huge gap between him and Swindles. Right, goes in, bowls onto the legs of Dahl. Might just have got an inside edge onto that. I think it was mostly pad, if not all. No, umpire Chantry raises his right knee as it trickles out towards backward square, and the leg bye is taken. 519. Lead now 270. That is the score Leicestershire would need simply to make Derbyshire bat again. That's right. Is in and bowls to Thompson, and his middle stump is out of the ground, as not quite predicted by Dave Fletcher, but he did predict his pretty rapid demise, if not the means thereof, and it was a full delivery, and the middle stump has been neatly, indeed almost surgically, removed. Off stump and leg stump still standing. Thompson goes without scoring.
Yes, death and taxes and all the rest of it. Derbyshire 519 for 7. Now, I actually missed a wicket. I'm trying to work out where that came from. There we go. 519 for 7, leading by 270. And yeah, not a major shock. Alex Thompson, since he returned to the side, has got absolutely no runs at all. And off he goes. Now, Ben Aitchison is an interesting character. I think he's a better batsman than he makes out. He was a batsman as a youngster. He's got a first-class half-century. That was in a losing cause against Nottinghamshire. But he batted for 11 over, 66 deliveries for 6 on one leg down at Glamorgan. I thought he batted beautifully. Ed Bevan was cursing him for not getting on with it. But I thought he did a terrific job. And hopefully he can keep Anuj Dahl company out there, because he's still shy of 950 runs, Anuj Dahl, in the Championship, despite being on 21. There we go, well done. Ben Aitchison, Anuj Dahl is on 900 and 47, and he's not going to finish top of the averages, because Shan Masood will, with an average of 82, but he will finish second in the averages, Anuj Dahl.
Aitchison, another big man, waits as in comes Wright, bowls to him outside off stump. He lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it bounce through to Swindles.
He is the big man, because he's known as the big un. Even when George Scrimshaw's in the side, he's still known as the big un. There's Ben Aitchison. Not sure whether any members of his family are here for this one.
Bends at the knees as Wright goes, looks for the Yorker again, gets it wrong down the leg side and flicked on its way neatly by Aitchison to the fine leg boundary. Helped on its way.
I probably would have bowled Tomo. In the form that he's in no kind of form at all with him at the moment, Alex Thompson. Was out to the side when Mark Watt was the preferred spinner. He's away, of course, for Scotland, so Thompson recalled for the game down in Cardiff.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. Aitchison, with all the time in the world, just on the back foot, dabs it down towards backward point. Evans runs away to his left from point to field. Aitchison takes 1, moves on to 5, 5-2-4 for 7. The lead now 2-7-5. Pretty sure now that Leicestershire will be batting before tea. Feels that way. It feels as though Derbyshire kind of feel they've got more than enough for the time being. I don't may be wrong. Right is in, bowls a huge loopy bouncer. There's no way Dahl could have got anywhere near that one, and it is duly signalled no ball.
I think that's fair, isn't it?
Of course it is. You know, they don't do it regularly enough for me, umpires. I think quite a lot of bouncers are miles beyond the reach of a lot of bats, and bowlers get away with too much in that respect. Bobs at the knees as right is into him. Short again. He's up on his toes as it comes back in towards his body. Drops it down towards backward point. Kimber had moved out there to strengthen the offside field. And there is, as a consequence, no run. 5-2-6 at the end of the over. 2-7-7 the lead.
Got to hang around. I know you're a very fit man, but when you're out of breath when you dash next door.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. I was trying to be subtle. Didn't work. Yeah, that would. Yeah, if I'd worn a watch. 5:26 for 7. Updates time. Lead 277. Heidi on news. Heidi Booth on news. On Radio Derby, at least. Here comes Roman Walker, 3 for 76. He bowls to Ben Aitchison, who guides this one. Not much foot movement, in fairness, out towards backward point, where it's fielded by Rehan Ahmed. And there's no run. 5 off 3 deliveries. Wayne Madsen then will finish the season on 1273. In comes Walker again, bowling to Ben Aitchison, who guides this one to backward point. He sets off for a single. Alice Dahl didn't move a muscle. As a result, he turns and comes back into his crease. Wisely, I think. 5:26 for 7. Three wickets since lunch. Kane, Madsen and Thompson. Next delivery from Walker is full, strikes the pad. There's an appeal from the bowler, but nobody else. And they go through for a leg by. 5:27 for 7, the lead 278. They are tailing off a little bit here, Derbyshire. Started the day on 356 for 2. I say tailing off a little bit, they've got a lot of runs. 5th time past 500. Update coming up. Yeah, and on top as well, Heidi. 527 for 7 now, Derbyshire. They lead by 278. 3 players out since lunch. Harry Kane for 19. Alex Thompson without scoring. And Wayne Madsen, who was dismissed 8 shy of a century for 92. Harry Swindle's taken the catch off the bowling of Roman Walker. It means that Madsen will almost certainly finish the season on 1,273 runs, the leading scorer in the county championship. Ben Aitchison has 5. Anish Dahl 1. Derbyshire 527 for 7, leading by 278. Another 2 runs there, potentially. There was a leg by. Was it Dahl who was facing? I've got slightly confused now. Yes, another single taken to Dahl. He moves on to 22. Aitchison back on strike, and he whips that into the leg side for 4, out to the mid-wicket boundary. Really nicely done. Of course, the all 11 batsmen to get to double figures has been spoiled by Alex Thompson. Aitchison moves on to 9. 5:32 for 7. Derbyshire leading by 283. And it's now their 3rd highest score of the season, overtaking the 531 they got against Leicestershire in April at Grace Road. Remarkable, really. In comes Walker again, and it's defended by Ben Aitchison up towards mid-off. It's the end of the over, 532 for 7. That lead, as I say, 283. No sign. I don't think they'll declare, to be honest. I think they'll just let the game run its natural course, which is fine. To Aitchison Dahl, as I say, has 22 from 42 now. And it's going to be Chris Wright to continue from the racecourse end. Warming up in here now. Too warm, if anything. Could be the hoodie that I'm wearing, of course. This over will start at some point, I'm sure.
Listen, our over is still +6, so let's not look.
I know. There seem to have been a lot of delays there. Right. Runs away from us and bowls to Anuj Dahl, who it almost gets through. I think he got an inside edge onto just above thigh pad there. Could have been slightly unpleasant. Durham have been dismissed, incidentally, for 207 in their first innings. I imagine they'll be asked to follow on. They're trailing by 455. Sussex now 252 for 8. They still trail Glamorgan by 281. And Middlesex have a 78-run lead over Worcestershire at New Road, 303 for 4. As Wright is in and bowls to Dahl, who chops it into the ground, goes to backward point. And there's no run. Northants 147 for 7, trailing Essex by 116 in a game that doesn't appear to be going anywhere at the moment. Hampshire 175 for 6 in reply to Warwickshire's 272 for 4 declared. That one's not going very far either. Surrey are following on at Old Trafford, 31 without loss, still 272 behind. As Wright is in again, arm bowls to Dahl, who clips this one up towards mid-on. Lewis Hill with a spectacular tumbling stop. Fields the ball. There was no real need for it. And they pick up another single, and Dahl moves to 23, 533 for 7.
All those scores mean there's going to be an awful lot of cricket to be played on the last day of the season tomorrow, isn't it? It could be an interesting day, one way or another.
Somerset look like they're going to lose to Kent because they're 46 for 5 in their second innings and still trail by 244. And Yorkshire have slipped to 86 for 3. They need another 155 to beat Gloucestershire at Headingley. As Wright is in and bowls. That one is driven very, very nicely indeed by Ben Aitchison for 4 runs, and he's into double figures as well. Only Tomo's ruined it. He moves on to 13, Ben Aitchison. The lead's up to 288. It's 537 for 4 now. And absolutely nothing wrong with that shot from Ben Aitchison. The next 2 batsmen, Nick Potts and Sam Connors, or Sam Connors and Nick Potts, put them in the right order, have both hit 6s this season, remarkably. Potts in the one-day cup down at Worcester. That strikes the pad of Ben Aitchison, but off an inside edge, I fancy. The ball dribbles out into the offside, and Sam Connors hit a 6 last week at Cardiff. It was his first of the season. I don't recall him hitting one at any other point in his career. In any form of cricket, if I'm honest. It was quite the hit. 537 for 7. Wright is in and bowls to Aitchison. The one thing that he doesn't do is move his feet. Ben Aitchison, which sort of has him down as a lower order batsman. But he can certainly hit the ball hard, as you'd expect of somebody who's 6'4". End of the over, 537 for 7, 13 to Aitchison and 23 to Dahl. Partnership just slightly better than a run of ball 18, and the lead is 288.
Roman Walker striving for a 4fer. Will continue from the city end. Pentagon roundabout has been fairly quiet today, one way or another. I was a little bit later coming to it. Doesn't that make a good a sensible difference, doesn't it, if you're arriving at the ground after 9 as opposed to sort of 1:45, something
Yes.
like that.
Yes. I got stuck in the traffic coming towards the island this morning.
But after 9, it clears very quickly. Telling you this because Leicestershire once again are fiddling with the field. Kimber comes out of third slip and goes in at mid-wicket. So there are no slips as Walker comes in and bowls to Dahl. It does come back in to him. He chops it down into the offside. Rahan Ahmed moves smartly to his left at backward point to field on about the third bounce. There's no run. Walker, 26th over of the innings. Pretty sure that's as many as he will have bowled in his fledgling career. He did bowl 20 overs in his first appearance. That was at home to Glamorgan. Walker is in a floaty delivery that is his attempted slower ball Yorker, I suspect, that just drifts onto the legs of Dahl and is clipped down to fine leg for 1. Dahl on to 24. 5-3-8-4-7, the lead 2-8-9. Dahl wanders down and has a word looking up at Ben Aitchison. Walker turns, runs in and bowls. No, he doesn't. He decides he's going to run through the crease. No idea why. Decided he just, something was a bit wrong. And umpire Adnan doesn't look over impressed by that. He makes a few gestures at Roman Walker.
He's not looked impressed the entire game, as he has really. Did you hear the I think it's some kind of hawk. I think
Yes,
it
I
might
did.
be a falcon.
I've seen one above the skies, being chased off. In fairness, usually by a crow or two.
Yeah, we think it's a falcon.
In goes Walker and bowls, pushed off the back foot by Aitchison through the vacant cover area down towards the sweeper. Coming in from the boundary is Budinger. One is taken. There are a lot of kites around at the moment as well, red kites. It looked quite a big bird. I saw it yesterday in the sky getting chased away from those poplars over there.
We saw them against in the game against Durham. I was talking to David Griffin about them this morning. He's obviously a keen ornithologist as well, and he said that it sounded like a falcon.
In goes Walker, driven backward of point by Dahl. He was a fraction late on it, squeezed it out as he stepped out, and Ahmed made a fairly comfortable stop to his left at that backward point position. I think it's a bigger bird than a falcon, and not as fast. It looked like. I'd go with the kite. They're big old things, those
yes,
kites.
they are, aren't they?
I've been out on the bike once or twice when one has sort of hovered overhead and you sort of lifted off. They're not quite that big, but you can sort of see yourself being lifted off at some stage. In goes Walker, bowls outside off stump. Dahl lets it go through. But it's good to see them not exactly proliferating, but at least being encouraged and breeding reasonably strongly.
There are falcons on the cathedral tower in Derby city centre, which is why they're called the falcons, of course.
There were, I think there were a pair, and I use it in the past tense, on at Leicester Cathedral, i.e. Big Church. In goes Walker, bowls. Forward goes Dahl, pushing into the gap in the covers. He scurries his first very quickly, but no real chance of a second, though Budinger almost overthrows Swindles. But I'm not sure they're there now. I think I seem to recall hearing something that had left the cathedral. I may be wrong. Certainly there were a pair. And at Rutland Water there were a couple of fairly rare hawks, I think. But the seagulls tend to chase them away. Not chase them away, but often, sadly, pick off the babies. 5:40 for 7.
There's a conversation, of course, there's a conversation. They're probably discussing whether it's a kite or a falcon. Well, they don't appear to have looked to the sky at all, and nobody's been distracted by the noise of the bird. Certainly when they were actually flying around the ground against Durham, so we might get to see them at some point. Wright begins a new over, balls to Dahl, who pushes it out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single, and Dahl moves on to 26, 541 for 7, the lead 292.
It's going to take him too long to get those runs, isn't it, to get to the 1,000. At this rate, you can't help feeling that Derbyshire will want to pull out a good bit before
they
then.
might get bowled out before then.
Yeah, that's true.
Aitchison, 14, defends this next delivery. Again, no foot movement. Doesn't feel the need to move his feet.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going for the shots or anything, are they? They're
No.
not trying to whack every ball or anything.
Well, there is still, whatever 96 and 49 is, overs left. So 145 overs left in the game, nominally.
2 off for the change.
Which we wouldn't need at tea, so...
Which, as you say...
Yeah, or
maybe
143.
then.
So, I mean, there's so much time left in the game. They're not very adventurous in their declarations, Derbyshire, and haven't been. Oh dear, that's a misfield from Rian Ahmed in the covers, and he's going to come back for 2 runs here when there really shouldn't have been any. And then his throw's a shocker, and has the people backing up, notably Tom Scriven, sliding on the floor and throwing his body at the ball to try and stop it from going for more runs. We've seen a couple of 5-run deliveries this season. Always exciting when it happens, but slightly disappointing for the fielding side, of course. Aitchison moves on to 16 as a result of those 2 runs, 543 for 7. Lead edging ever closer to 300. Aitchison 16 off 14. Waits and ducks underneath a short ball from Chris Wright, who was clearly angry about having 2 runs taken off his previous delivery when there really wasn't one there. Now the ball is coming all the way down to just below our commentary box as Leicestershire desperately try to get it back to the bowler somehow, but as slowly as they possibly can. Hill has got it in his hand.
A red hand. Nick Cage song. There you go.
In goes Wright and bowls. That was pushed nicely out into the offside by Aitchison for another single. He moves on to 17, 544 for 7. Lead 295.
I should explain that Lewis Hill has a red bandage, or a red cover on the bandage on his previously hurt hand, his lower hand. It's Colin Parkinson. What's going on?
No idea. They're messing around now.
He looked to be... Maybe he likes the red hand reference. He's looking up to me and clapping.
Nottinghamshire haven't enforced the follow-on against Durham.
Quite happy just to take the draw then.
Well, that's ludicrous. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside, backward square by Dahl. He's going to come back for this. No, he's not going to come back for the second. That's slightly unusual. He's probably right, though. It was a good throw from the deep. Really, is that Evans out there? Really good throw.
Yes, yeah, he would have been run out, wouldn't he?
Yeah, would have been out by a considerable distance. What that means, of course, is that if Hasib Hamid gets 88 runs, he'll overtake Wayne Madsen. So, as much as I love Hasib Hamid, I love watching him. I think he's been appallingly treated by the England hierarchy, just because he went slightly out of form all of a sudden. I mean, Lancashire treated him fairly poorly, but England treated him just as poorly. And I hope he gets out early. Bolton Bradman, as somebody calls him, he's out every day. It doesn't matter what the weather is. You see him on tennis courts around Bolton, practicing his batting. I mean, the boy is dedicated to his art. He scored plenty of runs this season, but, they've lost a wicket. Come on, fingers crossed. Don't get out, Ben. Oh, well, they're 9 for 1, but we don't know who's out yet. This is exciting, isn't it? The man who is out is yet to be determined.
Meanwhile, at the Incora County Ground.
It's Ben Slater. What's he doing? Yeah, sorry, carry on. Just purely, but I've got to keep myself occupied
There's
somehow.
a relevance. There's a link.
It's tenuous, though.
Somewhat. And Ahmed is in from the city end. Bowls to Anujdal, who just goes back and is content to stroke the ball very quickly out into the offside, into the gap at the covers that is offered to him. Bodinger comes into field and Swindles takes the throw, sort of two-handed in front of Ben Aitchison's chest almost, and then puts his hand on Aitchison's shoulder. In goes Ahmed, bowls. Aitchison is forward, showing it's no real aggressive intent. That said, he's scoring at a runner ball, 17 off 17, so no fingers can be pointed in that respect. Ahmed is in, bowls to him. He's sort of whipping it in the air through mid-on, but a little bit too quickly almost, because it means that Wright can come in. He's halfway back between mid-on and long-on. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and he's looking to turn that one into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, Aitchison. There is a plaintive howl from Swindles, nothing at all from Ahmed. The sound of the hawk again.
Yes, it's close, isn't it? Or she. It. Sounds rude.
In goes Ahmed and is bowled. I wanted to be quiet then, just so you could maybe hear it in our effects mic. And of course, the Hawks immediately clam up.
Stage fright.
Ahmed is in. Aitchison is pushing it out into the offside. He calls Dahl through. Dahl fairly sprints through and overruns the crease as a consequence by a good 15 yards. But Barnes isn't really the most adroit of fielders on the Leicestershire side. He did field, but he didn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps. He knew that Dahl, who is as speedy as anybody, I would suggest between the wickets, had made his ground more than comfortably. 5, 4, 6 for 7 at the end of the over. The lead, very nearly 300. It's 297.
Mark reminds me that Martin Emerson insisted it was a buzzard.
Oh, no. Is it?
Isn't he?
But he would have insisted, and he would have meant it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I gave up in the end.
He would have been absolutely.
Grateful to Stephen who's just sent me a tweet with it's sort of tenuous links with cricket. Well, there's no links with cricket at all, but given the way that cricket's going at the moment with this high performance review, Rugby League's done something interesting as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Ben Aitchison off a pad. So it's 548 for 7, and the lead is 299. The Category A Super League clubs would not be able to be relegated under recommendations made by IMG, who are the big media company, aren't they? It follows, quote, the most comprehensive piece of consultation ever in the sport, and presumably they've consulted Wigan, Leeds, St Helens, Castleford. Yeah. Here's Dahl waiting for the next delivery from Wright, and he just guides it down to third man. So that sports, but it's almost finished anyway. I very rarely watch Super League now. NRL, yes. Super League, it's not the game it was. And if they decide not to relegate their heritage teams, their Category A sides.
What is a Category A? Oh, that's who are the category? Does it name them?
Well, I'm going to have a look.
I'm
going to have a no. I don't like it at all. No, it just says more to follow. It's clearly news that's breaking at the moment, as this next delivery is defended by Ben Aitchison up towards Colin Parkinson.
If any sport's going to do it, Rugby League, I suppose, would be a candidate to do it. There being only sort of...
Well, Rugby Union tried to ring-fence the Premiership, didn't they?
They'll be watching with interest, won't they?
And that seems to be working very well, with one club having locked its stadium to anybody because they've gone into administration, and another one appointing administrators just to avoid the people who are owed money coming and collecting it, as I understand it. As in goes right and bowls. That's a play and a miss. That's not a very good shot from Ben Aitchison. Again, no foot movement, and as a result, his bat's a long way from his body as it wafts at the ball, passing through to Harry Swindles, and it remains 549 for 7 with a 300 lead to Derbyshire.
Continued Americanisation of British sport.
Yes, well, that's very much what it feels like with franchises and ring-fenced top divisions. Just isn't how it works in this country. Next delivery is play and a miss again from Ben Aitchison. That looked like quite a sharp delivery from Chris Wright as it flew through to the keeper.
I've been thinking that in this spell. He hasn't lost any pace, given he's
no.
into his, 32nd over.
Yeah, no, that was a sharp delivery, that. Again, I will just make my regular call for speed guns at every ground in the country. It can't cost that much money. It certainly can't cost as much money that's been wasted on fireworks in August. As this next delivery is again going past the edge of Ben Aitchison's bat. Just the last 3 deliveries of Chris Wright's 32nd over all went past the edge of the batsman's bat. That's a terrific effort from Wright, who's now bowled 32 overs, 1 for 102. And Anuj Dal is going to have a towel down just to delay things even further. And Rian Ahmed has removed his sweater, hasn't he?
Well, he has been bowling, so...
Oh, has he? Well, that's why he's removed his sweater. Then I thought
it's in the middle of a spell.
Taking him off. Sorry, it's only his second over. This I missed his first one completely. Apologies.
He would have been disappointed to have been taken off
After one. Yeah, well, absolutely, of course he would. Yeah.
He spins the ball from hand to hand.
I do apologise.
It's okay. You have rugby league on your mind.
Well, no, it's that whole.
Oh, the principles.
Yeah.
In goes Ahmed, tosses that one up to Dar, who's popping it into the covers. Barnes trots to his left, like one of the cows on the family farm, and makes the stop. There's no run. He's been in touch. Applause for the 550.
Yeah, 550. Yeah. Is he here?
Don't know. Let's have a look and see. In goes Ahmed. Bowls. Hit up into the air. Could be his 4th wicket. Wright is underneath it. Takes the catch. Aitchison was already marching off. Ahmed has his 4th wicket. First time, really, Aitchison has gone aerial. At any rate, tried to slog. Got underneath it. And, well, the sort of catch that a first-class cricketer really should always take. Long gone. He got underneath it, saw it all the way. Aitchison goes for 18, 550 for 8. The lead is over 300, 301. But Rehan Ahmed, for the first time in his first-class career, has 4 wickets to his name.
Career best figures for the lad, apparently.
Indeed do.
Yeah.
Now I've written Rehan Ahmed caught Aitchison.
Well, you'll have to cross it out because that's wrong, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to miss you.
Well, I'll still be here next year with a bit of luck.
By then I'll have recovered.
I assume you will too. Yeah, IMG,
if spared,
as they say. Yeah, my grandmother always used to say that. The new batsman will be Nick Potts. I beg his pardon. That's Nick Potts striding out to the middle, not Sam Connors. Yeah, IMG are being described as a rugby league strategic partner. They propose that top-flight clubs meet on and off-field criteria, so it's basically licensing to be guaranteed their place in the top flight, among other proposals. Joined up calendar with international matches, which will never happen because Australia aren't interested in a push for a strategy to boost the women's and girls' games. And the women's game seems to be in rude health at the moment. I watched the Women's Super League Grand Final, which was a terrific game of rugby league. And you watch some of the NRLW.
Who was in it?
Leeds Rhinos and York City Knights.
Oh, York. And did York win? I think.
No, Leeds won it in the end.
Okay.
Yeah, Leeds won it. But it was a terrific... I have an affinity with York. That was my team growing up.
Bronte, if the birds are circling above while we're in the field, they're unquestionably vultures, he says. No, he says they're probably vultures. Ahmed is in. Oh, the googly came back and it was left by Potts, and it did actually. It wasn't quite as close as the one that was left by Dahl, but it came back, and again, safe to say it wasn't red from the hand. In goes Ahmed, bowls, and he drops that one short, so back Potts can go and pull it along the ground. Past, I think, is it Jake Holback out there at mid-wicket? I think it is. It's that very tall, very slim figure. Tony Gregg-like to me. Who, Grandad? In goes Ahmed, bowls, back goes Dahl, and played out into the offside for a comfortable single. He's still content to take his ones. Anuj Dahl moves on to 31. He's not showing any real signs of urgency in that respect, thinking, oh, I need another, 30 or so to get my 1,000.
More than that, I think.
Ahmed is in,
Hello.
swept, and swept successfully by Potts. Got to it. It was a conventional straight leg spinner. was a legitimate shot. There is a sweeper out there on the leg side boundary. Sam Evans, one is taken. Potts keeps the strike.
Yeah, another 40 or so for Anuj Dal to get to 1,000. He may well run out of partners, which would be a real shame. Brooke Guest ended on 9-2-3.
Foxy Phil has a question, by the way, a genuine question.
Really?
Which are the 3 non-member-owned counties? There are 3 non-member-owned
Hampshire,
counties.
Durham and Northamptonshire.
Thank you. There you go, Foxy Phil. Hampshire, Durham, Northants.
Hampshire are owned by the bloke who named the stand after the pavilion after himself.
Rob Bransgrove.
That's him. I've never been there. Northamptonshire are owned by a company. I don't know which. As in comes Colin Parkinson and bowls to Nick Potts, who uses his feet and then defends. And Durham are a community club now after all those financial troubles that they found themselves in, so they're not member-owned either. They're the 3.
Community.
Community club, mate. That's why they call Durham cricket everywhere you look, which is nonsense. Oh, dear. This one's been hit straight up in the air. Has it gone all the way for 6? It has, you know. I beg your pardon, Nick Potts. That's the second 6 I've seen him hit this season. One down at New Road. I thought he'd just put that one straight in the air. He's got more...
Well, he did, but it also went quite a long way.
Yes, it did. That's not a bad shot from Nick Potts. Well done, young man. It's his second 6 in first-class cricket. Where was his first? Perhaps the Worcestershire one wasn't in the Royal London. It was in the win against Worcestershire down at New Road. So Nick Potts has now hit 2 6s, which is one more than Sam Connors, which I'm sure he'll be reminding him about. It's 2 more than Anuj Dal. Remarkably, Anuj Dal is at 97 fours and not a single 6, and he's up to 956 runs for the season. Push the What's It is on. You know the song. I might be on after that. Who knows? 59 for 8. Derbyshire leading by 310 now. Potts 8 off 5. Ben Aitchison, the latest man out, for 18. And now Potts has clipped that ball. That's a 4, surely. Has to be a 4. When he was all over the boundary rope, it's a long way away. Well, they're gonna be happy with 2 there. Unbelievable. You can't tell from this distance. You've got to rely on the fielder, but he appeared to be entirely over the rope when he was fielding that ball. Whoever it was. Now Potts has gone aerially again out towards Cow Corner. 1-2 bounces straight into the hands of Sol Budinger. And he comes back for 2. And Potts moves into double figures. And it remains the fact that Alex Thompson is the fly in the ointment. He's got 12 as Potts. 563 for 8. 314 the lead. Anuj Dal's hopes of getting to 1,000 runs aren't being helped by the fact that Nick Potts is continuing to just blast the ball around. Now he's clipped it very nicely up towards sort of straightish mid-wicket Ed Barnes. And they come back for a second run. So I think that Dahl has 956 as he defends that delivery, and it's the end of the over. He's got 31. Potts has 13 of just 8 deliveries. Yet to hit a 4, but he has a 6. And Derbyshire 564 for 8. Long way till tea, blimey. 12 overs until tea. I suppose that makes sense. It is only 2:30. This next one, oh, that one is smashed, but not smashed at all because he's missed it. He was trying to get it away into the leg side. He missed it and it's come down immediately behind.
Can't be far away, can it? The declaration, you're still not sure, are you?
No, I'm not. I brought up the... Thank you, Colston. Nick Potts brings up the 500 with a 6. That was against Worcestershire, clearly. Was it? Something that nobody ever thought would be written. Absolutely, Colston Crawford from the Derby Telegraph, the Burton Mail, Burton Albion correspondent for the Burton Mail, who's
Of course, that's a great name.
a big listener. Well, he's not big. Well, he's quite big, but he's a regular listener. That's the praise I'm going.
Ahmed has Pfeiffer, bowled. He went chasing down the pitch there. Nick Potts had a big swing. It was the googly, missed it, and the off stump is leaning back. Rehan Ahmed has his 5-4, and the declaration has been made. 568 for 9. The lead is 319. Leicestershire will need 3. I'm saying the declaration has been made. Leicestershire are staying out there, but the other batsman, Anuj Dar, went walking off with Nick Potts. And yes, indeed, they are now leaving the field. The declaration has been made, and 320 is what Leicestershire will need to make Derbyshire bat again. Goodness me. And Rehan Ahmed finishes 28.2 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 114. Well bowled, Rehan. Chris Wright finishes 32 overs, 1 for 102. Roman Walker, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 84. Tom Scriven, 14 overs, none for 46. Ed Barnes, 15 overs, none for 74. The captain, Colin Parkinson, shouldered more than his share of the burden. 41 overs, 8 maidens, none for 110. Louis Kimber bowled 9 overs, none for 21. But Rehan Ahmed, the standout bowler for the Foxes, 5 for 114. The sound you can hear is that of the heavy roller coming out as a weary Leicestershire side leave the field. 165 overs they've been out there. 568 for 9. 45 overs remain to be bowled today. Actually, it's just clicked down to 44. And that is the number of overs Leicestershire will need to bat to take the game into a 4th day. Another 96 potentially on top of that as well. So they have given themselves 140 overs, Derbyshire, to bowl Leicestershire out again in the second innings and win by an innings. We're going to get all the overs today. It is a set very fair. The forecast tomorrow is pretty good as well. So we'll leave you here on the stream, that is, for just a few minutes while we make a cup of tea and we watch the heavy roller go up and down for just a few minutes, knowing that Leicestershire need 320 simply to make Derbyshire bat again.
Welcome again to our umpires, Hassan Adnan, Jack Shantry.
Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby. Leicestershire about to start their second innings, needing a small matter of 320 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. I rather misled you just before the declaration or during the interval, saying there were 44 overs remaining. The scoreboard has been readjusted. 42 overs remain to be bowled today, minimum thereof. And of course, the potentially 96 tomorrow, so 138 overs for Derbyshire to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. The umpires are out there, Jack Shantry and Hassan Adnan. Adnan has just taken the leg stump out, and he's sort of making all sorts of marks directly behind the middle stump, so that presumably he knows he's standing precisely behind the middle stump. The Derbyshire side are, everybody else is, well, the two sides, i.e. the Derbyshire side and the two Leicestershire openers, Sol Budinger and Sam Evans, they're all waiting on the other side of the rope. I don't know whether they're waiting for a summons of some kind, but it should really be the Derbyshire side leading the way in playing terms, out into the middle, followed by the two Leicestershire openers. But Jack Shantry and Hassan Adnan have been out there for a good couple of minutes and are awaiting the arrival of the players. Evans and Budinger looking at the Derbyshire team. They're awaiting, looked like, oh, it's somebody's just padding up, so a short leg is getting his pads on. And he is now ready to come out. And here come the Derbyshire side, and here come the two Leicestershire openers.
Leicestershire batters, Sam Evans and Sol Budinger.
It looks like it's going to be Ben Aitchison who's going to be opening the bowling for Derbyshire from the racecourse end.
And to bowl the first over of this innings from the racecourse end, Ben Aitchison.
John Brown, the scorer and PA man for Derbyshire, confirms exactly that. He's going to be bowling to Evans. The right-hander is going to take first ball. He's going to have 3 slips and, as I say, a short leg. Shuffling across so that he's in front of square.
Sorry, I was waylaid by the commercial manager there. He wouldn't let me go.
Sorry, it's Matty McKiernan who's underneath the lid at short leg there.
It is, so that means somebody's not on the field. Harry Kane usually goes under the lid.
You tend to look for one of the batters, perhaps. Is Anuj Dahl out there?
Harry Kane.
Oh, he's there.
Dahl
is there.
Harry Kane's at first slip.
He's at point, or backward point.
Reese is there.
Oh, hang on, changing the field. Who's coming running across there?
Deploys there.
Sam Connors has run across the 4th slip, so there will be 4 slips. As Aitchison goes in, bowls to Evans, who defends the straight ball, slightly short of a good length, so he can stay on the back foot, push it out to mid-on.
Sam Connors.
Connors has just run across the 4th slip.
So he's there. Thank you. Just checking. Oh, they're all there. Oh, Thompson.
Yeah, the substantial figure of Alex Thompson.
He's got a bad knee, I think. 3 successive ducks.
In goes Aitchison, that very short run. Better length, good line and length on off stump, but Evans is behind it, pushing it back down the pitch to Ben Aitchison. So 10 overs until tea. We'll be taken a little late then, I would imagine, on that basis. Maybe about 20 past, something like that.
That's no good to anybody.
Aitchison turns, leans forward, very short run, bowls outside off stump, dabbed down into the offside by Evans, and seeing that Dahl is not back on his heels, he's never back on his heels, but he's got a lot of ground to make up to the ball, calls Budinger through for the first run of Leicestershire's second innings. I think a fair few have come in over the course of the day, gradually, hoping to see
Glory hunters.
Derbyshire make good progress on their way to what would be a fourth championship win of the season. Certainly the second over Leicestershire. Do the double, home and away, over the Foxes. Aitchison into the left-handed Budinger, who's leaning forward, thick inside part of the pat, bounces up towards McKiernan. And that forward short leg, I think we can call him. And he's quite a long way back. He's 2 pitch widths back, which is a sort of stride or so further than arguably would normally be the case.
I've never seen him field in there. When he's been in part of the side, I've never seen him field there, I don't think.
Aitchison is in. Budinger is playing firmly through the offside, off the back foot, punching it out towards deep extra cover. Will pick up 2. Should really have been 3. They didn't take that either of the runs particularly quickly, and Billy Godalming trotting in Billy's idiosyncratic way after the ball, picks it up, gets his throwaway, keeps it to 2. Then he just does a few stretches there, having completed that in inverted commas sprint, close inverted commas.
Last time Derbyshire declared before Sam Connors came out to bat, immediately before he came out to bat, they didn't win the game.
Aitchison is in onto the legs of Budinger, tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad, then down it goes towards long leg. And the leg by is taken. 4 runs then from the first over of the Leicestershire second innings. 1 to Evans, 2 to Budinger, and the leg by.
That was the game down at Sussex where they got the declaration. Well, they didn't enforce the follow-on. The counselling that I've been receiving since then is just about working. Dreadful decision.
I seem to remember you may have tweeted about it.
Possibly, yeah. I was apoplectic.
You were.
It was. I even walked into the cafe where we get fed down at home, and was harangued by some Derbyshire supporters who were suggesting that I should cheer up. Well, they thought that they were going to go on and win. I haven't been back to say, I told you so, but I told you so. And they won't be listening now anyway. I don't think they were listening then. They were obviously being told by somebody else that I was objecting. Nick Potts, who hit a 6 in his knock of 13, is in and bowls to Budinger, who defends the first ball that he gets.
It's not a case of being... It's just... There's a difference between being cheerful and being... It's not a case of sort of optimism or pessimism.
No,
or it's just
absolutely.
sort of realism, isn't it? It's just...
I'm known for my optimism and cheerfulness, obviously. Famous, some would say.
People write articles about it, don't they?
Very good. Yes, for some reason. I want to open that. This next delivery is driven up towards Billy Godalming, who half stops it. Well, no, it's not Billy Godalming at all. It's Lewis Rees. It was always going to be Lewis Rees because it was at mid-on rather than mid-off. They go through for a single. Budinger moves on to 3, and Leicestershire 5 without loss. Seeking initially 319 to make Derbyshire bat again. Seems a long way off. Especially as they only made 249 the first time round. Potts from the city end is in and bowls, and that one is defended by Evans up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. just been asked to do something on my computer, and I wish I hadn't done it now.
And your computer's asked you to do something like update or something.
Yeah.
That's always bad news. It takes forever.
We are
doesn't it?
unable to connect and all that nonsense. I have to switch it off and switch it back on again in the time-honoured fashion. I'll do it now. Here comes Potts. Sun has gone, or the cloud has come in front of the sun for the time being as he bowls, and rather reaching for that one, Evans pushes it out to Harry Kane, who's fielding at cover, immediately puts his hands back in his pockets. 5 without loss. Leicestershire. 8 overs after this until tea, so around about half an hour or so it might be closer to 25 past when by the time Derbyshire have stopped faffing about. The idea of them actually not faffing about is fairly fanciful. Could do with finishing by midday tomorrow, as this one is clipped into the leg side nicely by Evans. Because there are samosas and sandwiches available in the team meeting back at base tomorrow. There's not a chance I'll be back in the office for that. I wouldn't have thought.
Good that you get an invite. I'm usually forgotten.
I'm just on the...
Have BBC Radio Derby done their sort of picture thing, their portraits taken,
Yes,
photographs?
yes.
Were you included?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you at Leicester? Potts bowls turned into the leg side by
I'm
Evans.
not bothered about it at all.
Well, I wasn't bothered.
Well, I am actually.
Well, but I wasn't. See, now there's the little look. It's getting warm now. The little thermometer things come up on my Raspberry Pi. I'm on it. I was
But
on
you're a
them
presenter, you see, as well, though, aren't you?
occasionally. I was on it because I moaned and moaned and moaned that I didn't have my photograph in the foyer. It's still not there, and I've been there for this is my 7th season doing Derbyshire.
Yeah. No, I'm on 10 now with Leicestershire, but no photograph. I think I'm probably with the exception of Hurdle White now, who's been there for best part of 50 years. He was one of the original presenters at BBC Radio Leicester.
Blimey.
There's a brilliant sort of late show with reggae and stuff in it. Fantastic. Aitchison is in 2, Budinger outside off stump, dropped as it is allowed to go through. Not taken cleanly by Guest. Might just have dipped as it came towards him. Didn't cost any extra runs. Only went a yard or 2 behind him, but used to seeing Guest take the ball cleanly. Aitchison. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No more than 8 paces as he comes in and bowls it. That he's running as Budinger just steps forward and defends that one out into the offside.
It's brilliantly economical, isn't it?
Probably goes about 12 paces back, but then he walks the first 3 or 4. Who's the India bowler who bowls off no more than 5 or 6 paces at about 9,000 miles an hour? In goes Aitchison and bowls outside off stump, cut away nicely by Budinger, and he's going to pick up 4. Nicely timed, didn't try and overhit it. Waited for it. There was just enough width, and he cut it away wide of Dahl, and it runs down. Crosses the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard.
Sure, I've told you 1,000 times not to exaggerate.
Bumrah. Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah. I was just looking at
Here the wonderful smile. Aitchison is in very solidly. Budinger is forward on off stump to the line and length delivery. No real early movement. Certainly not off the pitch, which has just had the heavy roller on it. Should help Leicestershire get through perhaps until tea. Still, however, 7 overs after this until that particular sanctuary. Aitchison is in outside off stump. Suggestion of shape back in as it's allowed to go through by Budinger. That is at least the impression that the slips want to get into Budinger's mind. 9 without loss, Leicestershire 7, 2 sole Budinger.
I've got a stat from David Griffin to cheer you up in a minute.
Aitchison is in. Budinger is neatly behind it, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Connors, and there's no run. Stat away.
568 for 9 declared is Derbyshire's highest total against Leicestershire. It's their 14th highest total in their history.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not interested in the 14th, but the highest against Leicestershire.
Yeah, Derbyshire have now made 500 or more runs in a first-class innings on 5 occasions, as we've been saying. But the important bit is the previous best was 4 in 2007. So they've scored 500 runs in an innings for the 5th time, and that is a new Derbyshire record.
Well, that is a...
Notts have lost a second wicket, but it's not Hasib Hamid. In comes Nick Potts and bowls to Evans, who rather mistimes a drive up towards Lewis Rees, who is wearing a cap, which is what's fooling me. At mid-on, very seldom wears a cap. Close to the toss in Lahore, Pakistan against England.
Was there another T20?
Oh, yes. It's the 5th of 7.
Oh.
Well, 2 of them were held over from when England decided not to go the previous time, when they bailed out rather late in the day. So they're making up for that as Potts bowls and Evans pushes out into the offside. And there's no run, so that starts it starts at 3:30, just over half an hour's time. South Africa are playing India in India. That's as much as I'm willing to say, because I've never heard of the place where they're playing, and I'm almost certain I couldn't pronounce it without making an absolute fool of myself.
It doesn't usually worry you. Go for it.
South Africa are 26 for 5 in the 5th over, so they've already lost that one. Here is Potts in and balls to Evans. He goes back onto towards his stumps and forces the ball away to the cover boundary for 4. Nice shot. His first boundary of the innings. Moves on to 5, and Leicestershire are 13 without loss in the 4th over. They got off to quite a flyer in the first innings, I remember. I think 48 without loss before eventually finishing on 249 all out. So nobody in the Derbyshire ranks should be alarmed that they've made a good start. Updates coming up. It's that time already. This one is pushed out into the... It's not leading by 415. Don't enforce the follow-on. The Guardian reports because they can. Seems to be about the only explanation. 455 or thereabouts their lead was on first innings. Probably enough. 33 for 2 and leading by 488. This next one is pulled, a short delivery from Potts, pulled into the leg side. Harry Kane's out there, so only a single for Evans. So Sam Evans moves on to 6. Very, very warm in the commentary box now as the sun starts to pour through the window. Shouldn't complain. We may not see it ever again. As Potts is in and bowls to Budinger, who just guides this down to backward point for 4. Nice shot from Sol Budinger. He's into double figures now. He's on 11. And Leicestershire, after 4 overs, are 18 without loss. They trail by 301. Five wickets in the first innings for Sam Connors, who doesn't take the new ball, or hasn't been in recent times. Sussex 41 without loss, following on against Glamorgan, who had a lead of 275, much bigger than Nottinghamshire's. Middlesex now lead by 138 at New Road against Worcestershire. They're 363 for 5 as the update is due. Yeah, they're 10 wickets away from a victory here at the moment, Heidi, because they declared their first innings on 568 for 9. That was a lead of 319. So Leicestershire batting for a second time, yet to lose a wicket. Sam Evans has 6. Sol Budinger is on 7. Leicestershire 14 without loss after 4 overs of their second innings, trailing Derbyshire still by 305. Which was entirely wrong, of course, because I was relying, as I've told Richard not to do, on the scoreboard for that information. The scoreboard was horribly wrong. They're 18 without loss, trailing by 301. As this next delivery goes through Evans, just past the outside edge. That was a good delivery from Ben Aitchison. Really good delivery from Ben Aitchison. Picked up 3 wickets first time around. Didn't take the edge of the bat. Tim says, still enjoying this last round of games, not looking forward to winter. No. Yes. This next one is pushed out into the offside by Evans, who moves on to 7, 19 without loss. David McCardle, who is a sports lawyer, talking about the Super League idea. He says that idea of protecting heritage clubs from the threat of relegation gets me very excited. This isn't America, which is very much what Richard said earlier. And Random Female says, for goodness sake, don't read out the Rugby League news about Category A teams. You'll give the ECB even more atrocious ideas than the Strauss report already has. Yeah, well, that was only really the reason I read it out. I mean, I've lost faith in British Rugby League, if I'm entirely honest with you. Leicestershire 19 without loss. Budinger on 11 on strike defends this next ball from Aitchison out into the offside. It is very much a problem of the only franchises we have in this country generally are in basketball and ice hockey, which has come over from America anyway, and they do tend to move around, and you get into the Ice Hockey Super League dependent on facilities and all that kind of thing, as I understand it. As Aitchison bowls and Budinger takes one hand off the bat as he plays it into the leg side, and they trot through for a single. They move up to 20 without loss. Budinger on to 12. But the traditional sports that are played outside America, largely, I know they have football now, proper football, but they are franchises because that's their model. They're not franchises. And yes, I know in Europe a lot of teams get relegated out of top flights and even further down the pyramids for financial irregularities. That's about the only thing that should happen as this next delivery is shuffled into the leg side by Evans. There is a man, it's Matty McKiernan out on the mid-wicket boundary, and they get back for a second run. That's excellent work from McKiernan with the fielding pads on. Good throw as well, but Evans moves on to 9. And Leicestershire, after 5 overs of their second innings, are 24 without loss, still trailing by 200. And 22 without loss, rather, defending. 22 without loss, trailing by 297. It's not tricky. It's not tricky.
Kind of is at the end of a long season, folks. Sometimes.
It's just words, really, isn't it? But they won't come out in the right order.
No. I'm saying all the right words, but not necessarily in the right order.
You missed a preview. Some beautiful wispy clouds just up to our right there. The real wispy ones, I like them. The big dark one I'm not keen on, but that's to the south of us, so we'll be okay.
Nick Potts comes running in round the wicket, bowls and goes past the outside edge of Budinger's bat. I think Budinger rather confirms as much by rehearsing the shot.
See, much better balls that they're using now in these last couple of rounds of matches, but I do think that there must be either a bit more lacquer on them or something, because it takes 10 overs for the lacquer to come off one side, doesn't it? And then the balls start to do something.
Well, yeah, I've heard some of the bowlers say 5 or 6, some of, and some a couple more. So Potts is in and bowls outside off stump, cut away in some style off the front foot by Budinger, and he got it well in front of square as well, out through the covers, 4-4. So a square drive. he can look a really wonderful player, Budinger. He's joined Leicestershire with a view to playing first-class cricket. This is obviously now what he's doing. He didn't make a single first-class appearance for Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire said, well, you know, come and play all forms for us. So he's having to adapt his game to a certain extent, but he's a naturally attacking bat, and he does play some sweet shots. Famous last words, don't get out now. In goes Potts, bowls to him, he defends on the back foot, drops it out into the offside. This is theoretically, though, his sort of pitch, really sort of flattish, comes on okay. 26 without loss. He's on 16 now, anyway. Evans has 9.
England have won the toss in Karachi. They're going to bowl first against Pakistan. Shan Masood will continue in the Pakistan side.
I forgot you had a sort of local interest
Derbyshire's
in that,
Shan Masood is until the end of this season.
Potts is in full and driven for 4 again by Budinger. Not in quite the same way. It was much fuller. It was outside off stump, and he came down on it rather late, but he managed to guide it behind point, and it bounces away to the wide third boundary for 4 more. Budinger scores his runs quickly, and is doing so here today. He's moved on to 16 of just 17 balls. 3 of them, is it 3 boundaries? He hasn't got 4 boundaries, has he already? They're not all in boundaries. No, they're not, I'm sure.
3 boundaries.
3 boundaries, yeah. And looks in as though he's seeing it all right.
Mm.
Potts is in, bowls to him. He's pulling that one over mid-wicket for 4 more.
Didn't get hold of that, though.
How high it was above the man leaping into the air at mid-wicket. A little bit hard to tell. And as you say, it didn't cross the ropes that quickly. Sounded good, didn't it, as it came off the bat? But how good it was, I'm not absolutely sure.
Matty McKinnon was seemed to be in the air for a long time as he leapt, but he seemed to be shorter when he was jumping than he is when he's standing up. He's also got the fielding pads on, which I'm sure makes it trickier to get off the ground.
Sometimes happens that the other fielders leap into the air, don't they, if it's going to be close. Nobody really did on that occasion. Potts is in again to Budinger, full and straight, but Budinger just leans forward and plays it back down the wicket. And there is no run. End of the over. Saul Budinger has moved on to 24. Sam Evans has 9. As he did have 64 in his very first innings for Leicestershire. This is his 5th. But in the other 3, he's got a total of 12 runs. Well, had a total of 12 runs. So it's, as a lot of people sort of connected with Nottinghamshire said, it'll be all or nothing. And in red ball cricket, it might be the latter more often than the former. But Leicestershire reckon that if he does get a good score 1 in 4 innings, that would be okay.
I was going to say 1 in 3,
cricket.
but if you're happy with 1 in 4, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you just got to look at the records of a lot of players, and the same is even true of the great Don Bradman, who to have only averaged the number of double centuries that he got, to have averaged 100 in test matches, or near enough, 99.9, whatever it was, means that he had a lot of failures. And batsmen will have more failures than successes. I've no idea what the delay is here. Matty McKinnon's gone off because Alex Thompson is now on. But the game has just stopped.
There's no obvious... Well, they're waiting for someone to come back out.
He's gone for a helmet. Matty McKinnon's gone for a helmet for somebody, but I've no idea who.
Well, he's coming back down the pavilion. No, he's going back up the pavilion steps now. No, come back, says Brooke Guest. Come on.
Yeah, he's coming down again. Somebody's going to have to go. Well, it's going to be...
Could not the 12th man have brought it on?
Well, he is the 12th man, and he's been on. But then he's gone off, and Thompson has come on.
Oh, okay.
And in the meantime, he can't do his 12th man duties because he's got the fielding pads on. Now, will he take his fielding pads off and give them to Harry Kane?
Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. So there's an even longer delay. Marvellous, marvellous. Just when you thought cricket couldn't get any more...
daft.
Yeah.
Kane's not bothered about the pads. He says, nah. Not bothered. I'm too hard.
I think think I'd have the pads on. Middlesex have moved on to 370 for 5 now. They're leading by 145. Nottinghamshire 47 for 2. That leads 502. Probably enough. That's just 300 runs more than Durham mustered in their first innings. Ridiculous decision. Aitchison begins a new over from the racecourse then and bowls to Evans, who pushes it up towards mid-on where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Sussex faring slightly better second time around following on against Glamorgan. They still trail by 219 though. They're 56 without loss. Remember, Glamorgan have to win and Middlesex have to not win for Glamorgan to overtake Middlesex. Aitchison's next delivery is defended by Sam Evans down into the ground, and there's no run. We are, what are we with? 3 overs after this until tea. It's the worst possible timing.
20 minutes late then, also.
Yeah. Messing around waiting for a helmet doesn't help, does it? And now there's a delay because Evans isn't quite ready. Because Evans wasn't ready and he is now, Aitchison says, well, if you're going to keep me waiting, I'll keep you waiting. He's polishing the ball, walking around in circles at the top of his mark. He's ready now, 4 slips in place. And he's in and bowls to Evans, who turns it into the leg side beyond the grasp of Kane, and it's fielded by Rees. 34 without loss it remains. A lot of runs to get yet. 285 to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. I fear we'll be back tomorrow. I don't fear it at all. In comes Aitchison and bowls way wide of the off stump, and Hassan Adnan might have given a wide if it had been a Leicestershire bowler. It was very wide. He'd have done well to reach it, wouldn't he, Evans?
He had his run-ins with Parkinson. I suppose you'd inevitably do when Leicestershire were up against it as they were, but I think most of the decisions have been spot on.
Oh yeah,
I
wouldn't disagree with that.
When we looked at them on replay.
He's in again, bowls Aitchison, pushed up towards Billy Godwin this time by Sam Evans.
I think Leicestershire thought that they'd been a little bit hard done by, and that they might have got 1 or 2 of the appeals, but as I say, the ones that we looked on carefully, and we looked at the replays,
it's warm. That sun beating into me. What's going on here?
Shed your.
I don't like
hoodie.
taking it off, really. Aitchison bowls up and clipped away down to fine leg for 4 runs. Got enough bat on it. The man down there is Potts. He was never going to get there. And Evans moves into double figures. 13 to him, 38 without loss, 281. The deficit at the end of the over, Sol Budinger is on 24.
If we are not here tomorrow, Leicestershire will have real cause to look at themselves, really. The pitch looks pretty flat at the moment. The uneven bounce that we saw a little bit earlier was coming towards the end of the very lengthy Derbyshire innings, 140 odd overs. So, in fact, more than that, 160 odd overs, I think it was in the end. So it should be fairly benign for some time yet, and indeed, Billy Godwin's making an early change. He's taking off Nick Potts after 3 overs, none for 22, and Anuj Dal is going to have a bowl from the city end and see if he can get a little bit of movement with a ball that is 7 overs old. So Lacquer should be coming off now round the wicket. He bustles and bowls down the leg side to Sol Budinger, who does try to flick it away, doesn't get anything on it. And there is no run.
Yes, I thought he had yesterday. Colin Parkinson, Nigel spoke to him. Nigel Gardner, who does the ECB Reporters Network, he spoke to him yesterday.
Dahl is in. Budinger didn't look very interested in that one. He just stood there and brought his bat down at the last moment, almost as an afterthought, just pushed it out into the offside.
Because the heavy roller has been on this pitch, put on by Leicestershire. And he said yesterday they heavy rolled it last night and again this morning, which seemed to take the pace and the sting out of the pitch. So they might have to wait, and Derbyshire might have to wait until the effects of the heavy roller have worn off.
Yeah, exactly that, which may be towards the end of the day. In goes Dahl, outside off stump, thick inside edge as he looked to drive that one away. It was full, but it might just have shaped back into him a fraction. Certainly didn't go exactly where he was looking to hit it, which was through the offside, fairly straight. Ran away behind square on the leg side, and Budinger picks up a slightly lucky single. He moves on to 25-39 without loss.
Such a picture by Jack Timon, who works at Radio Derby. Breakfast show listeners will know him. Obviously, he's the one who, with all the innuendos, he's in the ground. He's asked if he can come up for tea.
Goes past the outside edge. Dahl there of a rather limply proffered bat from Sam Evans. You have to inform him that sadly we don't get any
I've told
tea.
him.
There's this impression that we are constantly bombarded by food, isn't there, among the general public?
He said he wanted to come up for some cake, but we don't have cake. We've got some. You can have a chocolate and a
Tell you
custard
what,
cream.
the Friends of Grace Road have been very generous of late. Guy Pringles. Guy Pringles, who's he? I'll tell you, he's a character in a book. Guy Swindles. I was reading not so long ago. In goes Dahl and is driven out into the offside. Life is blending with fiction at the moment.
Oh, as it so often does.
The Balkan trilogy, Olivia Manning.
All right.
He was okay.
No. You'd be confusing me with somebody who reads.
Okay. Guy Swindles. Shouldn't forget that, of course, because it's the same name as In goes Dahl. Bowles outside off stump and punched away by Evans as Harry's father. So I introduced him to Harry. Oh, almost a mistake there. Diving, had to put in the extra dive. He made the stop, Sam Connors, and then somehow sort of seemed to push the ball a little bit further on as he tried to pick it up, and it almost rolled over the ropes. He had to pick himself up and dive again, but he did so, managed to save a run in so doing. Evans picks up 3, moves on to 16-42 without loss after 7.
The generosity, go on, finish with your
yes,
generosity
sorry,
point.
just simply to say that I don't know why, but they took a liking to Mr. Swindles and were sending cake up on a daily basis, the Friends of Grace Road. It was also the last game, so perhaps they had a few to get rid of, bless them. But they were wonderful homemade cakes, and we did very well last time out. So had he come to the Upton Steel County Ground, your colleague, we might have been able to accommodate him.
I'll let him know. He'll be up, I would imagine. Just a little tip, whenever Sam Connors chases after the ball, his cap always comes off, so he's very easy to identify, which it did on that occasion. Here is Ben Aitchison, in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Evans. That might be 4 runs. It's been chased around the boundary by Potts, who does very well to keep the ball in. They're going to come back for 3, though, so he saves 1. 3 more to Evans, who moves to 19-45 without loss, and not Derbyshire's finest mini spell with the ball this so far. Just 8 overs and 1 ball for the 42 runs. Yeah, Jack, you can see his scripts. Whenever he puts an innuendo in there, I like to whip it out. Thank you very much. That's one of my favourite innuendo jokes. He's brilliant. For such a young man as well, he's very carry-on. Unintentionally, I think, some of the time, as Aitchison bowls, and that's beat. That an extra bit of extra bounce there, wasn't there, for that delivery to Sol Budinger? He wasn't expecting that at all, and he just sort of holds his hands out there and says, well, what can I do with that?
I think there was a little bit of movement back in as well, so, yeah, beginning to get a little bit of response now as we move into the 9th over.
Good.
Yeah, they'd take 1 before tea, wouldn't they, for sure?
I think so. Aitchison is in, and that one is defended out into the offside. Dahl fields. Yeah, they'd certainly take 1 before tea. Nick's been on about Middlesex. If they get a 5th batting, he's been doing the maths. Excellent, thank you, Nick. They need 26 off 6 overs to get a 5th batting point. Then they need to draw against Worcestershire to get promoted and deny Glamorgan. As Aitchison is in, that one's down the leg side. They're claiming a strangle, as they're called, but Hassan Adnan was disinterested, uninterested.
Shook his head straight away.
No hint from the umpire that he was even thinking about it. Well, he thought about it and answered in the negative. So 9, potentially, if the scoreboard's to be believed, deliveries left of the session, and that one is always gone for a big hook shot there. Pull hook, not quite high enough for a hook, really. It's gone through to Brooke Guest.
That would have disappeared somewhere into Chaddesden, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, certainly into the car park. But thank you, Nick. Keep doing the maths for me. That's very helpful indeed. As everybody knows, my maths is appalling. The next delivery from Aitchison. Oh, that one's a short ball. That's no ball from Hassan Adnan. I think that's fair enough. Couldn't have possibly reached it. Sol Budinger. 2 more to the Leicestershire total, 47 without loss.
Which was pretty much the point at which wicket fell in the first innings. So they'll be very keen to get through to the close. At least of this session, Leicestershire.
Yes.
Without losing a wicket. I'm even keener to get through to the close of the day without losing a wicket.
8 deliveries to go till tea. That one's down the leg side again from Ben Aitchison. No, in fact, the scoreboard. You see, I believe the scoreboard again.
You keep telling me.
Never believe the scoreboard. That was the final ball of the over. Trying to rely on the scoreboard for accuracy will only end in failure. They've missed a ball somewhere. No idea where. 47 without loss anyway at the end of the Aitchison over. And they haven't missed one at all. They've just added one in. Look, we'll put one in there. That's what we'll do.
It's like listening to an old man rambling.
Sorry. It irritates me beyond belief.
Anuj is going to bowl what we believe to be the last over before
questions from Jack, who's now asking how long tea is.
In goes Dahl and bowls outside off stump. It's fullish. Evans steps out, but he has to reach for it as he tries to drive it through the offside, rather steers it out to Connors, and there's no run.
One more question, and I'm going to withdraw my invitation for him to come up here.
He could always look it up, couldn't he?
Well, he could just come up anyway.
Yes. He's here, but he's not come up as yet.
Down to our
Perhaps he'll bring the cake with him.
I somehow doubt that.
Dahl is in, very straight and very solid forward defensive from Evans. Is there? Presumably there's somewhere on the ground where
cake can be bought? Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
Oh, what?
Not that I'm aware of.
County Championship games? Surely somewhere.
You can
the
buy
members' pavilion.
You can buy dodgy beer in reusable cups. I'm sure it's very nice beer, by the way. It's just not my kind of thing. A bit gassy for me.
Dahl is in outside off stump, worked by Evans with something of a flourish out through point. Connors runs across to his left to field. Single is taken. Evans moves on to 20, 48 without loss. Budinger will have potentially 3 deliveries to face.
Are you sure?
I say potentially because it may be that he gets a single off one, doesn't it, of course, and lets Evans have.
I was more questioning the number of balls left, really.
Yeah, I know you were. Round the wicket goes Dahl, bowls to Budinger. Again, did he play it down into his foot, I think, then? Thick inside edge down into his foot, and then he walks away sort of flexing his left foot. I thought for a minute, because he's got his back to us, covering where the ball is being played, I have to watch it on the replay sometimes, that it had landed on his foot, but there would have been a heck of an appeal had it done so, and it unquestionably pitched first. Yeah, he played it down into his foot. 2 to come. Billy Godleman just slowing things down momentarily, just making the batsman sweat a little bit, so to speak. In goes Dull and bowls, Budinger thick inside edge to that fullish delivery. Runs out towards square leg. Connors has to run around from mid-wicket to field. One is taken, so Budinger will consider his work to be done for the session successfully. He's 25 not out. Evans has still one delivery to keep out. 49 without loss, so Leicestershire have improved by one on their first innings in terms of when the wickets fell. Taps his bat in the crease, Evans, as in goes Dahl. Bowls to him. He walks forward into the defensive press. The ball runs out towards mid-on, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is tea on day 3 of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Derbyshire very much on top. They set Leicestershire 320 simply to make them bat again in the second innings by scoring 568 for 9 declared in the afternoon. But Leicestershire have responded reasonably well. They have seen out the first 10 overs of their second innings successfully in the persons of openers Sam Evans, who has 20, and Sol Budinger, who has 26. 49 without loss, Leicestershire still trailing by 270, but they'll feel a little bit better about themselves as they take refreshment. We'll be back with you, Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, in around about 15 minutes' time.
In and bowls to Reed. In and bowls to Reed. balls to read. In and balls to read. In and balls to read.
of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Umpire Adnan raises his hand to the scorers, and they confirm they're in place as Derbyshire are about to resume their attempts to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. They declared earlier this afternoon 568 for 9, leaving Leicestershire 320 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. But the Foxes made a reasonable start to that task. They are 49 without loss after 10 overs. Sam Evans has 20, Sol Budinger 26. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray of BBC.
I'm supposed to be nominally be in charge. I'm supposed to be hosting
you were chatting away there, so that's what I said. And myself, Richard Ray, as Sam Connors runs in.
From the racecourse end and bowls to Budinger, who almost edges that one through to the keeper. Well, that's as close as they've come. Taken a while, but that is as close as they've come to picking up their first wicket. Derbyshire, good delivery from Sam Connors, who hasn't been bowling with the new ball in recent games. Nobody can quite understand why. And of course, whenever I get to chat to the coach, I always forget to ask him. But that was a good delivery first up from Connors. 10 overs old, the ball. The lights are on here at the county ground, and the first run was conceded by Sam Connors as Budinger flicks it out into the leg side. I think that's Harry Kane who now has the fielding pads on.
50 up then.
Yes, indeed. 50 for Leicestershire. It's just 10 overs and 2 balls. Scoreboard hasn't quite got going yet after tea, why would it?
Because they get tea, don't they, in there, you see?
Yeah, I can't see any evidence of it. Well, if they leave any, they don't share it out. 2 slips for Sam Connors bowling to Sam Evans, all the Sams. Popular name, apparently. And he goes, and that one is down the leg side and taken, moving to his left by Brooke Guest. 50 catches for Brooke Guest in the championship this season, 48 wickets for Sam Connors, and already at first slip. Who is that? Oh, it's Ben Aitchison. I was going to say he's warming up, but he's already bowled, hasn't he, Ben Aitchison? 5 overs for 20. Nick Potts, 3 overs for 22. Anuj Dal, 2 overs for 6. You just wonder whether Aitchison might bowl from the city end. Here's Connors from the racecourse end. Bowls, that's left alone. Good leave, because he didn't hit the stumps, despite the oohs and ahs from the fielders. I'm not entirely sure why the lights are on, because it wasn't particularly dark when they came on, and there's a lot of blue sky following the cloud that is currently hovering above the county ground. There's a lot of blue sky behind it, so hopefully we'll not be interrupted. This next delivery is played away off the back foot. And there is no runs. It's fielded there by Anuj Dal. Again, there's no run. 50 without loss, trailing by 269 Leicestershire. Nottinghamshire 85 for 2, leading Durham by 540. What a waste of time that is. As Connors is in again and bowls. At least Derbyshire declared. They could have batted on for another 10, 20 minutes, assuming that Potts didn't survive, but assuming that Sam Connors had survived, they could have batted on for a little bit longer. Pakistan are 21 for 1 against England after 3 overs and 4 balls, and of course that means that Shan Masood is now batting for Pakistan. Chris Wokes and Mark Wood, who took the wicket, are the bowlers at the moment. Mark Wood, who was bowling absolute rockets in the game before last that he played. I believe that's how they're described. It's going to be Anuj Dal to continue from the city end, not Ben Aitchison. He's standing at first slip. Wayne Madsen at second, just the 2 slips. And Brooke Guest has just waved to the pavilion for something, but nobody has responded. No No idea what he was waving for. You're not missing anything because nothing's happening.
Anujdal runs in from the city end round the wicket to Sol Budinger. Gentle delivery to start proceedings from his point of view. Budinger just leans forward and pushes it out into the offside.
Remember when they invented T20 cricket? It's all about crash, bang, wallop, and there'll be loads of sixes and fours. It's going to be great. South Africa 79 for 7 in the 17th over of a T20. I mean, that's like watching paint dry.
Dahl is in. Similar direction to the delivery. Bang on off stump, line and length. No great movement for him. Budinger again pushes it out into the offside. And again, there's no run. And Budinger's sort of tick, if you like, or one of them, his routine, having faced the delivery, is to walk off towards short leg, like many batsmen do. But Budinger undoes the Velcro straps on the wrist of his batting gloves and then immediately refastens them. So, why? In goes, goodness me, hit up into the air. He's going to be out. It's pulled at top edge and it's caught at mid-on. Budinger has given it away. He was walking away already. Didn't really get up. It was a fraction shorter on off stump from Anujdal. He thought it was there to pull. It wasn't. It didn't really bounce as he thought it was going to. That said, he still managed to top edge it, get underneath it, and it gave mid-on a simple catch. Lewis Rees making no mistakes. So, as has tended to be the case sometimes in this game, a wicket has fallen pretty soon after an interval. In this case, it's that of Sol Budinger, who played some very nice shots in going to 27, but not half enough of them as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 50 for 1 is the score. Derbyshire have picked up their first wicket.
A very strange dismissal, but you're right about wickets falling after sessions. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it a few times that a wicket has fallen after the restart, following an interval. And well done to Anujdal, who has picked up the first wicket. It was up in the air for a long, long time, and Lewis Rees sort of circled it. And just for a moment, you're wondering, no, for goodness sake, don't put that one down. He didn't. He didn't. He held on to it very comfortably. Indeed, as Louis Kimber comes out at number 3, we have our first winners of the day in the best versus the best First Division. Kent have beaten Somerset by 151 runs inside 3 days. Yorkshire still need 90 to win against Gloucestershire, but they're 6 down now, so that one will almost certainly finish today. You would have thought, as long as the weather holds. Surrey, 127 for 3, still trailing Lancashire by 176. Not much of a contest there. I think the champions have been out celebrating. And Hampshire at 243 for 7, trailing Warwickshire by 29, and that game is still in only the second innings of the match. So make of all that what you will. I, quite frankly, don't make much of it. 27 from 37 deliveries, possibly. There's Dahl in and bowls and goes past the edge of Louis Kimber's bat. That wasn't far away at all. 36 deliveries, I beg your pardon, with 5 fours. And the time taken, the official time taken, between the dismissal and the next ball being bowled was 2 minutes. And there is really no need for it to be that long, because he was out there for 47 minutes, Budinger, and Evans has been batting for 49, and they both went out at the same time. Dahl is in again, he goes past the edge of Kimber's bat. Yes, good over this. Good spot by somebody there. I have no idea who it was. But they say, good over this. Yeah, that's right. A wicket and 2 past the edge. Yeah, I'd have thought so. I've taken over your over here.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do it this one because it's the last ball. Dahl bowls and it goes past the edge of his bat. 3 successive deliveries go past the edge of Louis Kimber's bat without taking the bat. And it's a good over from Anujdal. It may even be A wicket maiden it is for Anuj Dal. Leicestershire 50 for 1, 2 overs after tea.
And I'm pretty sure that if you were asked, I know where your vote would go for Player of the Year, judging by the way you feel Dahl has performed in this game and this season, really. I get the impression that you think he's
Nailed on for me.
Yeah,
Nailed
very
on.
much the man. Well, he has started the rot, if you like, from Derbyshire and Leicestershire's point of view in terms of Leicestershire's second innings. He's made the breakthrough, 50, having made 48 in the first innings, the opening pair. But thereafter, it went very badly wrong as in go. Oh, that's a little bit high as it comes back in from Connors and hits Evans on the back pad. Pretty much in front, but a little bit high for me. And certainly there was no real appeal other than a shout of frustration, particularly from Connors. That one came back in. The ball is already doing a lot more post-tee than it was doing pre-tee.
So the effects of that heavy roller starting to wear off.
I think so. Good bowling as well, though, by Dahl and Connors, who is in and bowls outside off stump. Nice shot off the back foot by Sam Evans, and it's going to be for Dahl. Ever enthusiastic, is closing down on the ball, but realises with a step or two to go, he's not going to get there. So he plays that shot quite nicely, wristily, Evans, but in a sort of flowing way, and it's not displeasing aesthetically. He moves on to 24, 54 for 1. His sort of situation, you would hope, from Leicestershire's point of view, for Sam Evans, just bat time. Waits with bat raised as Connors is in to him, and he defends, jumping slightly on the back foot. Louis Kimber, who looked so promising in the middle and earlier and middle part of the season. He just lost form a little bit, lost his way a little bit in recent games. This would be a very good game in which to find that form again. I know we're getting to the top of the hour, but I think I'll get through these 3 balls because it tends to be at the end of the news. They come to me. Connors is in. Forward goes Evans.
Martin Emerson says he's perplexed by the fact that...
He's always perplexed about so many things.
But he suggested in his video, which I stress I haven't watched, but I'm perplexed because David Griffin clearly has. Apparently they've batted so that Hamid can try to overtake Madsen as leading run scorer in the championship. Apparently Martin Emerson said that has been suggested here. Pitiful.
Connors is in. Bowls outside off stump. He did, yes, and I think he messaged David in that manner, and
he didn't say pitiful. I just said
no.
pitiful.
But Griff replied, "Dunno." He said because quote, I couldn't be bothered to get into the argument with him to explain.
Well, he shouldn't have responded the first time. I have warned him about responding to fools on social media.
In goes Connors to end his over. Bowls. Evans leaves outside off stump. Good pace. End of the over. 54 for 1.
10th first-class score in the 90s for Wayne Madsen today, says David Griffin. News already started. Richard will be back. He's got plenty of time to get there. Lights on here. 568 for 9 declared. Derbyshire. A lead of 319 when they bailed out. Middlesex have got that 5th batting point and will now be promoted. Thank you, Nick. My mathematician, keeping me informed as Dahl is in and bowls. That one is guided out into the offside by Kimber. There's no run. Here comes comes Dahl again over the wicket, bowling to Louis Kimber, who defends this one straight back to the Derbyshire all-rounder. And he's definitely an all-rounder. 957 runs at 73, his batting average. And 34 wickets at 29, his bowling average. Quite remarkable season that Anuj Dahl has enjoyed this season. Only Sam Connors has more wickets than Dahl for Derbyshire in the Championship. 54 for 1 as Dahl is in, and that one is driven up to Billy Godleman at mid-off by Louis Kimber, and there's no run. Here we go. Yeah, early stages of the evening session here. Heidi and Leicestershire have lost their first wicket. They are 54 for 1. Sol Budinger, who's going to join them on loan from Nottinghamshire, but is joining them permanently next season. Dismissed for 27, caught by Lewis Rees off the bowling of Anuj Dahl. One's just gone through the slips off the bat of Louis Kimber. He's on to 4. Evans has 24. Derbyshire earlier declared on 568 for 9. That meant that they led by 319. Leicestershire, though, 58 for 1, still trailing by 261. The ball actually dropped quite quickly as it went through the slip cordon there off the edge of Louis Kimber's bat. Wasn't really a chance. I did see arms going up next door, but it went in between Ben Aitchison and Wayne Madsen, but had hit the floor before it reached them. Here is Dahl in again and bowls, and that one is defended by Kimber up to mid-on, where Lewis Rees does the fielding. Not sure if I actually... And comes Dahl again. Bowls and is driven, but not timed by Kimber. Out into the onside. That's the end of the Dahl over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10 here. So it goes 58 for 1 Leicestershire, with Evans on 24 and Kimber on that rather fortuitous 4. Means that they trail by 200. And 61 runs with 28 overs left today. It doesn't look as though we're going to get a conclusion to this game today. It would take something rather alarming from the Leicestershire batsman for that to happen. As Sam Connors circles and begins a new over from the racecourse, and he's bowling to Sam Evans, who gets an inside edge down into the ground, and it goes down to fine leg for 4 runs. Another fortuitous boundary for Leicestershire. They'll take them though. He moves on to 28, 62 for 1 now. 257 more runs to play with before they have to think about batting for a second time, Derbyshire. So Middlesex promoted, disappointingly, and Nottinghamshire batting on 551 runs ahead, with Hasib Hamid on 41. Once he gets to 88, he'll overtake Wayne Madsen, if that is the point of that exercise. Connors bowls to Evans, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Pakistan have lost a second wicket, 43 for 2 after 6 overs. And it's Shan Masood who's gone, caught by Wood off the bowling of Willie for 7. So my interest in the T20 now diminishes. Connors on his way in again from the racecourse end. Bowls, and rather a long way away from his body. Evans punches that into the ground towards Anuj Dahl, who fields comfortably. And there is no run. Yorkshire have lost a 7th wicket there. 155 for 7. They need another 86 runs to beat Gloucestershire at Headingley. Sorry, they've lost a 3rd wicket. 136 for 3, trailing Lancashire by 167 rather, following on. Yeah, Connors is in and bowls, and Evans pushes this one out into the offside. Deploy does the fielding. So 609 without loss following on, trailing Glamorgan by 166. I would imagine that Glamorgan's spirit has probably been broken by the news that Middlesex got that final batting bonus point and are indeed promoted.
So we're going to Cardiff next year.
We're going to Cardiff, which is no bad thing.
Who knows, St Helens?
Well,
that's
Newport or Colwyn Bay.
Colwyn Bay
Are the two outgrounds I think they're using now. Neath they went to in the One-Day Cup. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Sam Evans.
I think we ought to play on the beach at Poppet Sands. That'd be fun.
I like Newport's ground looks really nice. Newport itself.
Nicer than Newport.
Not so sure.
You were talking about Mark Steele. He's just done one of those things from Newport.
Yes.
One of those Mark Steele's in town.
Yeah. He's done one from Paris as well, which is, I think, is the latest one.
There's a lot to be said for that, isn't there? I
Yeah.
think if he expands his horizons.
I think we should have a game in Paris. This next delivery is defended by Evans. Out into the offside. It's fielded by Leas Deploy. It's the end of the Connors over. 62 for 1. 3 overs for 9. Sam Connors has bowled. Evans has 28. Kimber has 4. Leicestershire 62 for 1, as I say, 257 behind. The Colwyn Bay was really good. It was very hot. It's a very small ground, and that was nice. We went twice in successive years to St Helens, which is falling down, I'm afraid, and nobody seems willing to put any money into it. But it'd be a real shame if it's lost to first-class cricket, because of course of its historical significance as far as Gary Sobers is concerned with the 6 sixes. But Newport's supposed to be nice, a nice ground.
Anuj Dahl in from the City End. Bowls to Louis Kimber, who plays the ball firmly down into the ground from off stump, fielded by Dahl in his follow through. As you, I'm sure, confirmed to the listeners and watchers on the stream, that chance wasn't quite a chance, was it, off Kimber's edge? It was only fractionally short of first slip, but short it was of Ben Aitchison. He looks smaller in the slips than he does when he's bowling, curiously. In goes Dahl and bowls. That one comes back in a little bit, and he starts just to flinch slightly there, Louis Kimber, as he closes the bat face on it. Ball runs out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Wayne Madsen next to him puts it in perspective. He's a good 6 inches shorter than Aitchison, if not more.
You're right, though. He doesn't look massively tall there, does he, in between the wicketkeeper and Wayne Madsen?
Dahl is in. That one comes back in again a little bit, and he stayed on the back foot, and it came almost off the leading edge as he was looking to work it towards mid-wicket. He just looks kind of out of sorts, Louis, at the moment. So he's searching for timing and fluency. His demeanour doesn't really change. As I say, he's a very laid-back young man. He looks calm enough out there, but something isn't quite right at the moment. Can he play himself into form? In goes Dahl, bowls to him. That's better. He gets forward and plays it firmly out to mid-off. And there's no run. Let's have a look at his scores of late. Well, he made 75 3 innings ago at home to Durham. Before then, 6 and 16 at Notts, 2 and 75 at home to Durham, 2 and 4 at home to Middlesex. Dahl is in. He's looking to turn that one down the leg side, not getting anything on it, and it's stopped, not cleanly, by Brooke Guest. And of course, 13 in the first innings here. Caught at first slip by Harry Kane off the bowling. No, he was bowled, wasn't he, by Aitchison. Fourth delivery after lunch, which again comes back to that business of wickets falling just after an interval. Dahl scurries in almost and bowls, played down into the ground on the front foot by Louis Kimber, bounces out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. The energetic, efficient sort of looking Dahl marches back to umpire's chantry. The umpire's having changed ends, of course, takes his cap, his baggy blue and his Derbyshire sweater, marches off towards point. Your colleague rather likes those baggy caps, doesn't he? He's keen on acquiring one.
Yes, if one goes missing, we'll know who's got it.
Can you buy a?
I don't think so.
I don't think you can.
No,
Can
I don't
you?
think
Can't
so.
buy a.
No.
No, they're rare currency, awarded
Yeah.
on merit.
Yeah. They're very. There is a baggy cap company, isn't there, who make them? And I don't know, like, 'cause my cricket club, Blackrod, give them out for hundreds or fifers, that kind of thing. And there is one in our house.
I have a baggy, but
I
I very rarely wear it. I don't like it very much.
Connors begins a new over from the racecourse, and it's a shortish delivery that Evans turns down towards long leg. It's fielded by Alex Thompson. And they go through for another single, 63 for 1.
The baggy was courtesy of the Sunday Times Occasionals, whom I represented for 3 or 4 years. Played our games down in London for the most part.
But not very often,
Black and white quarters. No, not that often. About sort of 8 to 10 games a year, something like that.
Black and white quarters sounds very exciting.
Yeah. I preferred my plain cap from my original club, to be quite honest, with club badge.
Connors is in and balls. Louis Kimber leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper.
Kind of asking for it, a quartered cap, isn't it, really?
Yes, yeah.
Who's this?
Yeah, it's like having the ones with the circles on them and that kind of thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, you can see the players who've had the caps for a while, Madsen and Godalman. They are faded.
They're cool.
You have to put them in the back of the car for a long time to get them that faded, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Evans. No, Kimber. Believe the scoreboard. Believe your eyes. Come on, shame yourself.
Correct.
Yeah.
Kimber, a somewhat larger unit.
Well, yes.
Bless his heart, than Sam Evans.
That's what made me think that indeed it was Kimber, but I looked at the scoreboard briefly. Foolishly.
It'll be different.
Can't hope so. Connors is in and balls, and that one is off a thick outside edge and goes down to a wide third man all along the floor for 4 runs. And Kimber has moved on to 8 with 2 boundaries, neither of which he deserved. But he has got them. 8 runs to him, 67 for 1, 252 behind now, Leicestershire. Remarkable. They all count, and it doesn't say in the scorebook. 1 through the slips and 1 off a thick edge down to wide third man. It just says 4 and 4. All of his runs have come by way of boundaries so far. 25 overs to go after this. Hour and a half. Ish. Next delivery is foolish from Sam Connors and driven. That's a proper boundary from Louis Kimber. Absolutely. Yeah. Glorious shot. Moves on to 12. 71 for 1, probably. I'm not willing to risk any kind of reputation that I may or may not have. Yeah, there we go. He's on to 12. Probably. 71 for 1. Trailing by 248, so down below the psychological 250 barrier. The sun is now shining brightly despite the fact despite that, the lights are still on. I think once they're on, they have to stay on. Yeah. Don't know why they were turned on in the first place, though.
No, neither do I, really.
I think somebody's leant accidentally on the button that switches them on. It's just a switch. You'd expect it to be enormous, wouldn't you, like a big... But no, it's just a switch. Connors bowls, defended by Kimber, out into the offside. Godwin fields at mid-off. And that's the end of the Connors over, which he conceded 9 runs. Leicestershire 71 for 1, Evans 29, Kimber 12. They trail by 248.
Runs at the moment not an issue as far as Derbyshire conceding them is concerned. It's all about taking wickets in it, and it will be until, well, probably around about tea tomorrow if we're still here then. They settle for 2 or 3 more tonight. That do them very nicely indeed, because they know then they would be into the all-rounders. The Leicestershire all-rounders, just the 4 specialist batsmen in the Leicestershire side. Rahan Ahmed scheduled to come in at 5, or listed to come in at 5. Might be a slightly movable feast. But very, very important that Evans, having got himself in, Budinger had got himself in as well, but in the first innings, nobody, with the arguable exception of Tom Scriven, was really able to go on and make a score that changed the game, and even Scriven's 50 didn't really do that. Dahl is in, bowls to Evans, very straight. Evans is pushing firmly back down the pitch, down the on side towards mid-on. And there's no run. And that's something that Paul Nixon has been so keen to stress, that 50s, while good, don't change games, really. 6 or 7 of you get them, but centuries potentially do. Dahl is in and bowling. You could see him roll his fingers across that one, tried to bring it back in to Evans. Didn't really move too much off the seam. Evans on the back foot played it firmly out towards mid-wicket. Alex Thompson out there. Sure, he'll get a good few overs in before the close, unless, of course, the seamers start making further inroads. Just the one bonus point for Leicestershire in this game, as Dahl is in. That is turned again towards Thompson off the back foot by Evans. Thompson moves to his right to field, throws to Guest. No run. Good few sitting now in front of the Players' Pavilion, including the old Stench and Benno knot of Leicestershire supporters in behind their banner. Dahl is going to have a slightly changed field. Shortish mid-wicket has gone in, so Thompson retreats rather behind him as Dahl is in to Evans on off stump. Evans leans forward with a slightly angled bat, playing out into the off side, picked up at point. Nick Potts. Yes, Nick Potts at point.
Yes. Yeah.
Is the fielder, and there's no run. Is that Mickey over there doing a walk? Can't quite see. The sun is behind him, so he's rather dark. And the silhouette as that one is turned off his legs by Sam Evans out towards deep square, in front of square, so a little bit of a run round the boundary for Connors. And his throw is not taken cleanly by Guest. Fortunately, Madsen and Potts both backing up, and between them they make sure there aren't any extras.
I believe it's Darren Smith.
Oh yeah,
He's
a bit
pathway, in charge of the pathway here.
Saw an interview with him in the brochure. That was a good interview with Dahl in that brochure. In goes Dahl and bowls, turned to mid-wicket again, and stopped moving to his left. End of the over. 73 for 1. Evans 31. Kimber 12. And he says that he didn't know what he was required of him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He was just sort of
last season,
wasting his time. Since signed a lengthy-ish contract. When Mickey Arthur arrived, one of the questions we were saying, what do you make of the squad? Because I know he'd been watching an awful lot of video footage of it of Derbyshire over the winter. And he said, well, Anuj Dahl will lead our field. When we're fielding, he'll be the leader in the field, no question about it. And he's a magnificent fielder. But batting at 8, bowling, just brilliant this season. And clearly, player of the season. Certainly the championship player of the season. Didn't play in the T20. Didn't have a major impact in the Royal London necessarily, from memory. 73 for 1 Leicestershire. Sam Connors beginning a new over. Bowls to Louis Kimber, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And there is no run. That dreadful T20 in India. This is clearly not what T20 was invented for. South Africa were 106 for 8 in 20 overs. If you're only making 106, you shouldn't be only 8 down, unless the pitch is particularly tricky, I would suggest. Pakistan 60 for 3 after 9. As Connors goes in again from the racecourse and bowls to Kimber, who drives but doesn't time it. Billy Godalming will do the fielding out mid-off. Shan Masood out for relatively few. A victim to David Willey, of all people, who will be playing for Northamptonshire next season, of course, returning to his first club. That's a bit of a coup for Northamptonshire. Have done brilliantly to stay in the first division.
They have.
Yeah, I think it's a terrific effort by them. They've no real stars, have they, as this next delivery? They've got some good players. That's off a thick edge down to third man by Louis Kimber. So now he's got the 25% very nice boundary rate, as that's his fourth. And 3 of them have come off the edge of his bat. I know he paid for the whole bat, but one of them was a glorious cover drive, and the other 3 weren't. They would have been had they gone where he intended them, I think, but he's offering some hope to the Derbyshire bowlers. Leicestershire move on to 77 for 1. Kimber to 16. They trail by 242. And Connors sets off again. In and bowls to Kimber, who gets the full face of the bat on that one, pushes it out to Deploy, who fields in the covers. And there's no run. Did he have a little hop in his run up there, Sam Connors? I didn't notice it. I wonder if he's ironed it out.
At the very start?
Yeah.
He did.
He did.
He
He has. Good.
Yeah.
It's a new development. He says it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, well, I think so. I don't
He
remember.
was doing it throughout the first innings.
Oh, yeah, no, a new development this season.
Oh, okay.
He says it isn't,
Let's
but
have a look.
I think
He
it
does
is.
this
It runs about 4 paces and then hops.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's not
It's not noticeable.
No, it's not anymore. This one is driven nicely out into the offside by Kimber. He moves to 20 with his 5th boundary. That was a really good shot. It was over pitched outside the off stump, and he just sort of leant into it. Really good foot movement. Out it went. 81 for 1, Leicestershire.
He's got such a good eye, Kimber.
If only he could coordinate it with his hands.
Oh, he can.
Sam Connors has got a problem with his left hamstring, I'm saying, or his left knee, but he's been stretching it out. I don't think he looks 100% happy here, if I'm honest.
But he kind of doesn't unless he's taking wickets.
No, he doesn't. No, and he's such an amiable young man as well. That's
Indeed.
it's not much of a hop. It used to be a proper hop. This one isn't. That one's down the leg side. Not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, but he scampers after it, prevents them from going for a bye. And Leicestershire at the end of the Connors over. He is clutching that left hamstring again.
Yeah,
81 for 1. I wonder if he's going to go off here, Sam Connors. I wouldn't be at all surprised. Ben Aitchison's coming across to have a word with him, which I think is nice and good. And he's probably saying to him, look, if you felt a twinge, you get yourself off. I know it's the last game of the season, but you don't do some severe damage. And he's flexing it again there. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him leave the field. Yeah, he's holding on to it now as he goes out towards... it'll be, what will it be? It'll be the mid-wicket, won't it, on the boundary?
5 overs either side. Did he bowl a 1 over before, a couple of overs before?
Yes,
I think he did, didn't
yes,
he, before
yeah.
tea?
Yeah.
Because we only had 10 overs before tea. Aitchison bowled from this end.
No, he didn't before
So
tea, because he's bowled
exactly,
five
so
overs for 26 since tea, yeah.
So it must have all been post-tea. So he's had his spell. He's still out there. He's, he's staying at...
Well, the 12th man is currently already on the field
square.
because Danish Dahl has gone off. We're going to see some spin for the first time. Alex Thompson, spin it to win it.
Aitchison is warming up. Or at least he's swinging his shoulders around a little bit. So, yeah, big moment. Not big moment.
Huge.
But potentially it could be interesting if he gets a little bit of bounce. And at this relatively early stage in Leicestershire's second innings, it's going to be tough for the Foxes to see him off for the best part of 4 sessions. Tall young man.
They're very tall for a spinner, I always think.
That's a kind of good thing, isn't it? Should get a little bit of bounce. The mustard pads have been donned.
Didn't take long at all, did it, really?
Thompson steps in and bowls forward. Big stride. Goes Evans, plays it back up the pitch to Alex Thompson. You said thought about going into teaching? Was it?
Yes, Alex Thompson, yeah, absolutely. He was ready to...
Who is in and playing off the back foot through the offside, not really timing it, but getting it into the gap is Evans, so will be 2 there. That was a little bit of bounce for him. Sir, why have you got that haircut, sir?
Yes, I don't think you could possibly get away with that.
No, no. You'd get hammered, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Unless
you would. Yeah, you would.
Yeah, I would think so. Aitchison continues to stretch as Thompson is in. Drops short, cut away, but again, mistimed, and this time he didn't find the gap. So Aitchison able to make a comfortable stop at point. And then having gotten rid of the ball, bowls a couple of vigorous looseners. Thompson is in. Forward plunges Evans, pushing the ball out towards extra cover. Coming in is Duploy, who too has just bowled a couple of sort of left arm looseners, but I don't know whether that's...
He does bowl. Well, I say bowl.
Thompson is in. That's drifting into the leg side, so although there's bounce, Evans can go back and work it out towards deep mid-wicket. Connors runs round to field. Kane was already leaping athletically out of the way, wasn't he? Well before he played the shot there.
He watched it out of the hand and saw it bounce and thought, uh-oh.
It's heading my way.
Yeah.
I think I'll vacate the area just in case he goes for the pull. He didn't really, just turned it firmly out towards mid-wicket. Round the wicket goes Thompson. Forward goes Kimber. And with a rather more authority, if you like, just leans into the turn of the wrist, defensively pushes it out again towards Connors and jogs 1. End of the over. 84 for 1. Updates time.
Well, they've thrown the ball to Sam Connors and he's marching in, but I don't think he's going to bowl because Ben Aitchison has already removed his sweater. And Sam Connors looks around and I think he is going to leave the field now. I think he was only staying on because he thought he might be bowling. He's going to stay on. He's in conversation with Julian, the physio. And Ben Aitchison is going to be back in action from the racecourse end. The Radio Derby updates a little bit later on at this time of the day. Because it's in the sports news, which may or may not be dominated by Derby County's new manager, Paul Warne. I'd be surprised if it wasn't, in all honesty. Here is Aitchison then. 5 overs for 20 so far. Bowls on leg stump, and it's turned by Kimber into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 22. 86 for 1. 233 runs the deficit. Matty McKinnon's on for Anuj Dal at the moment. I don't think there's anything wrong with Nudge, but he's on for him. As Aitchison bowls, back into his crease goes Evans and pushes the ball out into the offside. There's no run. Next delivery from Aitchison is defended out into the offside again by Evans, and this time it's Matty McKinnon who's on the field in place of Dahl, who does the fielding, throws it in hard to Brooke Guest, then waits for the ball to come back to him and has to sort of crouch down because he didn't want it throwing in the air because he's looking almost directly into the sun. which is low at this time of year, of course. Aitchison in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. In fact, it's a comfortable single because Harry Kane is wearing the fielding pads and couldn't really dash round to pick the ball up and throw in. Evans moves on to 35, 87 for 1. Blue bus going towards the city centre. Don't see many buses from here. We can see a bit of traffic. It's moving quite nicely at the moment. As Aitchison is in and bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side by Kimber again to Kane, who does the fielding fairly comfortably. Aitchison turns 12 yards or so, in and bowls down the leg side. Kimber tries to flick it away but can't. And it's the end of the over, just the 2 runs from it. We have an email from Greg Watts, who's a very fine writer. Reflecting on the season, he says it's noticeable how few standout performances there have been from the bowlers in the county championship. Connors twice and Dahl have taken 5ers. I think Lackmal took a 5 as well. 8 players have scored 18 centuries. Injuries have no doubt been a factor in the bowling department. 19 bowlers, 3 have been overseas, and several loanees. Yeah, that was slightly disruptive to lose Saranga Lackmal, I think. What happened to Mikey Cohen, he says? Well, Mikey Cohen's been released and hasn't played at all this season. Did pick up an injury at one point, I think. Says he looked nifty on occasions last season. He certainly did. He certainly got some pace, but I don't think he is going to be around next season. Any custard creams left? Asked Greg, who was the man whose words, as this one is pushed up to mid-off by Evans for a single. Leicestershire move on to 88 for 1. Greg's words were basically responsible for receiving that packet of custard creams. His very kind words. There were 1 or 2 left, but not many, it has to be said. Biscuits tend not to last very long around us. Good to hear from you, Greg. Always good to hear from anybody, in all honesty. Nice to know that people are listening. There is a sports bulletin coming up after the weather forecast, I think. I've forgotten which order everything runs in now. And here is Thompson in and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Kimber for a single. He moves on to 23. 89 for 1. Thompson, halfway through his second over, bowls to Evans, who pushes it back towards the bowler. Not quite cloudless skies now, but it looks like we're going to be all right for a long, long time here. As Thompson is on his way in again, and bowls. This one is pushed back out towards the a very straight mid-off by Evans. Again, there's no run. Rain not arriving till Friday afternoon, proper rain. This next delivery is again pushed up to mid-off by Sam Evans, and it ends the over. He's on 36, Kimber's on 23. The partnership's worth 39, and Leicestershire at 89 for 1, trailing by 230. There we go. And we're on first. Yeah, the good news, Sally, is they've got all day tomorrow to do it as well, because they're probably going to need it. Leicestershire are making quite a decent fist of their second innings, bowled out for 249 in their first. They're 89 for 1 the only man out, Sol Budinger, just after tee, top-edged a shot to mid-on where it was caught by Lewis Rees off the bowling of Anuj Dal. He was dismissed for 27. Louis Kimber's on 23. Sam Evans has 36, and as I say, they're 89 for 1, which means they trail by 230. Earlier on today, Billy Godwin out to the second ball he faced this morning for his overnight 158. Liz Deploy made 43, a very bright innings that, but one of 5 victims to Rian Ahmed, the 18-year-old England leg spinner. Harry Kane made 19, Wayne Madsen 92, Alex Thompson out for a duck, Ben Aitchison made 18, and Nick Potts was the last man out for 13, with leaving Anuj Dal 31 not out, as Derbyshire declared on 568 for 9. That was a lead of 319. It's been whittled away by Leicestershire in their second innings. They're 89 for 1, trailing by 230. I've no idea what's happened in this over so far, but no runs have been scored, so no damage done. 89 for 1 it remains, as in goes Aitchison again, and now runs are scored, or a run is scored, as Kimber just clips that into the leg side and moves to 24, and it's 90 for 1.
Just been listening to an epic preview of Leicester City's next game, as though it's the World
It's
Cup
all or nothing,
final.
all or nothing.
Jeez. Yeah. Even the presenter sort of remarked, raised an eyebrow verbally, so to speak.
Yes. In a spot of bother, isn't it? Or they are in a spot of bother. This one's been, it's past been pulled around the corner. He might get 4 runs for it, he does. Evans, not quite in full control of that, but in enough control of it to get it down to fine leg. And 4 more to Evans, who moves to 40. Leicestershire to 94 for 1.
It's a match to save the season, and perhaps the manager.
Wow.
Oh, he's just footy.
Yes, football is king, though, isn't it?
It seems to be. There was a very interesting interview just beforehand with Steve Coogan. They've just done a film about the Richard III finding an exhumation and so on and so forth. And it's quite a controversial film.
Car park fine that he has to pay. This one is pushed up to mid-on by Evans, and there's no run as it goes straight to Lewis Rees.
Yeah, 385 years overdue.
At £8 a day.
You're mad.
Soon adds up, doesn't it?
It
Soon
does.
adds up.
Make a hole in even the royal family's finances, wouldn't it?
Well, not much of one.
No, true.
Aitchison bowls. That's a full delivery. As it, I wasn't sure if it had taken an edge, and it wasn't taken cleanly initially by Brooke Guest, but Evans played at that one. I think it went in between his bat and pad. He took it at the second attempt, did Guest, but no damage done from a Leicestershire perspective. 94 for 1 at the end of the over, 40 to Evans, and 24 to Kimber. Controversial in what way? They're saying it's not him.
Yeah, essentially the film is making the point, but that the woman who sort of was largely behind his finding, did loads of the research and identified it, and a lady called Philippa Langley, the film insists was then pretty much sidelined thereafter, and was sort of excluded from she was made to sort of sit in the audience for the press conference, etc., etc. Thompson is in and bowls. Kimber is clipping to mid-wicket. Dahl falling to his right, gets a hand to it, but that is not going to prevent a fall because it burst through his hand. It wasn't a chance. It hit it into the ground, and he got a hand to it, and then it ran away down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So he's a very powerful young man, is Louis Kimber, and he has fairly raced on to 28 off 35 balls. But the key, if Leicester are going to save this, is that he bats a long time as well. What he mustn't do is, having got in, and get himself out. Thompson, just a little step, and then bowls. Forward goes Kimber. Again, he's turning the bat face on the ball as he leans forward, runs gently out towards Dahl. So Steve Coogan was making that point fairly forcibly in an interview with BBC Radio Leicester. So I should look forward to seeing that. In goes Thompson, again clipped to mid-wicket by Kimber. Again, Dahl is the fielder falling to his right. It's a 3-man game thus far in this over.
So a woman sidelined after discovery, a bit like DNA then.
Yeah.
The female member of the triumvirate, was very much brushed out of history for a long time.
Thompson is in. This time it is turned past Delph out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a single is taken. Is it still... Is her name now on the helix or whatever it's called?
That was the discovery, wasn't it?
Watson
and Crick.
I don't know whether it's been renamed to add her name. Rings a bell that it might have been. Evans is stretching forward to that full delivery on-off stump, playing it back up the pitch to Alex Thompson. Shed my gilet. Bright sunshine here now. Thompson is in. Oh, back goes Evans, but it doesn't really turn too much. It doesn't really threaten the stumps. It does turn a fraction, but not enough. Not as much as the Kukli, actually, that Rehan Ahmed bowled a couple of times. Turns. He seems to get an incredible amount of revs on that one. End of the over. It's 99 for 1. Evans has 40. Kimber has 29. And they have added now 49 for the second wicket.
The woman was called Rosalind Franklin.
So Watson and Crick asked, well,
and
okay.
She doesn't appear in any of the results of searches till a long, long way down. With an article that was written in The Guardian, which suggests that it was a myth.
That she was involved?
Well, that they stole her data. As I can't read and watch.
No, nor should you.
Watch Ben Aitchison. Although it's very impressive. Aitchison bowls first delivery of a new over. Kimber pushes it out to mid-off. Look it up if you want to delve further. As Aitchison's in again, and that one is turned into the leg side by Kimber, who picks up a single, moves to 30, and the 100 is up for Leicestershire. 100 for 1. Second time around, having been bowled out for 249. First time, they trail by 219. Lewis Rees is warming up. Ready for a bowl. The Derbyshire all-rounders. Hasn't had the season that he might have hoped for. Is it mid-on as Aitchison bowls to Evans and now fields the ball?
He's limping a bit. Is he?
Who?
Aitchison looks to be.
Oh, no,
Look at him.
don't say that. No, he's all right.
Is he?
No
Okay.
idea. Goodness me. If they lose Connors and Aitchison, that... He looks a little bit not distraught,
Right.
not
He's
quite
not right,
distraught.
is he?
No, he's not.
Whether he just jarred something there, but as he came back, he was definitely.
He managed 9 deliveries at Cardiff. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven for 4 runs. You're right. He's limping right leg. That one has gone all the way for 4 off Evans' bat. He moves on to 44, 104 for 1.
Definitely, just favouring it.
So Connors is. I think he's still out there, Sam Connors. Yeah, he's just collected that ball. He's lost his cap. Of course he has on the way. So if Aitchison is injured and Connors isn't 100%, that will improve Leicestershire's hopes of escaping from this game with a draw. Or even winning it.
I think that is an unlikely prospect of them getting 150 ahead or 200 ahead and maybe putting Derbyshire under pressure, but they've got so much work to do to get to that point. They're still 215 behind.
Aitchison's in. No, he isn't in again. He hasn't delivered that one. And Lewis Rees continues to warm up. He maybe needed sooner than he ever imagined. He has a word with Billy Godwin. He looks to be just encouraging him. What is it? Hip? Oh, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Doesn't look happy, does he?
No. He's in now. And bowls. It's a short of a length delivery. The no follow through is a bit of a giveaway. He wants to stop as quickly as possible after he's delivered it. Now he's touching his right hip again. Ball returned to him. Evans has 44. Kimber 30. 104 for 1, Leicestershire trailing by 215 as Aitchison's in again, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Evans. It's the end of the over. We will find out in the fullness of time. He's taken his cap and his sweater, and he's going into the slip region where he would normally. Is he going into the slip region or not? I'm not sure. And they've just waved to Billy Godalmann's waved to Alex Thompson because he's not going to get another over because he's going to be replaced by Lewis Rees. They might need Wayne Madsen and Lewis deploy with his left arm. I think it's spin. Didn't turn it much. But it'd be interesting to know about the injuries, if they are indeed injuries. 17 overs remaining then, so an hour-ish or so. It could be quite the race to get back for the 6:20 slot that I've been given this evening.
You got to do it in the studio?
No, here.
Oh, sorry.
But after I've gone over and done my...
Oh, right, I'm with you. Interview?
Yes. No idea who we'll be interviewing at the moment. Could be anybody.
Well, won't we... Wayne?
Could be
looks
Wayne.
Like he's going to finish top of the...
Well, is he?
Is he? Is he indeed? But
is he?
But either way...
Hasib Hamid's on 49, not out. I'm sure doing it on purpose. They're 576 runs in front.
Lewis Rees is in and bowling to Louis Kimber. Doesn't pronounce the S. Leans forward with a slightly angled bat, pushes it out towards backward point. Dahl is the fielder. Absolutely blazing sunshine. Nary a cloud where the weather is coming from. But of course, the floodlights have to stay on. Of course they do. The great cost to Derbyshire. I'm never quite sure whether the ECB pick up the bill in these circumstances. I think they might.
They should.
Quite how they divide it, I'm not sure. Rees is in, bowls outside off stump, room to try and fade away through the offside. He doesn't, not much foot movement on, but off the back foot times it quite nicely, but only as far as extra cover. And Louis Kimber remains on 30, 104 for 1.
There's a number of grounds that they can't use them in Cardiff.
No,
the lights, the championship matches.
I don't know why. I mean,
millions of miles away from houses.
It took Leicestershire, I think, 2 seasons to get permission to use them. In goes Rees bowls. Short, pulled in the air. Don't say he's giving it away. He's giving it away. Louis Kimber, what were you thinking? It was short. He pulled it in the air. Connors was out there. Thought for a minute Connors had misjudged it. He took a couple of steps in, realised it was going to go into his head, took a couple of steps back and actually took a difficult catch very unfussily and well. But Louis Kimber is dragging himself from the crease. And so he should. He'd got to 30. He was starting to bat really well. He hit the ball in the air. Didn't have to. You don't have to hit the ball in the air. And in these circumstances, that is a desperate dismissal, 104 for 2.
It is really, and you're right, it was a very good catch in the end. He made it a far more difficult catch than it might have been, but the ball would have been coming not directly out of the sun, but certainly sun in his eyes there, Sam Connors, and probably thinking about his hamstring and all sorts of things. So a really good catch by Sam Connors, but that is a bonus wicket for Derbyshire, a real bonus. He had no real reason to play that shot. Just leave it alone. Leave it alone. It's all about the discipline, isn't it? All about the discipline.
Or just go back and turn it along the ground. You know, there's...
Yeah.
Don't do that. Bodinger and Kimber both out pulling. Cool.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, actually. Yes, that's not good, is it?
Having gotten in 27 and 30.
Yeah, both got in. 6 fours for Kimber in his 30. Some of them were good, some of them not so much. But if Derbyshire can have them 4 down by the close, they will be very confident of completing a victory tomorrow morning or afternoon, early afternoon. They'll probably complete victory at around about 2 o'clock when I'm going to leave you by yourself while I speak to Dino Marmria. The new batsman is Lewis Hill, the last of the recognised batsmen.
Any more shots like those and It could be before 2 o'clock.
Yes, it could.
The last two recognised batsmen, out-and-out batsmen, are
yeah,
at the crease now.
At 2 down, which is, yeah, it's a little early, isn't it? It's a little early.
Everybody else can bat to varying degrees. Ahmed has shown himself to be a good bat, but he's an 18-year-old all-rounder very early in his career. Scriven ditto, very young all-rounder very early in his first-class career. Rees round the wicket to Lewis Hill. Bouncer. Hill just leans back out of the way. Plays it well in that respect, but decent bouncer from Rees. First up.
So Lewis Rees has had a strange old county championship campaign with the ball. That's only his 10th wicket. 10 wickets at 50. Which is a little expensive for a man who was taking wickets for fun earlier on in his Derbyshire career. Add in the fact he's only got 620 runs.
Rees is in and bowls. Comes back in a little bit, swings, but shapes back in towards Lewis Hill, who defends it on the back foot down the pitch on the onside.
I ought to say that at the start of the season he wasn't bowling because he'd had knee and shoulder operations in the winter, so he was sort of being eased back into it. And I'm sure that not being able to bowl was affecting his batting, as it does so often with cricketers who do both. Quite often, if you fail with one discipline and you can contribute with the other, you feel like you're in the game.
Rees is in, bowls, and he's going to pick up his first run there, Lewis Hill, as it swings back in, but he can just ease it through the vacant square leg area. Because there isn't a square leg, there's just Connors out on the boundary. As I suspect might be being mentioned to Louis Kimber even as well.
The only man out there. Yes. Yeah.
End of the over, 105, surely 105 for 2. Yes. Yeah. Scoreboard changes appropriately. Evans, 44. Hill, a single.
Well, the good news is that it doesn't appear that Ben Aitchison is struggling with the injury, because he's going to bowl from the race course, and he's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill.
A new batsman arriving can often have a rejuvenating effect.
On the bowler, yeah. Yeah. I'll just have one more skip.
Oh, might be all right, actually.
Yeah. Once he's got his eye in, he'll be limping away to the covers. No, I don't think he's that kind of character. No. Ben Aitchison. To pick up a wicket in this second innings. He's got 18 for the season so far, and he bowls to Hill, who goes back and defends this out into the offside. Billy Godleman picks up on a very wide mid-off. More of an extra cover by the time he picks the ball up. A couple of black Labradors I noticed out on the bank at tee, having a nice little run round. We've seen some kind of golden Labrador type dog over on the far side of the car park as Aitchison bowls. That one's on leg stump, and it's flicked away by Hill for his second run down to Alex Thompson at long leg. He's at long leg, and there's a man out on the square leg boundary. That's Nick Potts. Harry Kane is at mid-wicket. Rees at mid-on. Godwin at mid-off. Connors in the covers. And there's Dahl at point. And then 2 slips, who must be Leas Deploy and Wayne Madsen, as his next delivery is left alone outside the off stump and taken by the wicket-keeper. The only man I didn't mention there other than the bowler, who of course is Brooke Guest, who's played in every single game, all formats for Derbyshire this season.
We've been talking for much of the game about the aggregate runs scored by the Derbyshire side, or the Derbyshire first team batting squad. Is that what they say? Batting unit.
Unit.
They say
very
days,
much a unit. Oh yes. Aitchison bowls. That is driven, and that'll be 4 runs. I fancy. No, Billy Godman will actually get it down. He hasn't timed that as well as it sounded like he had, and they have to settle for a couple of runs. Evans moves to 46.
Leicestershire's highest aggregate run scorer is Colin Ackerman with 744, of which 277 came in 1 innings, averaging 35. Mulder 689 is second. Obviously, those 2 long since gone. Azad, 5'7", not playing in this game.
Aitchison in again, and that will be fishes for that one outside the off-stump Evans. It goes through to the keeper.
And of the batters playing in this game, only Hill, 422. Rishi Patel not playing, 418. Beg his pardon, Louis Kimber started the game on 460. So he has passed 500, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that. In 19 innings, he's a better batsman than that.
This one is driven rather on the stretch by Evans up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. No run, ended the over, 108 for 2.
But they're pretty low numbers compared to so many of the Derbyshire side.
Yes, they are. Well, Billy Godalming's had a wretched season. He's got 468. And he has, I mean, I know he's got his big score today, but then they've got 2 players with 1,000. Masood, who hasn't played since before the Royal London Cup in the Championship. And Wayne Madsen with his 1,200. He's deploy 845, Guest 923, Rees has got 620, Paul Season, Dahl 957. It's been a good season. Dahl's missed 1 game, so almost certainly would have got to 1,000 had he played every game, but he pulled up lame in the warm-up of the game at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire.
Rees from the city end, round the wicket to Lewis Hill, who leaves the delivery outside off stump and does so more than safely. Glorious evening here on the edge of Derby City Centre. We're not in Derby City Centre, are we? We're in...
Not quite. Not quite.
You say it's about a 20-minute walk, 15-minute walk?
15, 20 minutes,
15,
yeah.
20 minutes.
Bad light.
Just far enough away not to be able to do it during a lunch.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Bad lights at Trent Bridge. No idea why.
Rees is in bowls, and a no ball he bowls, and defended off the back foot by Hill out towards backward point. Given we're in blazing sunshine, and what's Trent Bridge?
12 miles away.
I was going to say 12, 15, something like that.
Probably less by the
We're looking away roughly where Trent Bridge is. Well, I suppose there's a bit of cloud over there, but goodness me.
Substandard lights, I imagine.
Extraordinary.
He's on 49, not out.
Rees turns, runs in, bowls up in towards the waist of Lewis Hill. It bounces. Hill turns his bat on it, pushes it out towards-ish Duploy. Comes running in from mid-wicket. There's no run. That high-pitched squawk of no from Hill echoes around the ground, drowning the traffic around a Pentagon Island. Rees is in, bowls straight on off stump. Hill defends on the back foot really, although he leans forward into the shot. Out to deploy it goes. Some bowlers running with the ball held quite high in their right hand. Rees has both arms down as he runs in. If that makes any sort of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps it down by his waist, runs in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Lewis Hill. Rees's pace is certainly not gentle, but it's certainly not that of, say, Potts or certainly Connors, and much more comfortable in those terms for the Leicestershire batsman to deal with. He's all about movement, really, Lewis Hill, or persuading the batsman to play a bad shot, which he managed to do with Louis Kimber. It is top of the hour. I've got an update.
Quite often don't take much persuading.
No. He is in and bowls to Hill, who's driving, and no idea where it is for a second. It's dropped down at his feet. He looks round almost wildly for a moment. And there is no runner. I better go and do it, just in case, with 1 ball to go in the over.
I had absolutely no idea where that ball had gone either, if I'm entirely honest with you, because he was blocking our view of it. Lewis Hill. Rees on his way in again from the city end, bowls to Hill, who defends. Ball down into the ground. It's the end of the over. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3. Lewis Rees, and 3 of those runs came from the no ball in that over. Evans has 46, Sam Evans, and 2 to Lewis Hill. 110 for 2. They still trail by 209. 209 more runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. Ben Aitchison is going to continue. 5th over of this spell, not for 15 at the moment. 9 overs for 35 in total. 14 overs to go, so we should finish around about 10 to 6, that kind of time. Which will give us time to get the interview and come back. Hopefully. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Evans, and there's no run. Should be an update coming up fairly shortly. 110 for 2. Leicestershire in their second innings. Aitchison goes in a bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go through. Leicestershire have lost a second wicket here, Heidi. They're 110 for 2 now in their second innings, chasing another 209 to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. Louis Kimber had batted nicely for his 30, but couldn't resist pulling a ball out to Sam Connors on the boundary off the bowling of Lewis Rees when he was dismissed. Rees having taken the catch to dismiss Sol Budinger off the bowling of Anujdal. So 2 wickets after tea. Leicestershire 110 for 2. They need another 209 to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. Goes Aitchison again. That one's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. MK Dons kick-off on December the 3rd is causing some consternation. In comes the next delivery from Aitchison. It's a long way wide of the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. It is fairly bizarre that the lights are on here. Absolutely no need for them. Sun shining. It has been since the lights were turned on, pretty much. There's Aitchison once again. 2 deliveries of the over left, probably. In fact, I shouldn't have believed the scoreboard. There was 1 delivery of the over left, and he takes his sweater off umpire Hassan Adnan. He's bowled himself a maiden over, and he punches the air. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 35. He seems quite pleased with that. I think it was more ironic than anything else. And at the end of the over, Leicestershire 110 for 2. Hill has 2, Evans 46. 209 more runs for Leicestershire to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. Derbyshire, if they can claim 8 more wickets before they get there, will win by an innings, and they do have the insurance policy of a second innings as well. Lewis Rees looks like he's going to continue. He's in discussion at the moment with Wayne Madsen and Billy Godalman. And it is going to be Lewis Rees to continue. From the city end, he's just had the ball tossed to him by Alex Thompson, and he's on his way in around the wicket and bowls to Lewis Hill, who leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. So 13 overs, including this one, left. They might get them in by 6 o'clock. They might not. Welcome to Derbyshire.
Bronte sent his apologies. He says he couldn't get to the game because he spent the whole day clearing A smelly culvert in Newark, which we thought was blocked, but later realised that's just what Nottinghamshire smells like. Oh, Brunty.
Oh, that's naughty.
It is.
Slip cordon reinforced by Wayne Madsen, who's going to field it. Third slip, so stand by for the ball to go in between him and Ben Aitchison as Reese comes in and he drives it, does Lewis Hill, up towards mid-off rather, where it's shy at the stumps from Billy Godalming that misses. It was good backing up from Lias de Pleu, who actually got hit on the knee by the ball. He's forever getting hit. As a result, they pick up a single, and Hill moves on to 3. 111 for 2. Nelson, if you believe in that sort of thing, Leicestershire trailing by 208. There's no reason why you should. As Reese is in, and the ball is turned into the leg side, and clearly Evans doesn't, because he's going to pick up 1. In off the boundary comes Sam Connors, loses his cap, of course, 112 for 2. And, Nick Potts going through his bowling action. I think we've probably seen the last of Ben Aitchison, 5 overs for 15. Punched the air when he completed his first maiden. Alex Thompson was down on his knees at mid-on for a moment there. He may be warming up to Tony Lewis-Reese's 3rd over. 1 for 5 so far. He's in around the wicket and bowls. And that one is pushed out into the offside. And Madsen, who's close in, got extra cover, does the fielding. I think we can definitively say we will be back tomorrow, unless something incredible happens in the remaining 12 overs and 2 balls. That would be a collapse. Reese around the wicket bowls. That's driven, but nicely fielded by Wayne Madsen. Got both hands to it. No idea how. Of course, I was looking at the scoreboard, so there are 12 overs. Yeah, 12 overs and 1 ball left. I'm there. Who's the clapper?
Connors.
Was it Connors? He's a long way away from his mates. On the mid-wicket boundary, there's nobody within, no players certainly within, what, 100 yards of him? Nearly.
No.
80 yards, certainly.
Managed to be picked out
I
by
could still hear him.
Louis Kimber, I was thinking.
Oh, yes, yes, absolutely. Good Reese over the wicket, bowling to Hill, who pushes this one out into the offside. It'll be fielded by Wayne Madsen, who stops the ball initially with his foot while he's drying his hands on his sweater. He eventually picks up, gives it to Anuj Dal, who'll do some polishing. And Nick Potts is indeed removing his sweater, so we'll see him from the racecourse end for the first time in this innings, certainly. I don't recall him bowling from this end in the first innings either, but he might have done. And Leicestershire 112 for 2. England in a very strong position in the T20. Pakistan 131 for 9 in the 18th over. Again, it's not really... Oh, Yorkshire on the brink of either victory or defeat. But I can't work out which. They're 206 for 9 and they need 35 more runs to win. What a game that is.
That's a lot in the context of that game, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They have to score the highest total of the match. 241, I think they need.
With the last pair at the crease.
You were saying earlier how much cricket there'll be tomorrow. The game at Canterbury's finished. The game at Headingley will finish. Surrey are 156 for 8 following on, trailing by 147. So that one will be over.
Weren't they 60 odd for something?
Yeah. And Hampshire are 311 all out and trail Warwickshire by 35. Warwickshire have just started their second innings. So that will be the only First Division game still going tomorrow.
5 Live Sports Extra may yet find it.
Here we come. The only game with nothing hanging on it.
Potts is in from the racecourse and good straight delivery that just shapes back in a touch towards Evans, but Evans is playing very well and defends it back down the pitch to towards Nick Potts. It's handed to Dahl to do a little bit of polishing.
I do Essex and Northamptonshire a disservice. They're still playing, but Essex are 53 for 5 in their second innings and only lead by 153 at Wantage Road, so that game could be over fairly sharpish. What a season Northants are having.
Yeah. Potts turns. Longish run is in and bowls full on leg stump, turned neatly by Evans out towards Kane. Still be padded at deep backward square. You can never be too careful. 112, 113 for 2. Evans on to 48.
We don't want to urge him to take them off, though, because it'll take him half an hour to take them off and half an hour to put them back on again.
Well, the whites are so sort of tight over them that they're quite wide pads that, they quite often have zips these days, the whites, don't they? Special fielding whites or something. So theoretically it might be doable. Potts, as the sun goes behind a cloud, goes in and bowls down the leg side. Hill sort of plays at it, doesn't really, and it goes on down the leg side and is taken cleanly by Brooke and Guest.
I think Glamorgan's heart is no longer in the game at Hove, having bowled Sussex out for 258 and forced them to follow on. Sussex are now 226 without loss in their second innings. They still trail by 49, but Middlesex obviously having clinched promotion with the bonus points that they have. Nothing for 5 Live to get excited about.
Potts is in outside off stump, cut away by Lewis Hill. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, so no chance of it bisecting the two fielders at wide third man and deep point. And going across the boundary, it's deep point who gets to the ball. First, Hill takes a single, moves on to 4. 114 for 2.
You'd have thought the bad light at Trent Bridge would be playing into Wayne Madson's hands, though, wouldn't you? They'll have to declare at some point, because if they don't win that game, that's embarrassing.
Potts is in and bowls, turned off his hip almost by Evans. They didn't really get up quite that high and pushed out towards square leg. It's mid-wicket running back who feels gets there before Kane Duploy. Again, a single is taken. Evans on to 49. Here's the rock upon which Leicestershire must build some sort of concerted reply if they are going to have any chance of saving this game. He's going to have to go on and probably get 140, 150 at least, you would think. In goes Potts, bowls to him. He's to Hill, I beg your pardon, them having taken the single off the previous delivery. Hill turns the delivery off his legs out to Kane at deep backward square, takes the one and keeps the strike. 115 for 2. Hill now has 5. Evans 49. They're not dissimilar in build or style, these two Leicestershire batsmen. Both Leicestershire boys, although Lewis may take exception to that. Lutterworth he's from. You know the famous story about Lewis Hill. He worked for a while as a young man when he was working his way through the academy at a newsagent's in Lutterworth, or near Lutterworth. I think it was in Lutterworth. That was twice the subject of an armed raid, and he was behind the counter on both occasions. So his nerve was tested.
I'll say.
In a fiery furnace.
Lewis Rees begins a new over from the City end, bowling to the under fire Lewis Hill. Hopefully he wasn't under fire. He gets a single for that as he pushes it up to Billy Godleman at mid-off, moves to 617 for 2. The cloud has now obscured the sun. The lights remain on, of course, but it's a fairly ominous-looking cloud. Once they go off at 5:30, that's it.
I think it was a knife that was pulled.
Oh, okay. This next one is wide of the off stump. I was just trying to be clever, really. But
no, it'd be enough for me, for
no,
sure.
Anyway. Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah,
take it. Take it. We're insured. That one was left alone outside the off stump by Evans.
Extra Mars bar.
Yeah.
Copy of the Sun.
All the lottery tickets, I would have thought would be the first thing to go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, oh, I suppose, yeah.
Start scratching him away before you get caught. I don't know. I've never planned as Reese comes in around the wicket and bowls. That's off a thick edge down towards third man. Anujdal has given up the chase, so that's obviously going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. And Evans is on and past his 50. Excellent work from Sam Evans. 53 not out. His 50 coming with his 7th 4. And it's taken him 90 deliveries. All immaterial unless he stays and goes on and makes at least twice what he's on now, if not 3 times.
Yeah, I reckon 140, 150 may be required of him.
Very warm, my phone. Next delivery from Lewis Rees is pushed up to mid-on by Evans. I heard the whistle then. Did you hear the whistle? First time.
Stench, yeah. Well, it's the first time it's been called for. Essentially, I don't think he was hit. There was the Scriven 50 in the first innings, but I'm not sure he was here when that happened. I think that's fine, isn't it? It's not the Vuvuzela, and it's a little peep.
Yeah, no, don't mind that. Evans waits as Rees comes in and bowls him a short delivery that he might have swayed it out of the way up, but he decided to play it and played it down pretty well in the end into the leg side, but it's fielded by Deploy. He was sort of in the air when he played it, though.
He has had, a fair number of issues with the short ball. Seen him clonked on the helmet a few times.
Well, he played it pretty well.
Yeah.
All things considered, but didn't really need to play it. Which is that discipline we've been talking about of first-class cricket, what to play and what not to play. Rees is in again, and that's another shortish delivery that's turned into the leg side. Leicestershire didn't realise initially that there was nobody else in the vicinity. Races after the ball, but Nick Potts gets there first, throws it into Brooke Guest, 122 for 2. Evans moves on to 54 and pinches the strike. And Potts will remove his sweater and his cap. It's 122 for 2. They still trail by 197 here. Leicestershire still a long, long way from getting anywhere near saving this match.
Evans' 4th 50 of the season. No hundreds as yet.
Get a better, well, he won't get a better chance this season when he won't get another one. But
time isn't a factor, is it? The pitch is playing well. Potts runs in and bowls to him. He's forward and should pick up a comfortable enough run there as Anujdal has 10 yards or so to run to his left. He does so willingly enough, but he's picking up in his wrong hand as well, not his throwing hand. So was indeed a comfortable single for Evans. Moves on to 55. 1, 2, 3 for 2.
1 or 2 people leaving. Tea time. Buses. A couple leaving the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground.
10 overs, including what's left of this one, as Potts is in. Bowls, turned off his legs by Hill, jumped slightly into the air as he did so, stepped inside the line. Harry Kane comes running in from deep square. Fields, 1 is taken. Hill on to 7. 1 here, Potsy lad. That didn't sound like Wayne Madison, so
no.
Brooke Guest, do you think?
Yeah, I didn't recognise the voice, to be honest.
Sounded quite well spoken, so.
No, that's not Brooke Guest.
No. In goes Potsy lad and bowls outside off stump, stroked away off the back foot by Evans through the huge void at point. Point being down on the boundary.
Lewis Rees who's shouting.
Connors, it is down on the boundary. Took a good catch that he almost misjudged, but then made look very easy or fairly straightforward anyway. It certainly wasn't easy. If he'd picked up the flight straight away, it probably would have been, but he didn't. Stepped a few paces in and then had to backpedal smartly. Potts is in 2, Hill, and it's short outside off stump. Hill is up on his toes, fending the ball away with a horizontal bat, guiding it then, shall we say, down towards third man, taking 1. Singles off every ball of this over, I
Yes,
think.
yeah. And I feel obliged to tell you, even though the sun is still around, but as soon as it disappears, it's just starting to peep out again. As soon as it disappears, you can see the shadows of the floodlights emanating from the players' feet.
I think we'll be okay in terms of getting in, what, 9.2 overs, I think it is now. Potts, boyish figure as he runs in and bowls outside off stump, and again it's a little bit too short. It's fairly straight this time, but on off stump, because it's short, he can get it up on his toes, Evans, and just guide it out through that vacant point area for yet another single, rotating the strike nicely, these two. Evans on to 57, Hill 8. Partnership beginning to build, 50 for the first wicket before Buddinger got out. Kimber and Evans 54 for the second before Kimber got himself out. Now 23 so far for the third. Potts is in. A bouncer, no idea where it's gone, and he's got away with it there, Lewis Hill. It was rising up towards him, came off the top part of the bat, looped out towards the gully. No real chance for Wayne Madsen to get there, but, well, that was a good, quick, straight bouncer that came back in, and Hill was in all sorts of trouble. And Potts can consider himself a little bit unlucky that that didn't go to hand. End of the over, 127 for 2. He's got that little bit of extra pace, Potts, that little bit of X factor that can startle a batsman, surprise him.
20 years of age. This he was 20 at his 20th birthday during the season. Nick Potts made his debut in the Championship when he was 19.
If he does as well as his namesake up at Durham, he'll be very happy with his progress.
No. Sam Connor's back, so clearly that hamstring isn't troubling him too much, or the knee, or whatever it was. He's certainly grabbing at his hamstring. That area, that's about the only muscle, or it's not a muscle, is it, the hamstring? Is it sinew? Whatever it is, it's the only part of the body I really know. Hamstring and groin, that's all you need to know when you do football.
Oh, right.
It's one or the other. Twisted ankle. The rudiments.
Do you know it's World School Milk Day?
No, I didn't.
You do
now. Here is Connors. Evans turns it into the leg side. And there's no run, so there'll be milk going off all up and down the country.
Well, it's World School Milk Day. Now, whether any school in this country still gets... I remember those little third of a pint bottles.
Yeah, so do I. It's the kind of thing that puts a lot of people off milk, isn't it? And they leave them out in the sun until 11 o'clock when you drink them. Got to get it in the fridge quickly. Here's Connors in and bowls, and it's driven by Evans, but nicely stopped by Anuj Dal, moving to his left. Slowly gets back to his feet, nudge.
Yeah, it was certainly the full cream variety, wasn't it? It wasn't semi-skimmed.
The old semi-skilled milker. Connors is back to the top of his mark. It's only his 6th over. 5 overs for 26. And this one is a short delivery that's turned into the leg side, down towards Potts at long leg. And they come through. For a single, Evans moves on to 58. 128 for 2, trailing by 191. My mouth has ceased to function. 8 overs should take half an hour.
Yeah, this will be the last update coming up.
It won't.
Sure.
It will be, but it won't take half an hour. It'll take...
Might be a couple of overs of spin, I think, before the close.
Yeah, possibility.
A couple more overs before the close.
They've got a man at sort of leg slip now.
Umpire Adnan's donned the gloves again.
Must be cooling down. There is a leg slip, there's a long leg and a mid-wicket out on the boundary. And the third man, who's Alex Thompson, is coming up. He's going into the covers, I fancy.
Bronte will hear no ill about Thompson, who was lovely with the
Yeah,
dogs, apparently.
I asked Matty McKinnon, because he was one of the three who went across to see them. He said they were brilliant. He's not wrong. I don't know if Matty McKinnon owns any dogs. I do know that Alex Thompson has 3 Dachshunds, apparently. Connor's in and bowls to Lewis Hill. Short delivery, he just sways out of the way of that one. He's seen the trap.
I'm all right in thinking Dachshunds, from my experience as a boy, can be quite belligerent little animals.
Yeah,
but they're built to go down rabbit holes or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly.
Bred to go down.
Yeah, put them together in a kit.
Down you go.
Comes Connors again and bowls. That one's short of a length, very short of a length, and it's through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest as Hill again just sways out of the way a bit, really.
And the way he struggled against that bouncer from Potts, I suppose, is encouraging Connors to dig it in a couple of times.
Leg slip. Harry Kane has put the helmet on so he can go a bit closer. I wouldn't stand there, though. That's it. Take a couple of steps back. He's got the helmet on. And in comes Connors once again. Bowls, and that one is, well, another short ball that he actually plays. He doesn't need to play that, really. Short. And it was the final ball of the over. He remains on 8. Evans has 58. Leicestershire 128 for 2. Trailing still by 191 runs. They're still off the still off the field at Trent Bridge, remarkably. I don't know what must be one dark cloud that's just basically sitting over Trent Bridge. Can't imagine what's caused that in a game between Nottinghamshire and Durham. And the T20s, T20 internationals that are going on. Pakistan bowled out for 145 in 19 overs. India 78 for 2 after 13, chasing 107 to beat South Africa. They made 106 for 8 in 20 overs. That's dull. Yorkshire 218 for 9. They did another 23 runs to beat Gloucestershire in an absolute thriller at Headingley. And Nick Potts begins a new over from the racecourse and bowls one that's a very sharp delivery down leg side. But good pace. Surrey now 9 down on the brink of defeat at Old Trafford, trailing by 139, following on the 164 for 9. And Warwickshire are 18 behind Hampshire. They're 21 without loss in their second innings at Edgbaston. They've gone off a bad light at Wantage Road with Essex 63 for 5, leading Northamptonshire by 163. Middlesex have a 267-run lead at New Road. They're 492 for 9 as in comes Potts and bowls. Evans defends up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. And there's no run. Sussex, well, their openers bat on and on. 241 without loss now. Sussex having been bowled out for 258. First time around, Tom Haynes, 82. Ali Orr, 153 not out from 128 balls, with 14 fours and 8 sixes. It's his highest score in first-class cricket in his 19th match. What on earth is happening there? In comes Potts in and bowls. That one's on the toes and clipped into the leg side where it's fielded nicely by Leas Deploy at mid-wicket. 128 for 2 here, Leicestershire. Trailing by 191 runs, or needing a further 191 runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. Always got that insurance policy, of course. Next delivery from Potts, short of a length, dealt with nicely by Evans, who pushes it out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding on this occasion. Lifty McShifty. Dear, oh dear. In comes Potts again and bowls. Another shortish delivery. Evans again deals with it well. Pushes it out into the offside. Looking across to the west, I think Richard is absolutely right. We should be okay to get through to 6 o'clock. 7 overs to go. Field changing. Going to have a short leg in, I think. So Harry Kane comes in and Leicestershire goes out. He's in the shade now, so it'll be a bit chilly. One delivery of the 6th Nick Potts over left to be bowled. He's in and bowls to Evans, who pushes this out into the offside, and they'll get a single. Evans moves on to 59. 129 for 2 at the end of the over. 7 remaining in the day. Leicestershire trailing by 190 now. And the Lewis Rees leaves the field to be replaced by Matty McKeon. The 2 batsmen are going to get a drink if they want one. They don't want one. So the 12th man who's run 2/3 of the way onto the field, Jake Holt, can trot off. He's not required. Ed's on his way up the A38. He says it's fine. That's good, but I need to get off and do an interview and get back for 20 past 6, so I'll be happy with a bit of bad light. The good news is, rejoice everybody, Nottinghamshire have declared on 121 for 2. That means that Wayne Madsen will finish as top scorer. Yeah, they're just being held up here by Leicestershire batsmen Sam Evans and Lewis Hill. They put on 25 so far for the 3rd wicket. They're 129 for 2, but still 7 overs today and 96 tomorrow in which to bowl Leicestershire out. And they do have the insurance of a second innings as well. Derbyshire, as you say, declaring earlier on 568 for 9. Wayne Madsen falling 8 shy of what would have been his 4th century of the campaign. He will, however, finish top scorer in the county championship, both divisions, because Nottinghamshire have just declared their second innings, which means Hasib Hamid can no longer catch him. Earlier on, Leicestershire made 43, and Billy Godwin, who was 158, not out overnight, was dismissed for 158 to the second ball that he faced. So 568 for 9 declared. That meant that Derbyshire were 319 in front. And since tea, Leicestershire have lost Sol Buddinger for 27, caught by Lewis Rees off a top edge at mid-on off the bowling of Anuj Dal. And Louis Kimber, who couldn't resist pulling a short delivery from Lewis Rees out to Sam Connors on the boundary. It looked as though Connors had misjudged it initially, but he made a good catch in the end. 27 to Buddinger, 30 to Kimber. But as I say, Sam Evans going nicely, 59 not out from 108 balls, and Lewis Hill keeping him company. He's on 8 from 27. It means that Leicestershire are 129 for 2. They need a further 190 runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. 8 more wickets for Derbyshire before that they get to that total. And Derbyshire would win their final home game of the campaign by an innings. No idea if that made any sense. Sam Connors has begun a new over. He's bowled a couple of deliveries and no runs have been scored off either of them, which is why they remain 129 for 2. So just to repeat that good news, Nottinghamshire declared on 121 for 2, which means that Wayne Madsen will finish as the leading scorer in the county championship. Either division, I think. That's certainly our information. Because Hasib Hamid can no longer catch him. He's had 2 innings in this match. Connors around the wicket now, bowls a shortish delivery to Evans, who deals with it nicely. There's a short leg in place. There's also a leg slip. The leg slip is Leicestershire. Harry came under the lid at short leg.
It's probably worth trying.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, a little experiment for 5 or 6 overs tonight and then come back refreshed in the morning. Them as well as me. 129 for 2. comes Connors around the wicket and bowls again. A short of a length delivery certainly, but this one's too straight, and Evans just plays it straight back down the track. Of course, at 7 o'clock tonight, we've got the Derbyshire Members Forum over in the Members Pavilion. There should be a watching brief on that one, just to gauge what the mood of the room is. It'll be discussing the high performance review, of course. I've got a fairly shrewd idea what the mood of the room will be, as Connors is in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Evans. And it's the end of the over. Was it a maiden over? It was a maiden over from Sam Connors. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 27. Leicestershire remain 129 for 2 with 6 overs to go. So we may get off about 6-ish, assuming that the light holds, which it's threatening to do at the moment. I can't see most of the west.
Yeah, you're okay. There's plenty of blue behind this
Right,
biggish grey cloud.
The problem being is if they go off now,
they don't
come back on. But
I don't think they will go off. Certainly, the umpires would say, unless your bowling spin were going off, wouldn't they? So the fact that Nick Potts is going to continue here at the racecourse end implies that the umpires think the light is perfectly fine. He chases in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he goes back to play that straight, short-ish delivery back down the pitch. And of the two, Hill has looked slightly more unsettled by the short ball, which surprises me slightly. Usually fine with the short ball, Hill. Well, he's kind of fine with it now, but he's not playing it as well as he usually does. And seeing that, Billy Godalming posts Anuj Dal at leg slip. Potts is in to Hill. That's a far too high a bouncer and is a no ball on height. Got that one horribly wrong. Nick Potts banged it in far too short, and it was probably the best part of 3 feet above Lewis Hill when it soared over his head and was on the way back down when it was taken by Guest. Nick Potts, it's, as I say, a longish run. He almost reaches the advertising on the outfield before he turns and runs in and bowls to Hill. Short, but not too short on that occasion, and Hill on the back foot defends the ball around about waist high, straight. Back down the pitch it goes.
I was talking to somebody this morning about the advertising mat. If you look at it, it's covered in green marks because it was placed initially too close by the company who provided it. And of course the bowlers basically ran off it, and that was the very first match. Since then it's been placed at a much better distance.
Yeah, the same at the Upton Steel. The ground staff now do it, and yeah, with more intelligence. In goes Potts, bowls. Oh, played down into the ground by Hill. And the squawk, both Madsen, indeed Dahl, have both got their hands on their heads at slip and leg slip respectively, because he was late on that, playing it down into the ground behind him.
Light.
On the offside. I'm a little bit surprised. They're going to take the meter reading. They have obviously got a meter reading, which it must not get worse.
As soon as that sun disappears, it gets very gloomy, though. It does get gloomy.
It does, but the problem now is that, no, well, that'll be that because Potts is bowling, they can't say to him, well, they can't say at the end of the over, we can't get to the end of the over and then say that if you bowl spin now, you'll be okay. This 131 for 2, so 5.3 overs potentially we are going to lose, which in the context of what has been lost elsewhere across the country, we'd only lost 1 over on days 1 and 2 because we caught up 2 yesterday, so that's not too bad, is it? Leicestershire will be pleased with that.
They're still trailed by 188, Leicestershire. They're 131 for 2. Sam Evans has 59. Lewis Hill has 8. As Bad Light takes them from the field. Not necessarily the close of play, according to our announcer. So we won't hang around. We'll hang around in here.
Well, the sun is going to come back out, isn't it?
You'd have thought so, but
I thought after 5:30, after the official close.
No, right. He's just thanking everybody for coming to the cricket. I thought once they got to 5:30 and they went off, that was that.
So did I.
And it may well still be. They're just writing a few things there. I think they need to communicate exactly what is happening, because they're going to bring the covers out by the look of it. And once they've brought the covers out, it will take them a few minutes to remove the covers, and then, of course, we'll get past the scheduled close. Well, we're past the scheduled close of play now. You can have an extra half hour, of course, to get the overs in. But if we lost 5.5 overs, I don't think that would be too disastrous, and the players don't look too disappointed to be going off. Just the 2 wickets for Derbyshire in this Leicestershire second innings. But if they do come back, which they may, or indeed may not, we will be here to tell you what happens with the remaining overs. If they don't come back, we'll be back tomorrow at 10:30.
We will. If not just before.
If not just before, indeed. We'll be back anyway. We always knew we were coming back tomorrow. We resigned ourselves to that fact. Depends how quickly those, and where the sun is, of course, how quickly those clouds are moving. But as I say, the players didn't look too disappointed, and most of the crowd have made their mind up. Everybody's leaving.
But the umpires aren't. They've been desperately keen all game, and they're staying out in the middle. And they ought to be applauded for that.
They absolutely should, yes. Yorkshire have lost to Gloucestershire by 18 runs, bowled out for 222 second time around. That is a proper game of cricket. 190 and 233 takes on 183 and 222. That's a really good game of cricket. And Surrey are clinging on.
Any implications?
None at all.
No.
None at all. Gloucestershire were already relegated, and Yorkshire were already safe. They've got Bad Light.
So off to Bristol then?
Yeah. They are back on at Trent Bridge, but nobody cares.
Could be Cheltenham.
Never been to Cheltenham.
Ooh,
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Although you were at
Side on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was used
But
to
it's
that.
nice.
I
It's
think
nice.
I spent 2 years at,
Yes, this is true.
side on. I thought that was the way people commentated. No idea we could have a view like we've got here. What's going on here? We can almost see what's happening.
The ball swings.
We were very, very good at run-outs, though. It has to be
Yes.
said, we're very good at run-outs. We could prattle.
No.
Believe me, we can. But we're not going
We'd just
to.
annoy you even
We'll,
more,
we'll
wouldn't we?
spare you the nonsense.
The inanities.
Leicestershire 131 for 2. Evans 59, Hill 8. Leicestershire still trailed by 188. There'll be 96 overs tomorrow. The umpires are now leaving as well, which is never a good sign. And if we don't speak to you again this evening, thank you for your company. We'll speak to you tomorrow morning just before 10:30.